Hello and welcome to DevSecOps Days Pittsburgh 2020, hosted by the Software Engineering Institute. My name is Shane McGraw, Outreach Team Lead here at the SEI, and I'd like to thank you for attending today. Today we are joined by industry experts from all over the country to share their expertise. There's a link to our speaker schedule in the video description below. One programming note, along with our scheduled breaks today, we will take a brief break in between each presentation so we can get our next speaker's video set up. So in between those breaks, you will see visual recordings of each talk, and we will do our best to keep on schedule throughout the day. For any questions or comments you have for our speakers, please post those to the YouTube chat. Our session moderators will then verbalize the questions to each speaker, and we will get to as many questions as we can throughout the day. Now, I'd like to introduce our MC for the day, Mr. Hasan Yasar. Hasan is the technical director of the continuous deployment capability here at the Software Engineering Institute. Yasar leads an engineering group tasked on developing prototype solutions with DevSecOps. He specializes in secure software solutions, design and deployment in the cybersecurity domain, including digital investigation, incident management, and large-scale malware analysis. And he's also an adjunct faculty member at Carnegie Mellon University. Now I'd like to turn it over to Hasan. Hasan, welcome, all yours.
Thanks, Shane, and good morning, everyone. I'm really excited today. So we're going to talk about DevSecOps Days all day today. I'm really excited. So welcome, everyone. And as Shane said, we have a great lineup of speakers all around the world and about this event. So a little bit of background on the DevSecOps Days. So we're supposed to have in person. Naturally, DevSecOps Days means like, and we would like to get the practitioner together and talk in person and have afternoon sessions so people, they can share their experience and find out the solution for their problems. And because of this pandemic situation, unfortunately, we are ending up a virtual situation. So we're gonna have a virtual event today, but I'm hoping next year or next time we would like to have it in person in beautiful Pittsburgh. So let's talk a little bit about what the DevSecOps Days and how it is really started. And maybe you're hearing many definitions somewhere else, like secure DevOps or the rugged DevOps or DevOpsSec or many other definitions. So a little bit background on DevSecOps Days. It's a community event. We are the part of DevSecOps community. Everybody is part of it somehow. And how it really started, so the couple years, maybe last 6-7 years, Mark Miller and Alan Shimol, and they were doing the addition session to the RSA conference in San Francisco. We called the rugged DevOps and secure DevOps a few times. About 3 years ago, as a community, we ended up calling DevSecOps Days. So like basically talking about the security as part of the life cycle. It is not between Dev and Ops only. It is not a bridge between operation and the developer team. It's basically from all stakeholders part of it. So we ended up calling DevSecOps Days, and we launched the website as a communities. It's a DevSecOpsDays.com is a central hub. So what this site is, if you go to that site, you will see a lot of events all around the world. And last year, we hosted more than 19 events all around the world. It's not in US, in Turkey, in Europe, and Singapore, and many other countries, and as well we hosted. This year, we plan more, and now it's going to the virtual events. So I wish, as I said, we have an opportunity to have in-person events. So the purpose of this component is basically talking about, and then DevSecOps practitioner like you are, and you deserve more exposure and encouragement for the work that you are doing. So basically, we would like to get the people all around the world in a common platform and sharing their experience and about their journeys. Because there are a lot of problems in DevSecOps, like how you implement it and what type of tools are you going to use, what are the typical problems you have. And we know that it is by learning from each other's, like by learning experience. So that portal will help to the practitioner, you and then your colleagues, to share your stories, share experience, and follow up the podcasts or any type of events in your cities, in your environment, so you can participate and join. It's a free and it's virtual, sometimes it's in persons. So that's what we're going to talk about today. So as we said, part of DevSecOps, we would like to get more engagement. That's the kind of nature of DevOps. And then when we talk about DevOps, we would like to get a really strong communications. So we are missing that component by being a virtual, but it is not really blocking. Technology is here to help us. So you will see our live sessions at the SCI YouTube channels, and you can go over there. And then you can use the live YouTube session chat to ask your questions and to the speakers or others as well. So we'll be monitoring the chat room to answer your question, and strongly encourage you to be engaged with us, because again, this is sharing our experience. We would like to hear your problems. We would like to hear yours and any advice, any solution. It's not always that's the question. Maybe you're going to share some stories that you're successfully do something, then you would like to let others know. So use that environment to talk about it. And then also afternoon, we're going to have a breakout session. That's another way for you to engage with us. So in the breakout session, we're going to have a live chat with experts. So the speakers, the keynote speakers, some other speakers will be participating in breakout sessions. I'm going to cover up in a minute in detail. So you have a chance to ask the questions and be open interactive with the speakers as well. So here's our schedule today, and I know it's very loaded. So we would like to keep you as engaged as possible. I know it's very hard to stay 8 hours in the chair, but please join as much as you feel comfortable and then engage with the crowd and also others as well. So I don't want to go over every topic, so I'm going to go over in the speakers in a minute. So basically, we are covering up different topics throughout the day. So this is our schedule. So we're going to have a short breaks in between. And then during the lunch break, we have another session with the speakers. So afternoon, we're going to talk about the breakout as a parallel sessions, and then the speakers will continue. And end of the day at 5 p.m., actually not 5 p.m., we will be talking about what we learned from our outbrief as from the lesson learned throughout the day. So that's kind of, we are sharing our closing remarks and then the discussion from breakout rooms. So let's see what we're going to talk about the breakout rooms. And the first topic will be hosted by Amber. Amber, she's going to deliver us about the Innovation Ninja as basically with culture. And then take the Zoom session meeting ID and passwords. You can join it at breakout room about 2 p.m. Again, this is a parallel. We are not recording any breakout room. It's not going to be live through the YouTube. If you're looking for more engagements, please go to the breakout room at 2 p.m. And since the participation is limited to the 50, you will be in the probably waiting room to get into the room, depends on the number of participants. Because we would like that more interactions. And as you think about it, if you have 100 people, it will be very difficult to get the more engagement. So we're kind of keeping the room limited. So Amber will talk about the set and talk about innovation. Ninja means like how to really change your cultures and how you do work to implement DevSecOps or the DevOps in your organizations. And we're looking for a champions. We're looking for a heroes. And let's see what Amber and she's going to host about the topics. The second one, and Robin, and she will be talking on her talk using hacker personas. So this is really interesting, and how you really change the mindset of hacker thinking in your software lifecycle. It is very important to implement DevSecOps as a cultural aspect, also the mindset changes. So Robin will discuss and talk, and with your attendance and covering up how we're really changing our mindset and how we change our minds as developers taking advantage of the hacking thinking, and how can we take a leverage of any malicious way of and using a code developing or looking for any data that we can take an advantage of the vulnerabilities so we can access the data. So using that personas in the life cycle will really help us to communicate either with the security teams or talking with others such as the developers or the business analyst and risk in that matters. So that will share the component of it. Again, take the meeting IDs and then the password is over there. So we will post the meeting IDs and passwords prior to the breaks, and you will have this rotating slides and you will take it later on as well. I strongly encourage that, take it and join it. So third one will be a cultural architectures, and Jeff Shupack will be leading that cultural architecture session. So this session is going to talk what type of culture we have implemented, what type of team structure we have to have in place so we can build up the right team members, right mindset to implement DevSecOps. So it is challenging, as I said at the beginning, because the tooling is not really helping for us. It is more about the thinking cultural elements. It is more about the teams. Human does the work at the end of the day. It is not the tool does the work. So we're looking for to discuss and discover what should be the right architecture, what should be the right cultural elements we can implement it in our organizations, in our teams. So remember, it's basically starting from our team going up to the organizational level. Everything starts from the developer, everything starts with the team. If team does a great job, we can do the better in DevSecOps implementations. So just a little bit highlight about today's speakers. So we will have a keynote speakers and Jason Turse, and he's actually the former DoD persons, and he's a great background on the DevOps implementations. And he did a great job on his works. Now he's part of the industries and he's giving advice to the folks. So Robin is also joining from Lockheed Martins, and she has a lot of experience. And Jeff is going to talk about the DevOps. So speakers, Aaron will continue rest of the session, Alex and Mark, and they are the expert as well. So I'm just going to go in quickly with the speakers. So, and then moderators, we have moderators from SCI teams as well. So moderating each of the sessions, and Joe and David and Aaron and Bart as well will continue. So future events will have many events on DevSecOps days. So we had a virtual summit that happened this year. And also we're looking for the Denver, Colorado will be fall 2020, and Pittsburgh 808, and today is the Pittsburgh day. So we're gonna have a Istanbul, Turkey event and Singapore event, and then Melbourne. So every cities has a possibilities of some sort of having a DevSecOps days. If you are interested to host your DevSecOps days in your city, please let us know. If you go DevSecOpsdays.com, and easily you can and add a request, and so that we can help you to set up your DevSecOps days in your city. So we would like to grow the community. As I said, we are the communities. We would like to have team members be participating all around the world. So again, this is kind of building up a DevSecOps community. Please reach out to us through the DevSecOpsdays.com, and we'll help you to organize your events. So next one, we will be hosting actually the Washington, D.C. in October 2020, and also we're going to host the Philadelphia sometimes in September. And depends on the situation, either Philadelphia and D.C. event and will be a virtual. And it's not here, but we are hosting the Tokyo event this year, October 8th, and that will be a DevSecOps Days first time in Tokyo. So if you're attending from the Far East and from Japan and Tokyo, and you will have a DevSecOps Days in your city in Tokyo 2020, October 8th. Another interesting things we were going to host this year, and this is the 5th one, All Day DevOps. I'm really excited on the All Day DevOps conference, and as an SCI, and we have been supporting this community since the beginning. This is really interesting. As I said, we have more than 150 speakers and 24 hours. So you think the 8 hours is enough? It's not enough actually, because all around the world, we have different time zones and different environment. And we are hosting the event from literally 24 hours, 3 a.m. in Eastern time to 3 a.m. another day in Eastern time. 24 hours and 150 speakers almost, and 6 like a track that we will be hosting. So topics is DevSecOps, or SREs and cultures and organizations. And then last year's we had participants all around the world, like 152 countries, different time zones. Interesting things on this event, I really like that. And every organizations, as a small or big size, they were able to set up their own viewing parties. So viewing parties really helping them to engage with the speakers, and also let's see what we are doing in our organizations. That's how we achieve your viewing party concept in here, right? So similar things, just quick advice for you. If you want to start implementation DevOps, really start with your team first. This is a venue for you. Get together, look at this type of events as a team, participate, and then do the retrospect for yourself. See what you have done, what is missing, what you can do to improve your organizations, your team members. That may be a tooling specific, that can be any type of organizational problems. That can be anything about the tooling or implementation. This is an opportunity for you, so we can dive into the talk about it. Now, if you get more information, and please reach out to SCI website. We have the CMUs, and this is the DevOps page, and also DevOps blog page and webinar podcast. So one of the mission of SCI, we would like to give what we learned from the research from our work, feeding back to the community with the write-ups about some type of research and some type of the webinar and podcast. So what we learned, we would like to share with you, and please reach out this information and pull up any information that is needed. As I said, we are open to any questions you may have, and this is a culture, this is kind of a communication, this is a community event. We would like to work with you together and build up an ecosystem so we can do better on DevSecOps, better on building up a reliable and secure systems, better on saving money and saving time to the work what we are doing. And also, I would like to thank our sponsor. These are the community sponsors. They are helping to build up the events. I would like to thank each of them and how they're helping and how they're building the communities all around the world. So if you're going to be a partner as a sponsor, please let us know. As a community support, will help you to build up that community in your organizations. So that's it. So I'm going to pause it here. And so we're going to continue probably in short time and with the speakers, and Jason will be with me shortly. Hello, everyone. So we will have our next speaker is Jason Turse. And Jason recently retired from US Navy. He had a long experience and he implemented DevSecOps for a long time in the DoD. So from 2017 to 2020, he did a software modernization for Navy and Marine Corps, including enabling cloud adaptation, deployment of DevOps capabilities, and reform of major command and control intelligence programs. And he's graduated from UAV Darden Schools of Business and holds a degree of the Johns Hopkins University and the George Washington Universities. So Jason, he's going to talk about today the core values of customer-focused delivery, DevOps and special operations. So one important element for DevOps, we have been saying it, has to be with the user-centric. Has to be the core values to support the users, what the user will do, and as a result of implementation, security is part of it. So Jason, the floor is yours, and I'm happy to have you, and please take over.
Thank you very much for having me today. So yes, I'm going to set the scene right up front about why we're doing DevOps and for whom we're doing it. I think for many participating today, you probably understand and grasp, the need for DevOps in a commercial marketplace. But the Department of Defense in the United States is a very, very different entity. We are not driven necessarily by market competition. In fact, you may have heard that we have a lot of bureaucracy. So DevOps doesn't necessarily break through as intuitively as one would expect. But today I'm going to discuss my journey with DevOps. I'm going to reach back into time to an early place for DoD to about 2015 when I was a product manager for U.S. Special Operations Command, leading a DevOps related program. And we were doing so for a very different reason than I think most of you have today. So let's go ahead and get started. Thank you very much for joining us. I do want to acknowledge, as we're all doing things from webcams, we're not living in normal times. Really want to salute your involvement today, your resilience and your courage during the pandemic. Many of you have friends and family who have probably been sick or otherwise affected during these times. Really appreciate you joining us today. So on to our story. In 2015, my main focus for Special Operations Command was the unfortunate incidents that were playing out mostly in the Middle East, but around the rest of the world, with terrorism carried out predominantly by the Islamic State. In 2015, the Islamic State controlled substantial territory throughout the country of Syria, Iraq, and it caused significant losses, grief, violence throughout the region. Instability that continues to today, but has been in part addressed in the time period that I'm talking about. Today's discussion isn't necessarily political or strategic, but it's important to understand that U.S. Special Operations Command is an element of the Department of Defense of the United States and exists to carry out these policies. And so as a product manager, program manager, director, a technologist in this environment, my main role was working towards the defeat of terrorism as it threatened law-abiding countries and citizens around the world. The program that I'm talking about today, I can't go into much depth about the specifics, but the vision statement is up on the screen. And I think you can understand that this program ultimately needed to satisfy users' need to discover data around the world about terrorism, about terrorists, in order to enable actions towards what we saw as mission success, which was basically disrupting violent extremists as they were planning their attacks before events actually occurred. My requirements in a more standard fashion was to deliver an all-source intelligence fusion platform. This would support special operations forces, but also our joint, meaning other military and interagency partners. This meant that we had a wide range of access requirements. And what's important to draw out in this is that security around data in the Department of Defense and in the interagency actually differs. So you might imagine there are different regulatory regimes just within the US government. So for us, security took on a new meaning in this context, whereby we had to design very early on for the highest levels of security, but also for the broadest levels of supported collaboration, creating really substantial challenges at the front end of mastering identity management and access controls as part of our delivery paradigm. We also had to assure that our capabilities were cyber secure and secure secure from potential attack. This enabled our credibility ultimately to share data and to secure that data from potential questions about civil liberties violations or potential cybersecurity intrusion. So it's security in the broader context and collaboration was ultimately the goal that we had, which is not all that different from those of you that work on regulated systems and systems for financial management. We are a live system. Chimera, even though it was one of the first DevOps and microservices architectures in the Department of Defense, this was not a proof of concept and it was not a pilot. We were not in a position of great experimentation. I was not assigned to a laboratory. I was building this as part of U.S. Special Operations Command, which is a very different entity. The Department of Defense has many, many pilots, but we are a production capability expected to actually support an ongoing war fight. Chimera as a capability was web accessible, is web accessible, it still exists today, fully cloud native, and existed on multiple domains. By domains, I mean various levels of classification in the Department of Defense. So you may think that these are air-gapped clouds. You may have heard that we have some major cloud service providers that provide air-gapped capability that is somewhat more secure. So our development had to occur basically in the unclassified typical commercial region, but actually be deployed in one of these air-gapped cloud regions. So special challenge there. We were expected to evolve with the mission. We were expected to evolve with the user and expected to evolve with the budget. And this is a capital reality in Department of Defense as much as it is for the private sector, is that budgets change and evolve. And so I had to basically come up with a concept that could evolve with these various constraints. And you might think, okay, mission's pretty easy, defeat terrorism. Well, no. At this time, the Islamic State and other terrorist organizations were operating broadly throughout the world, and we had to be able to respond fairly quickly to questions about data integration and feature releases in a manner that was organic to the mission, which meant that a typical government program, which may have, say, 2 years worth of requirements, well, our time frame to respond would only be potentially a few weeks, maybe a few days in some cases. We certainly got in a position of doing some back-end work that was a day or two in order to adjust to the mission. So much different paradigm than what you may think from a government program, where we had to be nimble, responsive, and adaptive. All things I think we understand as part of DevOps, but for a government activity, this was different in 2015. Some of those that may be familiar with the Department of Defense understood that authorization, authority to operate, is a major limitation in the Department of Defense. While there are ongoing activities today in 2020, especially the Air Force taking the lead on what's called continuous authorization, in 2015, this concept was not really well understood. We had the benefit of an interagency partner that had started a pilot of how you do authorization in a day. This is actually where the Air Force began as well, around 2015, with a continuous authorization concept. So as a potential plus to us, this was more of a greenfield exercise with a supportive authorization body that allowed us to execute. So we ended up settling on a largely free open source software stack and leveraging microservices. But I'd like to get into the how did we get here and why did we do what we did. So who am I? Circa 2015. This is a list of personas, some of them formal, some of them not. Hasan did a very, very nice intro for me, but I'm not an engineer. I'm not a wizard of Silicon Valley. Even though I've been affiliated with special operations for most of my military career, I'm not a Navy SEAL, not a special forces officer. I came to this position as one and only one user. I was actually and intelligence officers supporting Special Operations Command. The literature may refer to a domain expert. I was drawn from the domain to take over this program, which at the time was facing a number of challenges. So I hate to say it, but you'll have to save some of the technical questions for the next session, because I came to this with, basically a lot of motivation, hopefully a lot of vision, or at least a lot of receptivity vision, and a lot of responsibility to inspire. I came to it also with all these other personas, and Hasan had mentioned the need for human-centered design. I am a believer in using personas. I'm a believer of using personas within the organization as well to better understand people's motivations, their understandings, and their perspectives. So these are personas that I was actually very conscious of at the time as I tried to define my role in relation to the product that we're delivering and my role as a leader for the organization. I had 40 people for whom I was responsible for inspiring, providing direction, breaking down blockers. I had a capital budget that was roughly $15 million a year that would eventually go up as well. I myself am a veteran of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, having conducted 3 deployments in Afghanistan and 2 in support of the operations in Iraq. So I felt a substantial moral responsibility to actually carry out my role as the product manager. I use Senior Product X because the terms did vary over time. I largely viewed myself through the lens of a product manager, which is not a term that we use in the Department of Defense, by the way. I viewed my relationship with my team as both establishing the environment for them to succeed, but also representing to external stakeholders and users. At one point, I actually did training for most of our users. We were small enough that as a product manager, I'd do one-on-one training with an initial user base. So all these roles pretty much converged into what I call Senior Product X. I am the sum total of the efforts of my team of 40 people, but also responsible for their prioritization and effectiveness in advocating for budget and advocating for users. In short, my summary of this is really that I was a source of moral suasion for the team, many of our users. I could be the material compulsion, which speaks to the budgeting role. I was a contracting officer, technical representative, which is a very formal way of basically saying that I validated the work that got done and assisted in prioritization. More importantly, I think what 40 people who were pretty awesome folks looked to me to provide was credible and unified direction. And I think that's a pretty distinct responsibility. The credibility had to be both earned as well as, I would say, integrated. In many cases, and this goes back to my statement about only one user, I had to be the element that brought in other user perspectives. This is very different, again, from most DoD programs that rely heavily on functional requirements. We were approaching this from a human side. We didn't have the time to invest in long-term requirements that would never be executed. So I had to make sure that I had credible network connections and means of feedback and evaluation from the user base to support the direction that our engineers, designers, and field service representatives were actually executing. I had to recruit co-creators. In many cases, we reached out to the units, the military units that we supported, and asked them for feedback. And in some cases, got dedicated time from some of their personnel. In a few cases, I actually traveled back to Afghanistan to spend time with our supported units and got direct feedback. And they afforded us an opportunity to create with them and innovate to meet their needs. In the Department of Defense, we also talk about resource sponsors. And so my role was to deal with the financial management side of this, make sure that we were elevating for financial management the benefits of DevOps, the benefits of cloud, and the benefits of a human-centered delivery. So ultimately, I had to create the condition, elevate the priorities, and really establish the language around DevOps that we're going to use, the sense of ownership that will allow us to finalize investment decisions and execute. Let's get to why. I've listed here in question form really what I heard in the Pentagon for the last few years as why you go to DevOps. You often hear senior defense leaders, well-meaning, well-intentioned, talk about agility and experimentation, cost saving, security, and a number of architectural terms that have meaning but are often kind of hyped. So I would say all these things are true, but they actually constitute not so much why, but really a how. The reasons that you actually go and engage in DevOps and Department of Defense have really nothing to do with agility and experimentation, cost saving, security, or any sort of architectural stack. The real focus for us was ultimately mission related. I think many of you are probably familiar with Simon Sinek's Start with Why. If you're not, I recommend jumping on YouTube after today's over and actually connecting with how Simon approaches this question. He identifies the why as the source of purpose for what you do, and the how is important, but it's how you do what you do, and what is really the product that you create. I think this is easy to be intuitive about, but for most technologists, we spend a lot of time in the how and the what, especially in government. U.S. government is especially regulatory about acquisition, engineering, and tends to, I would say, lose focus sometimes on the why we do what we do. So the answer to why in most cases are the values that you hold in common with your customers and in common with your team. To me, these are the first class citizens of a system. They support all other decisions that are going to flow from them. I think this tracks pretty well with what Simon has discussed, but I think it's important to put values front and center. Again, for context, in my case, I was leading a team in a fight against terrorism worldwide. The question of why had to be clear. By 2015, this was not a simple proposition. By 2015, we had already been through a number of civil liberties issues in the United States. We had been through questionable uses of force throughout the world. So it's not as simple, this was the mission, we're going to execute it. It's really elevating the moral purpose, but with the nuance to understand why it's important to be on the right side of this discussion, that traces to the engineering considerations and decisions that we had made about delivering responsibly to our customers, but also delivering in a manner that was credible, secure, and efficient. For a different way of looking at why, again, I mentioned that I am a veteran of Iraq and Afghanistan. For those of us in the US military, we knew that we were very directly supporting personnel in 2015 that were still in Afghanistan, supporting the Afghan government to bring some modicum of peace. The same was true of Iraq at this time frame. We had good communication with supported units in both countries, as well as military organizations around the world. We never lost focus on the fact that our real purpose was enabling folks that were still potentially in harm's way, but more so trying to, in a very near-term horizon, bring some modicum of peace to the world. Somewhat different display. You may recall that the period around 2015, 2016 was a spike in terrorism around the world. We saw attacks in Turkey and France. We saw a number of Islamic State supporters in the United States, like the gentleman that's at the top that I actually met at one point in the course of my duties. Afghanistan, unfortunately, was still a fairly tragic place for Afghans, very high risk for all concerned. So we had this pretty heavy and weighty mission to support, a very inspiring mission in some ways. But if you think of this as an engineer, how does this change the way that you approach your responsibilities? How does this change the way that you approach delivery of DevOps? The focus then becomes, how do you do this in a manner that's effective, near-term, and responsive? And how do you do it in a manner that is consistent with what we'd like to uphold in terms of values about American society, and about being good global citizens. The other reason why we shifted to a DevOps mechanism is a more understood reason. It's well documented that many IT projects fail. One of my favorite books is Peopleware by Tom DeMarco and Timothy Lister, and they open the book basically by establishing that 15% of projects basically, come up with nothing. Many more projects under-deliver, and 25% of projects that last 25 work years fail to complete. I didn't have 25 years to fail. Unfortunately, I had a few months, frankly, to get this right. I was basically charged with turning around a program in less than 6 months and being able to sustain delivery. The best way that I knew how to do that was what I called at the time lean and agile, and ended up really being a DevOps implementation. But we knew that there was a pretty high risk, maybe 50-50, that this would be what we call in America a dumpster fire, which is why I chose a particular image today of pulling in the fire brigade and putting out something that's expensive, has cost overruns, and doesn't deliver. We didn't really have this option of big systematic failure that you see with some Department of Defense programs. We knew we were going to make mistakes, but we needed to make them on a time horizon that we could course correct. Again, the typical discussion point in Agile and DevOps is the cone of uncertainty. Frankly, I think this cone is a little too elegant in its explanation, but basically the premise is that at the beginning of a project, you know a lot less about your requirements than you'd like, and so the best way to better to engage in process improvement is shorten the time frame and establish time-boxed iterations in order to better define deliverable outcomes. I would say these are production ready, if not production level outcomes in sprints of 2 to 4 weeks. I would say the cone of uncertainty has a few things that we could add in this context. For starters, in the Department of Defense, we have a budgeting process. It's complex and burdensome. It's called the POM process, but it's a budgeting process that takes place every year. Involves several different hands and maneuvers. And so, again, I was not free to just manage a product that was going to market, return revenue into investment, but rather I had to advocate in a fairly governmental, abstract, bureaucratic system for why we needed to move forward. And I had to do many of the things that are depicted on the slide. I also had fear, uncertainty, and doubt, the FUD factor that surrounds every decision. We had a lot of unknowns. We had unknowns about whether or not we would have support from our users. The best way I knew how to deal with that, again, was shorten the time horizon to make sure that we connected with users in order to validate and develop a feedback loop. I've already covered in depth to some degree the degree to which we had to respond to exogenous shocks. Sophisticated way to say there were terrorists in the world. It was a changing dynamic. The enemy gets a vote. And so if something blew up in Somalia, we may need to pivot and actually better support customers that are focused on operations there. If something blew up in Paris, similarly, we were in a response mode typically. So the cone of uncertainty had to account for the fact that we would have a low threshold, frankly, to meet a mean time to respond for the mission, not just a system, but we'd have to be responsive to new requirements in a fairly short time frame. Finally, for those who, second to last, for those who track the Department of Defense acquisition, we also were conducting our activities in a climate whereby acquisition regularly ends up in protests with the industrial base. So we, again, had to be credible in our contracting mechanisms, and we had many contractors supporting this effort. And we had to make sure that what we're delivering was free of any sort of legal concern or review. And then we also had to respond, of course, to users. So I think, again, the cone of uncertainty does a nice job of abstracting some of these efforts, but I think most of us have lived this enough that have worked in software engineering to know that cone of uncertainty has many potential external shocks to it that make it even less of a cone and more of a rolling wave. So to summarize, again, from one of my favorite books, you know, the problems that we face with our work, with DevOps particularly, are not so much technological as they are sociological. That doesn't mean that we were disregarding how we deployed a CI/CD stack. That actually means that we were very, very focused on deploying CI/CD pipeline. We had a good process for version control so that we could focus on the people. And I think that's an important point that's sometimes lost when people begin to believe that either the problem's technology or the problem's people, one or the other. They actually go together. It's a system. But we should be using the technology to effectively enable people. And by people, I mean both the engineers and designers and project managers working on the program, as well as users. And we need to make sure that we focus on the interactions with those people and make sure that they remain focused, positive, inclusive, and able to support each other in technology delivery. Special operations in the U.S. military has core values and tenets. These are reflected as what we call special operations forces truths. These actually have an origin that's a Cold War origin. They go back to 1987. They were initially authored by Army Colonel Jim Collins. At the time, he was actually a civilian, retired from the Army, and was working for Congressional Research Service. Like myself, Colonel Collins was not a special operator. He was not a SEAL, was not a special forces officer. He was an analyst, and he had done a study of Soviet special operations. From that, he extracted 5 core truths and tenets about special operations. These were codified ultimately in 2009 by the Commander of Special Operations Command, but they're reflected today. We repurposed these truths for my program. They were the necessary anchors that reflected values and tenets that we could operationalize. This is not putting developers on the same wavelengths as Rangers or SEALs, but rather providing a common ground that enabled our delivery through principles and values. I'm going to go through some of these truths and redefine them in manners that are reflective of DevOps. So the first truth is that humans are more important than hardware. I would say they're also more important than software. This is the origin of this one is very kind of antiquated, but the idea is effectively that people, not equipment, make the difference. The right people, highly trained and working as a team, will accomplish the mission with the equipment available. On the other hand, the best equipment in the world cannot compensate for the lack of right people. This is true as well in DevOps. I think it's very true in the free open source world, where the tooling can be customized to deliver. And ultimately, it's the quality of the team and the teamwork comprised of individuals that are supported that can make the difference. I think there's another caution embedded in this truth, which is to avoid the hype cycle. Choose the tools that are most effective for the team and most effective for the outcomes that you're trying to deliver. Again, focus on the people. And in this case, focus on the team that's responsible for delivery. Truth 2 focuses on quality of the people. A small number of people, carefully selected, trained, well-led, are preferable to large numbers of troops, some of whom may not be up to the task. While soft truth 2 may seem a little odd to think about in DevOps terms, I think, again, it rings true. And it certainly guided us towards how we selected developers, designers, some of our user representatives, product owners, and how we trained them. And we did train, which is unusual, I think, in most government programs of record. We did agile training. We did training with engineers to familiarize them with our organization's mission and ongoing operational requirements. I think the other caution in here is to avoid adding people. I think it's well known that if you add people late to a software project, it's actually going to be more over budget and less likely to deliver. This was codified as Brooks' Law and is still a good reference. So again, focus again on the quality of the people, quality of leadership, quality of the training. And generally, I think we can assure some better outcomes. Truth 3 also echoes again that quality of people is important. This resonates throughout the special operations community in so many different ways through assessment and selection, support for training, support for family, and support for fairly integrated training. In the DevOps world, I think this again rings true. Teams take time to form. Storming, norming, and forming is an unfortunate just observation of reality. We can't just throw teams together and expect them to succeed. There's really no workforce plan or contract incentive that's going to replace leadership, teamwork, and motivation. And those things cannot necessarily be built overnight. They need special attention all of their own in order to actually create teams that are longstanding and effective over time. Google's research into this has echoed very much the same. The high functioning teams take some time to build, share values, and are inclusive. That level of trust is not necessarily immediate or overnight. It does take cultivation. It takes leadership that is sensitive to enabling those traits in a team. And it's, I think, fundamental to good software delivery. Good software ultimately reflects a good team. Soft Truth 4 focuses on reality that's probably closer to budgeting and resourcing, but competent special operations forces cannot be produced after emergencies occur. Creation of competent, fully mission capable takes time, and employment takes on short notice actually takes investment in peacetime. I've redefined this a bit for DevOps as Truth 4. Focusing more on what we would consider the fast flow of work from dev to prod, requiring an accordant investment in people, processes, and harping on version control because it's not a very well practiced methodology in the Department of Defense, but also requires investments in automated security. It leads to a production or production-like environment. By this, I would say that we're going through this process now in the Department of Defense of realizing that you can only move as fast as your platform enables you to move. And so the Department of Defense, particularly the Air Force, has invested in platform-based capabilities. To me, the platform is basically the forest in the tree that allows the hummingbirds to live. The two go together, and this is an ecosystem. The forest, which takes a long time to grow and a substantial amount of investment in terms of water, sunlight, and air, is ultimately as important to the hummingbird moving quickly around that forest as the hummingbird is to ensuring that trees are pollinated. The systemic view requires us to look at our long-term investments that shape the conditions for success. Soft Truth 5 broadens our look at what a team should be. The operational effectiveness of our deployed forces can never and never has been achieved without enabling service partners. For DevOps, especially in government, there tends to be a focus simply on the engineering. I think Hasan has seen this where only engineers will come to DevOps discussions. We tend to leave out the contracting officers or the acquisition professionals or the financial management professionals that are essential to actually making a DevOps delivery. It also takes feedback to be effective. So we have external partners that need to be part of this. We also have to automate that feedback. In my case with Chimera, we did a fair amount of deployment of web analytics to make sure that we were able to monitor the capabilities that we deployed, and we were able to harness the feedback from users. It also takes close collaboration with potential co-creators. As I said before, we have unit members that supported us, and even engagement with some of the naysayers out there. I always believed adoption begins with rejection. By getting into a discussion with your users early on and actually having them tell you why your capability doesn't work, that's actually the beginning of the adoption cycle. That's where you begin from a design standpoint. So where did embracing these values lead us? Well, as a government program, we had over 40 releases from April 2016 to August 2017 when I left. We really started as a production capability in April 2016 after about 4 months of architectural work. By 2020, this had surged to over 120 actual releases. in 2017, by the time I left, we had 30 primary external-facing APIs. A lot of these were being reused by other programs to lower the cost, particularly around identity management and some of the data security issues in DoD. We experienced about 50 times user adoption, expanding from about 30 full users in July of 2016 to 1,500, which was our target by the time I left, about 1,500 users in several different agencies. Key to the DevOps methodologies that we're using, we looked at how quickly we could fulfill feature requests, our mean time to recover, and how quickly we could just do general release. We were pretty reliably able to do new feature requests within a 12-week time span. That's 12 weeks from solidifying the user stories to an actual user-facing delivery. For Department of Defense, that's a pretty incredible metric to try and beat, even today. This is really where the goal in the Department of Defense right now with the broader DevSecOps effort is going, is an ability to respond to the environment, respond to the mission. We could recover the system well within an hour, typically, and do releases every 2 weeks. We're able to do most of our break fixes on demand, meaning that if we spot an error that was not substantially material, we'd go ahead and fix and get that into production as fast as we possibly could. Organically, we had a demand function that requested expanded field service support, which I felt was validation of our capability. So we actually hired some additional personnel to work overseas with units directly supported by this application, and expanded field service support, forward support. The other metric that I kept as a product manager was staff stability. While most of the work being done was by contractors, I was gratified to learn that turnover on our contract basically got cut in half in the first year. We stabilized the workforce. By and large, we avoided the things that would lead to burnout. And even to today, as checked in with the program last week, many of the developers have remained with the program since 2015, which I think is a testament to working on a good project that's well managed, that has good user-facing delivery. I would call that out, especially for the folks watching this that are in the Department of Defense. Your team includes your contractors. Your team includes your government personnel. Keep a close eye on turnover in your contract workforce. If it's going up, you may have a problem. This to me is an important metric, certainly measured by private companies, but I've not seen it really understood very well by government program managers. But again, very gratifying that people saw enough value in this program to go ahead and stay. With that, I'd like to thank you again. I think we have some time for questions before we transition. Hasan?
Yes, that's right. Thank you so much, Jason. It was a great talk. Great talk. I really like that how you put the values and put into the DevOps context in it. That's, I think, a very important point. An organization, they can define their core values, ask themselves, what can I do in a DevOps way to achieve my core values? It's a great mapping of that one. So we had one questions, and one of the participants asked, I have a couple of questions, but I would like to address the question from our attendees. We were talking about how we can get ATO to greenfield and the brownfield. So in your journey, did you have a greenfield application all the time, or you had a brownfield application?
Yeah. So we had a decision, frankly, in 2015. I had a decision to make. Either we were going to evolve an existing set of 3 applications, which is actually where Chimera came from. It's 3 commercial applications, actually 2 commercial applications, 1 government application, or whether to invest in this new microservices approach. I ultimately opted for mostly a greenfield approach. I did not, after doing some cost estimation about refactoring, I did not see that meeting our user demand ultimately. It wasn't just about cost. It was very much about, we would never realize the potential value around the user, around the data by pursuing a gross refactoring of the 3 applications that we had. So it was a predominantly greenfield deployment. I did have, unfortunately, the responsibility of sustaining some legacy capabilities at the same time. And I didn't get extra money to do it. So that made me very attentive to being very efficient in how we did our deployment. But the short answer, mostly greenfield, especially as I covered in this talk. And as far as the ATO in a day process, this was a new process, and there's a good YouTube video out there about the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency talking about this process. So ATO in a day was probably the first major effort to establish common inheritable controls for cloud for this purpose. The effort involved, for those that are familiar with the risk management framework, there are about 7,000 controls in a classified environment that have to be identified. NGA had attempted to basically identify and source about 6,000 to 6,200 controls so that we would inherit their controls. We ended up bringing a lot of controls with our platform as well at the time. And that created an environment where we could continuously authorize our release. And that's why we could release at the pace ultimately that we did. This has been further expanded on by other U.S. government organizations, most notably and publicly Kessel Run, the Air Force activity. And presently, very much the Air Force has invested in a continuous authorization process that they're now proliferating throughout the force.
That's really the one metrics you pointed out is a less than an hour response. It's a great example of achieving ATO in a high pace.
Yes.
It's not a day, actually. It's a less than an hour. It was a mind blowing. It's a great job. So I have one more question for you. About 1 minute to go.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's a really long answer, just a short answer. I'm looking for it.
I'll try short this time.
It's very, very difficult to change the mindset from what, how to why.
Yes.
A few words, how you succeed that from what, how to the why in your journey? It's very difficult.
So what, how do I? And real quick. So the joy of embedding in a special operations unit is that I always had access to very motivated special operations personnel. And I had a very, very clear line to be able to get my engineers actually into commander's briefs, into C-suite discussions in commercial terms. So typically after about 2 months on board, I would take an engineer and actually go sit in a commander's brief. Or have a similar discussion with them. And that helped better than any sort of explanation to them, help them see why what they were doing was important, why they weren't just a contract engineer working with the government, but rather a member of a team delivering a capability that was needed for the mission. And I think more managers, more product managers need to think critically about how you engage that intrinsic motivation for a software engineer, for a designer, for a junior project manager.
I think it's a secret word you said, being a team members from bottom up to top. It's a team.
Bottom to top. All has to work together.
Thank you so much. A great talk, Jason. I'm sure we'll have more questions and we're going to follow up as an offline with you. Thank you so much for participating in today's session and your talk.
Thank you very much, Hasan.
Thank you. So Tim, we will continue our session with Arun in a shortly. So we're going to have a quick transition between the speakers and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Hello, everyone. So we'll have our next speakers after a talk from Jason with a talk on the soft side of the DevSecOps. Now we have a talk from Aaron. Aaron is going to talk more on the technical side and about the container and how we build up the container security way and what should be the right way to build up the container securely. So Aaron is really joining us from far, and he's joining us from the Hyderabad. And Aaron, he has been working as a DevOps practitioner for the last 6 years. So he has done many work in the cloud technologies like AWS, DigitalOcean, Docker containers, and Jenkins Kubernetes. He's basically a very deep knees on the technology things. Great to have you. I think Aaron, he's going to have some presentation as well with the live demo too. Are you right, Aaron? So
yeah,
we'll have the both together. So Aaron, I don't want to take so much time. I would like to hand over to you because I know you have a great content talking about the technology, talking about the containers specifically, and happy to have you. The floor is yours, Aaron.
thank you, Hasan, for the introduction. Hello, guys. This is Arun. Good morning, good evening. So the title of today's talk is, are we building container the right way? So, day in, day out, we are using containers, Kubernetes, and other emerging tech stack. But are we building the right way? So let's take an example of containers. Before that, I'd like to introduce myself. This is Arun. I like to do sysadmin, development, and around OS internals. I like to work on containers, Kubernetes, CI/CD, configuration management, and other stuff as well. By heart, I'm a sysadmin who loves to spend most of my time, in debugging, troubleshooting complex problems around infrastructure, Kubernetes, containers, OS, services, and whatnot. Everything which relates to Linux, I love to troubleshoot and debug those problems. I work with a giant semiconductor company, which is Qualcomm, based out of Hyderabad. And I'm passionate about Python, Golang, Kubernetes, cloud, and OS internals. So this is my Twitter handle. If you want to hang in, please drop by and say hello. Yeah. Okay. Oops, wrong slide. Never mind. Yeah. So today's agenda is we're going to talk about Linux capabilities. Then we're going to talk about kernel features like namespace and C groups, how they behave when it comes to containers, right? And all of these we're going to show in a live demonstration. So everything would be live. So less theory. Let's go to the terminal. Is my terminal visible to all of you?
Yes, it is.
Sure. All right. So let's say I'm gonna in need of a single container. So what I'm gonna do is docker run -d, and then I can give a name to the container, maybe web01, and I'm gonna run a simple httpd container. All right. So my container is this. Let's see if it is up and running. Docker ps-a. Yes, it is up and running and says it is listening on port 80, which is TCP. All right. So let's grab the IP address of this container with the help of docker inspect command. Okay, so we have got the IP address. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a curl over it just to see what HTTP status code I'm getting. Okay, so it says 200. Okay, which seems HTTPD is running inside a container and everything is cool. So the original ask was, to create a container, HTTPD container, and it's up and running. What exactly we are missing here? We don't know, right? So let me tell you about syscall and kernel capabilities. Okay, so the very first thing is containers are not a magic. So it's a process. Or to be precise, it's an isolated process. Again, it has to, for its proper execution, it has to ask kernel. Again, for system resources, maybe for RAM, for IO, for disk and whatnot. Whatever it requires, the resources, it's gonna ask from the kernel. And the flow will be like it gonna do a system call. And then after that, if that system call passes, then it's gonna use few functionalities of the Linux kernel, which allow that process to gain that control over the resource. So that is basically Linux capabilities. All right. So we have this container up and running, and I'm gonna see what are the default Linux capabilities which are attached to this container. So to give you a brief about Linux capabilities, for a process, in order to do each and everything, it has to have Linux capabilities associated with it so that it can do certain process. Let's say this HTTP container wants to listen on a port 80. So for that, it has to have Linux capability, which is net_bind_service. If it has that, then it's okay for this process to bind a socket on this TCP port. If it doesn't have, then there is no chance this container would be up and running. So we're gonna see that in the next command. So first of all, I'm gonna see how it looks like at the host level. So I'm not gonna go inside the container. I'm at host level, and pscap is a command which comes from libng util Debian package, which you can install and see what capabilities are associated with a container. And as you can see, command is httpd foreground, which is running inside a container. So I'm gonna grab over this command on the host level. So it says, okay, so you have chon, which is attached to this process, basically a container. You have DAC override, you have fowner, and you have set GID, set UID, and net bind service. So because of this capability, it was able to bind port 80 to a socket. And if this process has to do some changes for a user ID, this is the capability. So in order to have a brief look about capabilities, this is the main page of Linux capability. You can go and you can explore what all are the capabilities which you can explore and assign to your container. So we're gonna see this thing, which is, okay, where is that? Here. So it says cap, which is capability _net_bind_service. Bind a socket to internet domain privilege port, which is less than 1024. Okay, so this container is running with these many capabilities. So am I sure that I need all of these? I'm not sure, right? I'm not sure. I don't even know what all capabilities I would be needing for this container for its proper execution. And what if I don't provide any of the capabilities to the container? So let's do that. So I can do, okay, just run a single container with the name 2, but this time what I'm gonna do is --cap drop equals to all. So this is the flag which you're gonna pass to instruct Docker daemon that I don't need any of the capabilities attached to this container. Okay, so it says container is up and running. Let's see, Docker ps-a. So if you see here, it says exited. So it didn't, come up. Okay, so let's see what happened behind the scene. Docker logs, and I'm gonna give the name Docker logs. Get me the logs for this container. It says, if I go here, permission denied. Okay, so permission denied, and it says could not bind to address 000:80. So which makes sense because I haven't provided, the essential capabilities to this container for its proper execution, right? So that's why I have got the error, and I'm not able to run a container. So how can I, the crux here for this problem is how I'm gonna see what all capabilities are needed for a container or for a basic application. Let's say in my case, this is a web server, HTTPD. It could be Nginx, it could be Django, it could be Flask or anything. So for that, Red Hat got all ears, and there is a utility, a system tap, and with the help of system tap, what you can do is you can profile your application basically by tracing system call and by tracing memory allocation and network consumption, and basically the the system call which the process is gonna make to the kernel. So I'm gonna go to this. Here's the brief introduction about the system tab which Red Hat provides. So you can always install it. and you are good to trace your process. So in this case, I'm gonna trap, or basically I'm gonna trace HTTPD process. So in order to install system tab and configure each and everything related to system tab, it's gonna take time. So I have done it already. So this is how it looks like. So this is a simple script which says, okay, it's a system tab script, and I'm gonna say, okay, just trace this process for me. User has been HTTPD in foreground, and that's the same process if you take a look at here, which is running inside a container, right? And let it run for some time, and then you can always do Control-C, and at the end you can go down and you can see here, okay, so these are the capabilities which are being used by my container, HTTPD, which is set GID, set UID, and the essential one, net underscore bind underscore service. So rest you can ignore for now. So if you see here, I have got these many capabilities, but what I actually needed was only 3, which are here, these things, right? So this way I can narrow down on the usage of capabilities, right? And if you are using the things which you really don't need, then yes, there is a scope for vulnerabilities around your containers and around your infra. So let's create a container with just those capabilities which we just figure out, okay, these are the one which are needed. So I'm gonna say, okay, create a container web03 for me, drop all initially, and then cap add equals to set UID, then hyphen cap, okay, cap add equals to set GID, and then cap add equals to net underscore bind underscore service. I guess these are the one. I didn't do a typo. Set UID, GID, net underscore bind underscore service. Set GID, UID. Yeah, we are cool. Let's run this container. Okay, it looks like I did a typo. Service, fine. So it says container is up and running. Let's see, Docker ps-a. It says this thing is up and running, up 5 seconds. I'm gonna grab the IP address for this container with the help of Docker inspect web03, and then grab IP AD. Yeah. So this is the IP address for this. If I'm gonna do curl-i for this, it says it's perfectly working fine, right? Now I'm gonna show you only 2 containers are up and running, right? So let's see how these container looks like at the host level. Again, I'm gonna use the utility pscap, which you can install with the help of libngutil, a Debian package. Just do apt-get install libngutil, and then you're good to go with this. Then I'm gonna just grab the command which is running inside the container HTTPD. So as you can see here, the first one, which I just ran without any profiling, it was having these many capabilities attached, and the one which I ran after some sort of profiling, it is only having these 3, the essential capabilities attached. So yeah, so choice is yours, which way you're gonna go and which would be secure for your application and for your entire infra. So this is all about system capabilities. So there is a question, which may come: what exactly is the difference between system call and Linux capability? So let's say I'm gonna acquire some network related resources from the kernel. So the very first thing is I should have access to initiate a system call to the kernel. If I have that, then okay, you are allowed to communicate with the kernel. Now again, at further level, you should have access to the functionality of that specific network service in a kernel, so that you can bind some socket to a port. If you have that functionality, then you can use it. Otherwise, no. Even if you are allowed to do a system call to a Linux kernel, but if you don't have that Linux functionality for Linux kernel, then yes, you are not allowed to use this capabilities. All right. So this is Linux capabilities, and the next thing which is very underrated is C group. what exactly are the C group? Before starting, further, I'm gonna ask a question. What exactly are the C groups? So basically, C groups are used to limit resource. Let's say I have a container, and I already have done the benchmarking. Okay, so it has to process 10 or 1,000 or 10,000 requests. So at least or at most, it can only consume 100 MB of RAM. Okay, let's take a buffer, 120 MB of RAM, not more than that. Then you can have a upper limit with the help of C group. So that's why we are using, C group. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna just spawn a container, docker run -d. So before I move further, I'm gonna show you something. So before the presentation, I came up with this idea. I initiated a GitHub page here, and I have documented each and everything, whatever I'm gonna show here. So it's a bit lengthy. Even if I miss something, it's here. You can go always check this GitHub link, and I also would be referring to it when I'm going away with the talk. So just like I'm gonna see what exactly is there in the C group. Okay, so here is the C group. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a container with stress install in it. Okay, here. So I'm in the container. So if I see host name, it says, okay, this is the host name of the container. Now I would like to see what exactly is the amount of RAM allocated for this container. So to do that, you have to do some exploration on the host level. Let's go sys fs c group. This is exactly where the host will store the information about the memory for a specific container. So in Linux, everything is a file. So you can always do a cat or vim or nano or whatnot. Sys memory, then we are using the docker. So docker, and then memory. Okay, then the container ID. So this is the container ID. It start with this, then memory. No. Okay. Cat, then E. Yes, memory in memory limits in byte. Okay, so this is the file where exactly the host gonna store the basically the number in bytes for this specific container with this hash. Okay, so what exactly is that? Let's see. So you are seeing this giant number, right? So this giant number is in MB, as the name of the file suggests, byte. So this is the amount of byte the host has, by default allocated this much of RAM to the container, to the single container. And I strongly doubt, do I really have this much of memory on my host machine even? No, I don't have that. But this is what by default it is coming. Okay, so let's take an example. If you're running, a single host or single container on a bare metal machine, then it would, play nice for you. But it is highly unlikely the case that you're gonna run a single container in a bare metal machine or a VM or in a cluster. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna run many containers on a host machine. And if this is the case, if we didn't do any benchmarking, then yes, for sure my container gonna go for resource starvation and then application failure, and then yep, more troubleshooting and more debugging. Okay, so how can I so I have seen the number here, right? I have seen the number. So this giant number is in MB. How can I validate that whether it is true or not? All right, so I have got stress, which is a benchmarking tool for a resource consumption. So let's say stress, I'm gonna say, okay, create a 2 worker for me, which gonna use 250 MB of RAM for 5 seconds simultaneously. But if I say this, so it says, okay, dispatching hog, and it says successfully completed. Even if I give here the amount of RAM which is equal to my host machine, I'm sure that it will go ahead till some point. But do I really need to have this much of RAM? No, I don't need that. I really don't need that. So for that, what you're gonna do is just simple. You can create a container with the name. Okay, let's say CG 01. Okay. And before that, you can just say, okay, how much amount of RAM you're gonna allocate for this container. So these are, by default feature coming out of the box from Docker, I would say. But, we are underestimating them. What exactly is happening here? Okay, memory equals to, let's say 10 MB and name. Okay. Okay, what? Memory. Okay, my bad. Okay, more typo. Nice. Memory 10. Okay, I guess I screwed up the command. Let's say don't waste the time. Let's copy it from here. Okay, yes.
Aaron, we have about a couple of minutes, about 4 minutes to go.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so here what I'm gonna do is I have upper threshold on the memory. So let's do a test. I'm gonna just copy paste to have it quickly. Okay. Yes, so it says failed. So what I was expecting is my two workers should acquire 50 MB of RAM, but the limit is 10 MB. Again, you can see that here in this. So just pass the hash of the container and then memory in limit, and then you will get basically the amount of RAM in megabyte, right? So I have 10. What if I'm gonna use 5 MB? So it should complete. It should complete. Yes, completed. So that's how you can benchmark your resources, be it memory, network, IO, and disk. So you can do that with out of the box features which Docker provides with the help of C groups, right? Everything is happening with the help of C group. These are the cool kernel features. So let's go ahead with the namespace, right? So what exactly I have got in the namespace? Namespace is basically for isolation. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create an Alpine container, okay, and I say, okay, just run this container with the init process, which is sleep 1000. So if I go Docker inspect and this container ID, okay, Docker ec-it and then bin sh. Okay, I got the shell and container, and if I do psef, it says sleep is the init process. So that's how it looks like inside the container. The user is root and the PID is one, which is the init process. So if I go at the host level, and if I'm gonna see how things look like at host level, I'm gonna just do a grep of sleep here, sleep. So it says it is running as root, fine, but the process ID is different. But here, whatever you're seeing as the init process is not exactly the init process at host level. That's how the namespace is coming into picture and isolation is happening. Okay, but I have a scenario here. So what if I'm gonna create let's say MariaDB container? So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna create a MariaDB container here. So it's up and running. And if I'm gonna docker exec-it, this is my container, then it has got shell bin sh, okay. And if I do psauxw, it says it is the init process is running with the MySQL user with process ID 1. What if I take a look at the host level, how the things are looking at host level? I'm gonna grab MySQL here, D, okay, MySQL D. It says, okay, MySQL is running fine, but with this process ID. And the user is vboxed. How come the user is coming as vboxed, whereas the user is MySQL? So there is a mismatch, there is a conflict. And I really don't want to have my, this process under control of this vboxed, which I don't really know what exactly is that user. All right. So how is that coming? Let's see. If I do here MySQL, it says the user ID of this MySQL user is 999. And what exactly is 999 at host level? It's passwd grep 999. It says there is a user vboxed which is having 999. So that's why the mapping is happening in such a way. And from where this vboxed is coming, basically I'm inside a virtual machine which has been running on VirtualBox. Here you can see and that's why this VBox add user is coming. But so there is a problem. So for this problem, for this mismatch, for this conflict, there are two solutions. The first one is short term, which is you can just always have your Docker compose file or Docker file or Docker command. So instead of this, wherein you are just adding a MySQL user, instead of that, you should ask Docker to assign a user ID to that user, just like some long range ID, maybe 1099 or something. But again, this is the short term solution. What exactly is the long term solution? I'm gonna, if let's say if I have been running with multiple containers, I really don't want to go and edit all those files, right? So what exactly is the long term solution? So for that, there is a user namespace. And what exactly that user namespace is? Let Docker daemon running in some separate namespace, so that it would be entirely different from host level at host level. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'll create a user with the name of Swappy, and this user doesn't even have a shell at all. So just for the sake of isolation, I have created this user. Same way, it has got group. And for that, for this user, what I'm going to say is, okay, for this user, this is the range of the ID, whatever is coming as a child process for this user, it should start with this user ID. So what we call this is subordinate UID and subordinate GID. Okay, and after that, we also would like to instruct Docker daemon, okay, so now you are not going to run in the default namespace. Instead, you have to run in the Swappy namespace, which we already have created. Okay, so let's see if we can do that for the in the permitted time. So cp-rv, okay, no, cp- sudo cp-rv, then daemon.json etc docker. Okay, yes. And once it is done, probably Docker needs to be restarted, and at .d docker restart.
Aaron, hate to disrupt, but we have to wrap up the stuff. So it's really great content. If you share the repositories on the GitHub, that will be nice, so people can follow up. But it's a great content. So let's wrap up.
Sure. So this way, you can run Docker in a separate namespace. And we have this link handy, and I'm going to share it with you guys over chat so that you can have a look at the rest of the stuff. So that's it. I'm open to questions.
Great. So actually, we don't have enough time. I wish we had more to talk. And it's a very basic concept, seems, but a lot of people are omitting the how you use the container securely is out-of-box feature that you explain namespace and capabilities and component. It's very easy to use, but we often forget that. It's a good way to remind us. So I really invite you to go to the YouTube live session and the chat room, and then post your GitHub page so people can join in and use that the examples on how to use the container securely. Thank you so much, Aaron.
Sure, Hasan. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So we will continue in other speakers in a minute. So while we're wrapping up, and so we'll have back in probably 1 minute. Hello, everyone. So we'll continue our session with Angel Rivera. And Angel, he is a developer advocate, and he has a long history about DevOps and DevSecOps, and he's a tech person. At the same time, he has a lot of experience in the social side of it. It's like contract management, federal sectors, information systems. And it's a good combination that we have been hearing so far from the starting the day. Now we dive into the Kubernetes concept. Now we're going to talk about a secret component on the DevSecOps pieces, like how we're going to secure the pipeline. It's really important, and happy to have you here, Angels. Angel, the floor is yours.
Hasan, thank you so much. And I want to thank everybody else for showing up to this talk. Hope everybody is well during these trying times. So today we're going to talk a little bit about pipelines, right? And securing pipelines. So here's a little bit of an agenda. Now with the agenda, just going to briefly touch on some software development life cycles and how they impact CI/CD, or how it kind of migrated over to CI/CD in a sense, or how they related. Then we're going to touch on some DevSecOps, pipeline integrations, and then securing these pipelines, right? And the secrets that are used within the pipelines. So got 30 minutes. Hopefully we'll get through all of it so I can get some questions, because that's my favorite part of giving these talks. So my name is Angel Rivera. I'm a developer advocate for Circle CI. Circle CI is a continuous integration, continuous delivery platform. And we enable developers to basically build, test, and deploy their code using automation. My primary function as a developer advocate is to basically engage the developer community. And by engaging, I mean, going out to conferences, though with COVID now, right, we're doing everything online. So that's kind of hindering me. But generally I'd be out, gripping and grinning, speaking to folks, understanding, again, how they're using technology, and then bringing that information back to my team so that we can build, better valued products and features that can help developers get their jobs done faster. So if anyone wants to reach out to me after the talk, or if you have any questions, or just want to talk about technology in general, I'm always open for that. So just hit me up on Twitter. These days, email is not the best, just not a big fan. Excuse me. So yeah, just hit me up on Twitter at punkdata. So I like to level set things by speaking about the history of kind of where we were to where we are today. And I'm going to touch on a little bit of the history of software development, right? So back in the day when I started developing software, I was working in the United States Air Force, and I started developing software professionally there. It was rough compared to how we develop software today. Things just took forever, and a lot of it had to do with the way we were developing software, right? So there were software development practices, and there was a ton of different ones that people implemented and adopted, but I'm going to talk about the two more popular ones from the time, I guess, when I started, and then move to present day. So the first, I would say, back the old school way of developing software was this concept of waterfall development, or software development life cycles. And waterfall was obviously okay for the time, right? But at the end of the day, it was obviously very inefficient and unoptimized. And if you look at this diagram here, right, it shows that things were inefficient using the waterfall methodology because, number one, when you were given requirements or tasks and to write code and build code, it was all dependent on a previous step or task or job being completed, right? So you had these dependencies, and they were tiered, right? So you couldn't really move on to the next thing until all the other things above it were completed. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of sit and wait, right, for people to finish things, or specific tasks to be finished. So again, right, we had this waterfall development process. It was slow, and also the other part of that was, for some reason, we had this concept of just giving all of the work over to development teams instead of kind of parsing it out. It was like almost a holistic kind of assignment, right? So you were given a stack of things to do, and if you didn't get it coded up or completed in time, or at this complete at the same time, someone was sitting and waiting. So we're developers, right? We're engineers. So we figure out that, yeah, these are bottlenecks in the way we develop software. It's slowing our cycles down. Using the waterfall system for years, companies were releasing software like months and more than likely years, right? So it took long time, especially with operating systems. We were getting releases like maybe every 5 years or something, and some of them even 10 years, right? So again, the waterfall software development lifecycle kind of contributed to those delayed releases. So we adopted agile development, right? So we kind of rebooted and reset. People figured out there's efficiencies to be gained. And if you look at agile development, it's literally kind of a hodgepodge of things happening at the same time, right? So everything, the tasks that were once kind of dependent upon each other and cascading into one another, kind of were broken apart. And the biggest contributing factor to that speed or that easy understanding was tasks were broken up, decomposed and broken into smaller chunks, manageable chunks, right? So teams could actually do a lot more things at the same time, right? And if you can see, this diagram is completely different from the waterfall diagram, right? You got a lot of things happening and there's a lot of motion centered around that center circle. You see the arrows moving and you got all these other side kind of actions going on. So again, right? So we figured out that, hey, we can break things apart and do things concurrently and then bring them all back together using that main circle, right? So that's kind of the premise for continuous integration and continuous delivery. So we, went from this highly dependent, highly inefficient process in waterfall to agile. And then we started seeing patterns that we could easily convert into practices and principles. And then, right, they were always continuous. And that's where the continuous integration and continuous delivery CI/CD concept kind of came to life. So fast forward to today, this is kind of the landscape that we all operate in, right, as developers. And as you can see, this is an infinity, CI/CD infinity loop is what I call it. And basically just shows where the CI, which is the dev part of that lobe, and the continuous delivery part, which is the ops side, kind of intersect and mingle together, right? So if we take a look and break those lobes apart, we're going to talk about the CI and dev principles. Now, again, these are just basically common core principles for continuous integration, right? Developers want to write code, they commit that code often, right? And then they share that code. This is really important because when you were writing code back in the day in that waterfall kind of perspective, everything was kind of written in isolation. It could take 2 weeks, it could take 2 months, but you were never sharing that code. And then once you had like a code review, it could take like 2, 3, 4 weeks to complete that code review. And the reason was you had all these kind of merge conflicts going on. Nobody knew what the other person was doing. And it was just a hodgepodge of trying to reconcile, right, all of those changes that could have been easily, figured out early on in the process had people been committing their code changes often and then committing it to a shared repository so folks can actually pull those changes down and see how they impact the work that they're doing. And finally, CI principles, one of the biggest benefits is the fast feedback loops, right? So the system is designed to continuously integrate that change code and give you notifications when you have failures, right? So if you're writing some code and it has maybe some bugs in it or it's not behaving the way it was supposed to be or the spec is designed, then you have this mechanism to let you know early on, right? Instead of letting it go down that process of maybe even up to release and then figuring out, or even deployment and figuring out, wow, there's a problem, right? So CI again is designed to increase the quality and velocity of the software development process. Now we're talking about the continuous delivery or the deployment portion of these principles, right? Once the software has been vetted through the CI process, it's moved into kind of what I call the operations section of that lobe. And what happens here is you're creating these artifacts, right? Because you need to package up that software. You need to also then obviously deploy those artifacts to whatever target environments you're going for, and then validating that these services and applications are actually up and running. And finally, you want to make sure that, right, your application or your services are in the state that you want them to be, meaning functioning, performing, and if you can incorporate a recovery or a self-healing type of functionality in your principles, you definitely want to include that, right? So that you have that resiliency that's needed to have a what is it, 5 nines operation with the application services. So I just described the continuous integration and continuous delivery principles, right? And when teams adopt those, again, these are just principles. These are things that kind of everyone agrees on, the way they communicate, the way they operate when they're writing code. But what you need is to make this a reality is automation. And that's where platforms like Circle CI come in. We basically facilitate those CI/CD practices and principles by enabling developers to leverage the automation that we have, right? So in order for the automation to work, you have to define, right, what it is that you want to do. And the way you do that is by using what we call pipelines. Now, pipelines are kind of like the top level tier label for these objects within CI/CD. And the pipelines are composed of what we call jobs. So those are just segments within your pipeline. And the jobs, if you decompose those, are just a grouping of commands, right, that are executed against your code. So here's a good example of I wanted to show this to you all to kind of show you, number one, what happens in a CI/CD pipeline, right? So if you look at to the left, I have a stack of jobs within a pipeline, right? And one of them is running tests, the other one is building a Docker image and GK and creating a GK cluster using infrastructure as code. So if you look at those three, they're stacked up on top of each other, right? And there's no lines kind of connecting them together. That is a good example of like an agile process, right? So like it's concurrent, it's running in parallel. And the reason I'm doing that is I want my build to happen as quickly as possible to get that valuable feedback loop, right? So if you look, I can run my tests, right? If one of those things fail, then my whole build fails, and that's great. I'm just gonna get a notification. I'll go back and fix it. If you look at the dependencies, though, I personally don't like to see 3 minutes on any build time, but it's out of my control because I'm sending that job off into a cloud provider to perform, right? Create a cluster. Now, if you look to the right with that GK deploy app job. Obviously, I have to build a dependency on that GK cluster being created because I don't have a place to deploy the application, right? That makes sense. And then if you look down the line, right, I just want you to all have this visual in your head because it's going to be referenced later on. So as you can see, there's a lot of things being orchestrated in these pipelines, right? And when you're orchestrating a lot of things, you're connecting to different services, different databases, APIs, whatever. At the end of the day, that just requires you to have these integration points, right? Now, there's many types of different integration types when we're talking about CI/CD and pipelines. Here's a nice list that I put together that kind of cover the common ones that we see with our customers at Circle. App code coverage tools, vulnerability scanning tools, which I'll get to in a minute. And then also, right, you have cloud provider CLI tools. So if you're connecting to AWS, GKE, or Azure, right, you're going to need the tooling. Or if you just want to bypass all that and just leverage infrastructure as code tooling, you could do that as well. But what I want to focus in on is the vulnerability scanning tools within pipelines, since we're doing security talks here. Right, DevSecOps, right? So there's a misnomer out there from folks that DevSecOps kind of like the new hype, or not the new hype, but the new hotness in the DevOps world. But I'm here to tell you that security has always been a part of like the DevOps concept and mindset. It's just kind of been ignored, and I'm not sure why, but in my opinion, it was kind of ignored. And I think it's because you can't really go fast if you're trying to secure something. I mean, let me rephrase that. I think with DevOps and CI/CD, everything's about speed. But I believe in, going fast securely. So, right, like I'm glad to see that the industry and the community is taking it, security, putting it at the forefront a little bit now, and addressing some of the issues that I used to have problems with. So, if anyone's ever heard of the term like shifting left in regards to security, like I said, I speak to a lot of folks in the developer community, and a lot of developers are not very familiar with security, right? Because it's kind of not in their wheelhouse, to be honest. So, when you're hearing the term shift left, all that means is in the DevOps space now, security is now not at the tail end. So if you think of that pipeline that I just showed you, normally you would have like the deployment and then a secure or pre-deployment, right? That step before you deploy, or a security officer would maybe do a check, a vulnerability scan, or some sort of vulnerability check on the code. Now, with the automation that we have and the tooling that's available to developers, that's a lot easier to do, right? And a lot easier to automate. So when you're talking about shifting left, you're not doing it at the end anymore. You're actually pushing it to the front of the line, right? So you're pushing it all the way up to those processes that happen instantly, right? So if you're a developer, you're writing code, you're using a library that's maybe open source, then you don't have any control over the upstream source code. And you have a vulnerability, you want to know that early on, right? So that you don't have to slow down your cadence because, wow, everything was cool, clean and green all the way to the end when the security officer or whatever operations team ran a security scan on your code and they found all these nasty vulnerabilities that can't be pushed to production. So again, shift left just means pushing all of that to the front of the line, right, and getting it done. And by the way, you should be peppering these kind of security tasks and actions throughout your CI/CD pipeline, right? So I would recommend at every stage positioning some sort of security action, right? So if you're building a Docker container or an application, excuse me, you'll be able to do that there. So let's talk about pipeline vulnerability scans. Like I said, most developers, even to this day, really don't do a lot of this or are not familiar with application scanning. Some folks are starting to use the tooling manually, right? So they're developing software on their laptop, they're going and doing this manually. But if you integrate this application scanning pipeline or scanning capabilities into your pipelines, it's done every time you're committing code or changing code, right? So be aware of that, right? So if you're, want to make sure that your application is within your tolerance, right, for vulnerabilities, definitely start including application scanning within your pipelines. So with the advent of cloud native and everybody adopting container strategies, I know the previous speaker was talking about securing containers. That's a really cool segue. Definitely implement some sort of container scanning right into your pipelines as well, because there are, again, it's just like open source software. Sometimes you're not building your own image. Maybe you're pulling down, inheriting from like Docker Hub or something, and you don't know who created that image, right? So at the end of the day, you want to know what's going on with that container before it's deployed to any platforms in any target environment. So with all of those integrations and motions happening right within your pipelines and connections to other systems, it obviously requires some form of access, right? And with that access, you need credentials, and those credentials they come in the form of these things here in the list, right? All the way from OAuth all the way down to the old standard username and password. But at the end of the day, there's still some CI/CD pipeline obstacles, and these obstacles in general are, for the purposes of this talk, are around securing your pipelines. And what I mean by that is, those credentials are ultimately called secrets, right? And they're the keys to the castle for the most part. And we need to really, understand how those secrets are doled out, how they're protected, and then also how they're destroyed, expired, or revoked, right? Because again, these secrets are very, very valuable. They control the keys to the castle. So if you don't do that, right, you can have huge problems within those pipelines. So if a bad actor, gets a hold of a runtime environment that has unprotected keys, and those keys are they have full rights, admin rights to whatever system, that can cause huge problems. And this happens quite a bit, not on our platform, but I've heard horror stories from other folks, right, who don't really secure their keys. So some of this happens because these are the same old problems, right? So if you've been around technology, this is nothing new, right? We've been dealing with this forever. Weak keys or weak passwords or secrets, right? Stale secrets, meaning, you know, you don't really change them very often. I spoke with a gentleman a few months back before COVID at a conference, and he told me they haven't touched their security keys in about 5 years. And I'm like, why? He goes, I don't know what it will break if I change things. So he kind of inherited a mess and he's maintaining the mess, which is terrible, right, for him and for the organization. But that's where they're at. So the other piece or the other problem that is identified, and I see this quite often throughout like CI/CD tooling, is inadequate kind of encryption mechanisms, right? So the keys on these platforms or the secrets on these platforms are generally stored at rest encrypted. They're transported into the CI/CD pipeline runtime encrypted. But once they hit that runtime, they're unencrypted or decrypted, and they just sit there in clear text, right? So again, if a bad actor decides to go ahead and try to take a stab at accessing that runtime and gains access, depending on the level of permissions those keys have, you could be widely impacted, right? And have a really bad day, end up having a really bad day for yourself, your organization, and your team. So one of the ways that you can protect yourself against this type of problem within your CI/CD pipelines is by implementing some sort of secrets management tooling and policies, right? And one of the tools that I have been most recently playing with is HashiCorp Vault, right? It's a cool open source project produced by HashiCorp. And it enables you to do many things regarding protecting secrets, right? It actually allows you to create randomly generated passwords, right? So you can create these strong, I don't say unbreakable or uncrackable passwords or keys, but again, it'll lessen that risk of being cracked if you can create a randomly generated password through a system that nobody knows. Also, it enables you to auto rotate keys, right? So you can set like policies that say, all right, freshen up these secrets or keys every 15 minutes, right? So when you run your automation, the CI/CD pipeline can automatically go ahead and grab new keys when it needs it, instead of having that same stale key there, right, for 5 years and potentially exposing yourself to massive amounts of damage. And the other benefit of implementing one of those secret management tools is you can actually have granular access controls, meaning, you can permission, even though you may have like an admin type access on one of those keys, you can actually permission using that system to you can actually restrict, right, within the vault system to restrict access to certain namespaces. So that's really useful for when you're doling out keys to the system, like a proxy kind of situation. It knows that, okay, my CI/CD pipeline for application X needs these keys, and it's taking action against whatever system. There's that audit trail as well, right? So for compliance purposes, if you need to do some monthly reporting or biannual reporting, these vault systems or these secret management systems can provide all of that data and give you a good accounting of what tokens were actually issued, who used them, where they were issued to, and what kind of access they had. So real quick, oh good, I'm ahead of time. I really wanted to make this super fast to get some questions. So we're doing.
You have time. You have time, Angel. So take.
No worries. Yeah. So let's do.
Love it.
I'm sorry.
I love it. It's a really great content. Love it.
Oh, thank you. So yeah, real quick to recap, CI/CD principles, right? Commit your code often to a shared repository, And then enjoy those fast feedback loops, right? Enjoy the fact that you're going to be told when your code is broken by a system instead of a person or a release manager, right? And then you can go ahead and fix those things so that you, as quickly as possible, so you can jump into the next task in your sprint. With CD, right? Create these artifacts for release, deploy them, validate them, and make sure that this is one of the most important things, is monitor to verify that state of the application and services, right? You want to know what's going on with that, because of course that's your public facing service, right? Your consumers are not going to be happy if your system is up and down, flaky, not performing well, right? And also, if you can, build the resiliency, so like self-healing capabilities, and again, recover from any kind of failures. It's really hard to do, but it's definitely possible. And you can take baby steps in those arenas there. So with DevSecOps, right, shift your security left, meaning start doing the security action scans, vulnerability scans, secrets managements up front, right? So every time code changes, you should be able to run security scans on that code base. Make sure your reports from those scans are saved. There's a lot of tooling out there now that really is awesome. It's like cloud-based, saves the reports to the cloud. So, you don't even have to really even worry about managing that information and those artifacts. It's kind of stored for you in the security providers' platforms, right? Obviously, you want to scan your applications and your pipelines. And then if you're building containers, definitely scan those as well. And finally, I believe that with implementing secrets managements and policies with this tooling, you will be able to better manage and lower the risk of any kind of exposure, right? With these secrets, integrate that secrets management tool into all of your pipelines, and also generate that strong random secret. I can't stress this enough. I think with the way technology moves at a quick pace. There's so many the highest processor, right, is increasing, the power is increasing all the time. Definitely, generate these strong passwords. And by the way, use the auto rotation mechanism so that you can have a short time to live for those secrets, and then lower as well minimize that risk of exposure. So right, you can all do this all in your pipelines, and they can be super secure, and you have high confidence that you can operate and integrate these other services into your pipelines with very high confidence. And I believe that's it. I would love to take some questions. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Angel. So first,
how are we going to do the questions?
we have one question. Actually, we have questions.
You're on mute, Hasan.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Or maybe.
Can you hear me now?
Maybe my earpiece went out.
Can you hear me now?
I'm sorry. I might be having technical difficulties.
Can you hear me now? Good.
All right. Let me try this again.
Angel, can you hear me now? I guess.
Sorry.
I'm gonna post the question in the chat window. And you look at the chat window. I posted into the chat window.
All right. One moment. I'm sorry. These headsets are new.
And can you hear me now?
Okay. Can you say something?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, here we go.
Yep. So I just put the question into the chat window.
All right. So let's see. Got some questions. All right, cool. Would you discriminate between validation and verification in the CI/CD principles? Yeah. So the validation is more for that, the system has been deployed and the services have been basically started or executed. The verification is more for, understanding that this how the system is performing. It's just basically standard monitoring, right? And that's what I mean by that. Any other questions or?
So I have one,
Sorry,
I
I
have one
can't
more
hear.
question. So we have time. So one more
Trying to fix
question I have.
the problem.
Still, can you hear me or not? So I'm going to type the question in the chat window.
Any?
Angel, can you? I'm sure some audio issues seems here. I
Okay,
just
yeah. So
I just put
talk
another
about
question
managing
for
secrets.
you. Yes.
Great. Yeah. So the way that works is, let me go back and maybe I can get a quick beat on that. But the way that that works is, right, so you would have this behind here is a Vault a service, and then that service knows, has its own kind of little database. By the way, that Vault service is locked down with tokens. So like, let's say that server is rebooted, you have to manually like log in with 5 different tokens to unlock that service. And then from within there, they have all these little authentication, I guess, functionality or yeah, functionality. And you can do different things like authenticate to AWS and then create, because the Vault has a token from AWS, then it can give you like a temporary, Vault can issue you a temporary token that then your pipeline can use for a certain amount of time. So you can say, hey, once this is issued, this token is only valid for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever it takes for your pipeline and your jobs to complete. So again, right, and there's different mechanisms for that. So it has a bunch, and also it serves as a nice way to centralize secrets as well, so they're not all spread out through Excel spreadsheets or note stickies. People still do that, unfortunately. And could you provide the next question? So could you provide some reference to those app scanning tools? Yeah, sure. I could do that in the YouTube channel, and I'll also, I guess, the Slack, whatever. I could do that for sure.
Great. Thanks so much,
I
Angel,
think that's it. Thank you, everybody. I don't want to
for
go
your
over.
session, and we will
so I'll
continue.
just stop my sharing and appreciate it. Sorry for the technical difficulties on my end.
It was a great talk. Thank you so much. So we will go to a short break, and then we'll resume our session in a couple of minutes.
Hi, I'm Joe Yanko. I'm also with the Software Engineering Institute. I have the privilege of introducing our next speaker. It's Jason Lamb. Jason has founded the Hard Yards in 2014 and served as a systems engineer and technical advisor for DARPA while building the product development consultancy for them. Prior to founding Hard Yards, Jason was a vice president at the Human Geo Group and a product manager at Ringtail Design. Both these companies are software development and data visualization pioneers, supporting national security agencies. Jason is a former Navy SEAL officer, and he brings more than 20 years of deep special operations and intelligence community expertise. Without further ado, Jason Lamb.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate the introduction. First off, let me talk a little bit about Hard Yards. We're not a landscaping company. Sometimes the name confuses folks. We have gotten calls to do people's lawns before. Here's the metaphor that we use, and in this case, it's a metaphor for digital transformation. So in days of tall ships, the crew, when they're working on the highest yard arms of the mast to get the canvas to the top of the mast, it gets increasingly difficult. The closer you get to the top, you're farther away from the center of gravity. There's more weight to the canvas, and it just gets harder. We think it's a great metaphor for digital transformation because often when we're working at the team level for implementing agile practices, the basic ceremonies and practices, that's the easy stuff. When you start moving upstream in an organization, getting closer to the enterprise level, how are you making the system level decisions? How do you set the culture? How do you make sure the organizational design is set up to enable the teams to have success? That's where it gets really hard. That's where the Hard Yards metaphor comes from. Now getting into the brief. So this is a picture, and I'm going to crosswalk to the extent that I can my experiences in special operations to this. None of the photos are actual photos of me or based on any. Well, some of them are based on real operations, but the purpose of this is not to talk through any of my exploits. It's to talk through the relationship of some of these experiences to technology and DevOps specifically. So when a special operations team guy is on the back of an airplane about ready to jump out on, and this is an example of a high altitude, high opening operation, where you may have a heavy rucksack at your feet, you might be carrying a weapon, you might have night vision goggles on, and you're staring out into this abyss. If you ask to a man or to a woman what they're thinking about right before they decide to jump off the ledge there, they will pretty much unanimously say, screw it. And I thought to myself in a risk analysis, is this a good thing that culturally there's this bias towards action? Like there's all this risk involved. So is that a good decision just when you're faced with these decisions to be inclined to go ahead and jump? And this is an effort to unpack that bias towards action from a training and special operations pipeline to a DevOps CI/CD pipeline, and see if we can walk the dog and make some connections between the experiences. So first, we're going to talk about at a strategic level in the military, talk about strategic levels of war in the context of DevOps. This is enterprise level cultural kind of system level things to consider when managing risk. So first off here, I was in the Navy. One of the things I love about the Navy is the culture. The culture is born from days when ships did not have communications for command and control. They had to be given some clear guidance and a mission and purpose, and they went to sea, and the commanding officer, to the best of their extent, executed on that in a very decentralized fashion. So today, even though command and control communications have caught up, we have the IT systems to make more real-time coordinated decisions. This culture still persists in the Navy. And one of the command and control structures that was born really out of the Cold War and positioning the US against Russian forces, where US had this very high technology small number of very high technology platforms. And the Russians built lesser technology, but much higher volume of platforms. So there was a swarm kind of effect in trying to plan against a Russian attack. So what you see here is a picture of an aircraft carrier battle group. And what the Navy generated was a method of command and control called command by negation. And the premise here is mission command. You give commanders left and right limits, you give them guidance, and when they have to respond to change, they act first and then communicate what they've done back up the chain of command, and leaders can then say, stop what you're doing, but first lean into it and respond, because we don't want to slow you down. How this works in the technology arena is, today what we've learned is giving folks a clear product vision or objectives and key results, setting a framework by which teams operate so that they know to operate within those bounds. That enables speed in organizations. It helps allow you to decentralize the way you work inside a technology company. All right, next up, this is an iconic photo here from the UBL raid of the White House sit room. And one of the things that the enterprise perspective and really at the team-based perspective that's important to see here is almost every element of US national security is represented in this photo. So critically important to maintain this systems-based or enterprise perspective in your organization, but not only at the top, like not only with the executives in the organization. How do you push that down to the lowest level so folks are thinking about the system level impacts of the things that you do? And I think, as we know, unit level testing is not as hard as integration level testing, is not as hard as system level testing. But how do you make sure you're taking these things into account and that's pervasive in your culture? All right, now speaking of culture, here's a photo of the Secret Service protecting the president. And over years, in their context, the way the Secret Service will react to a threat is a very defensive posture. In the combat environment, over time, special operations have been tasked with this personal security mission. And the special operations, we learned to adapt, was a more offensive posture rather than taking the lessons learned from the Secret Service and the defensive posture, because in the operational context and based on our culture, we were more wired to have this bias towards action, this more sort of aggressive approach. And I believe that is a chipmunk. It's in the front of this graphic. It's a very odd photo I pulled off the internet. This next one, though, this is a humanitarian mission. And the thing to consider is where the Secret Service in their environment and context has this defensive posture in a civilian setting, in a metropolitan setting, and then maybe the SEAL teams have taken on this aggressive posture in a more military environment. Well, what's the culture that you want to have set for how you act now, given a different context, like a humanitarian situation? How do you want your culture, your team to be wired to respond? And I'd offer that, the SEAL culture may not be wired to context switch in that same way. And for a developer, the things to think about are, as you're implementing a DevOps culture, how do you make sure you have an element of human-centered design in your approach? How do you make sure folks are wired to think about security as well, so that your bias isn't so technical that you don't bring in some of these other aspects of development that are important to make sure you're delivering for the customer? All right, so next we're going to transition from the strategic, cultural enterprise mindset to more implementation at the program level or the team of teams level, how to think about risk. All right, so this photo is a picture of a SEAL delivery vehicle, a mini submarine that's coming home to a dry deck shelter. It's a garage that's on the back of another submarine. And I spent a very limited amount of time participating in these kind of operations, and they are by far the most complex thing that I experienced in my time in the military. And, really the thing to think about here is how you organize to keep things simple, keep it simple, stupid, complex. Because at some point, if a thing is just massively complex, it is difficult, if not impossible, to manage the risk. So when you think about a microservices architecture, this effort to reduce your dependencies in the system reduces the complexity and gives you the ability to do very complicated things in a way that you can manage the risk. So we always offer that first and foremost, you want to identify all the dependencies that you have. You want to eliminate those dependencies if you can, and if you absolutely can't eliminate those dependencies, then you want to figure out ways that you can manage those dependencies in your systems. But ultimately, keeping it simpler is better. Okay, next lesson, and this is a picture from Vietnam and a SEAL team there. And one of the things I think when the SEALs formed up that they're very good about is this idea of cross-functionality on the team. And sometimes there's a debate at times when you talk about cross-functionality. Does that mean every engineer has to have the same skills? Do they all have to be able to do each other's jobs? Or does that mean you have a cross-functional, diverse team? And I think the answer is somewhere in between. You want these T-shaped individuals, folks that have some training that's common to all. In the Marine Corps, they say that every Marine is a rifleman first. Like what's that basic training? What are the basic skills that folks across your team have? And then how do you make sure that they understand security, they understand human-centered design, they understand these other aspects in the system so that they can work together effectively. And here in this photo, you'll see the outfitting of the team. They have some very common uniforms, some common gear they have to carry, but then there are deep experts on the team. They might have a sniper or a demolitions expert that's got other training, but they can cross-load a lot of their work together. And that's really the cross-loading of capacity is this photo I love from our basic underwater demolition school training. For the beginning of your training, your boat crew is assigned a boat that you have to carry around on your head everywhere you go. And particularly in Hell Week, which is where they see the most attrition in training, the powerful lesson that I learned there about teamwork was when we started, and we had over 100 people in our class, far less than half of that by the time Hell Week was done. Every time someone would quit, they would reassign your team, and as the week went on, you would think that you're more tired and that boat would feel heavier. But the reality was, as people that were more committed to the team and did their share of the work, as long as everyone was balancing their capacity across that boat, it actually was not that heavy for a full boat crew to carry. And it became easier, not harder over time. And then from a technical perspective, I like this metaphor when thinking about how you're managing capacity across your teams. So it's one thing to manage it at the team level and the backlogs that you have and the work in progress at the team level. But thinking about the overall system capacity is a much harder thing to manage. What you don't want inside your system is one team of two that's got the same size boat that they're carrying, that initiative or epic that's outsized for the team that you have. How are you managing to make sure the capacity equates to the work that you're assigning to make sure that you continue to move fast and effectively in your deployments? All right, and I'm going to spend actually less time at the team level or this tactical level because it's this in other contexts takes longer for folks to understand. In DevOps, it's sort of fundamental to the capability, which is this idea of train like you fight. It's one of the things that the SEAL team does very well is they want to make sure their training environment is as close as possible to their operational environment. And that's fundamental to having a development environment that's the same as your operational environment in DevOps. And that's really in reflecting on the strategic, the operational, and the tactical levels of war, how that relates to the same thing with the enterprise team level and program level. the key takeaways for me are that, this bias towards action that you want in your system, it's better to have a culture and a system that's managed for risk to allow at the very tactical level this bias to take action in a way that and so for the jumper leaving the airplane, they know that they have the training, they know that they have the right equipment, they know that the right procedures are in place if there's a problem. All of this wraps their ability to make a small decision to deploy or to jump in a way that they know that the risk is mitigated throughout the system at all different levels. And this slide shares a couple of the takeaways that I have from the overall presentation. I appreciate your time. That's all I have.
Thanks, Jason. That was an excellent talk. I really like the way you tied in, functional military teams and how really DevOps has a lot of similarities in training like you fight, having this environment parity. Very interesting talk on some real experiences there, and how it ties into what DevOps is trying to do.
Thanks, Jeff.
I'm going to check our chat, see if we have any questions for you. Got some oorahs in there. Let me check here.
So I had a quick question for Jason.
Excellent. Go ahead, Hasan.
Yeah. So one of the things in the very difficult in DevOps or DevSecOps environment to really align the risk with the security. I know risk is more about the business risk, like talking about the business context, business continuity, business work. So Jason, what do you think about getting a business aligned with the security? Do you see a relationship, and how do you advise to the folks aligning the risk strategy with the security?
I look at that. I look at security as part and parcel to business risk. So I think alignment throughout all functions of the enterprise is required for a good approach to risk management.
One of the takeaways, actually, when I hearing your talk, and the security is very related with the risk, because at the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves how much we're going to align with the security that will address the risk specifically, which is the cultural thinking, organizational value. Getting a self-organized team working with the oriented the business risk and apply into the security context, that will be very operational, very helpful. So I have one more questions also related to risk content. And how do you think about the build up the culture that will take the risk as part of their work, not really making stressed out, but more about the risk aware cultures, like focusing on we have something we have to address, and here's our mitigation, here's our plan, and share the mitigation plan with others. Do you have any sight on the building of a cultural risk or risk in a cultural team?
The challenge with it is, at least from the experience that we've had consulting, is that we're often stepping into organizations where the culture already exists. So it's rare you get to design this from scratch and start. So it's really how do you take small bites at exposing folks to the theory and the opportunity and the success stories around how you can help manage for the risk. And really that's starting with small projects, demonstrating the success and the value of the organization, and communicating widely what conditions were set in order to allow that to occur, so that business leaders can crosswalk their decision-making processes and their actions to the behaviors required for success in the teams.
If I hear you, like, team can share what are the possible solution for the risks, and then let the teams or risk manager or the management team will decide based on the fact coming from the teams. I asked that question specifically because one of the big barrier in the ATO implementation is addressing the risk management framework, because risk is organization or a team member, they have to define what type of risk they are dealing. But end of the day, somebody has to supply some other artifacts for what type of things they are dealing with, the security related or the impact of the business, impact of the work, because end of the day, that may be a lose in the work, like maybe the bridge, maybe a data elements. And tying with the organizational thinking with the team approach, I think it's a good way. It's a good way of really talking about the risk and with the cultural elements. Yeah. Then I have one more topic actually we can talk in this. I know we have about time about operational. How do you get the feedback from operational team and to the risk teams that will share what we learn from our environments with respect to the current application or current risk portfolio? Do you have any advice on getting a feedback from ops to the risk or the rest of team members?
Well, I think when we think about lean portfolio management, this concept of how do you integrate feedback loops, whether they be new strategic inputs from senior leaders, customer feedback, or the new value creating operations. You want to have a process at the program level where you're taking all these different inputs and synthesizing them so that as, I think risk, you could say, shows up as technical debt, that you're making sure to make that transparent to the organization to understand the impacts, and then to allow the ability to prioritize risk in your backlog of activities so that it gets the appropriate attention required, that it doesn't become hidden as a secondary thing in the work to be done.
So, like, can we share basically what we learn from operation and environment, make it a usable way to the other stakeholders, like digestible ways? I asked that question for myself. It's just a comment, what I learned from my histories and dealing with the communities. Always very difficult, again, that depends on the environment, but very challenging to share operational or production environment data with the other stakeholders. I know there are some materials classified content in it, but if it is not classified, if it's unclassified level, why don't we share what we learn in our production environment or operational, so we can learn from our mistakes. We can learn from the attack vector as an example, share with the engineers and the risks team and security teams and managers. We often don't do that. But I asked the question myself because hackers, they already know what we have in our production environment. They know better than us. But we're not sharing what we have in our operation environment with the rest of engineers. It's kind of like bothering me, but I think it's the cultural mindset, right? Sharing, it's important with the context of business.
Well, I think that transparency is probably one of the more undervalued, higher level elements that's required. Both transparency, making your work visible, but then as or more importantly in retrospectives, making sure you're taking lessons learned from the team, you're communicating those broadly, you're sharing those and implementing it into your work. It takes courage to have the transparency, and oftentimes that can be lacking in organizations, but it's the courage that will allow you to manage the risk.
I think it's a matter of the management support as well, right? Management should say, not a punishing what we make mistakes, it's about learning from our mistakes. It is not we're gonna punish you, it's just gonna learn from our mistakes and share it. Nothing is wrong. Because end of the day, we have to fix that. Somebody has to fix it. If somebody fixed that, the fixing should be shared with other team members. What I learned also, sharing is helping for building up a trust relationship between the stakeholders.
Absolutely.
Hey, thank you so much. We can continue forever, but I don't want to continue now. We have another speaker lineup.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
Take care.
All right, we're going to go on a quick about 5-minute break, and we'll continue with Amber Vandenberg at 11:30.
All right, awesome.
Hello, everybody. Our next speaker is Amber Vanderburg of Amber Vanderburg LLC. Now, she is an award-winning international business person, coach, and speaker. She was named in Tulsa's 40 Under 40, Oklahoma's 30 Under 30, and is a 3-time SHRM award winner with an MA degree in organizational dynamics from the University of Oklahoma and certifications in Lean Six Sigma and Scrum. She has quite a bit in her bio, so without further ado, I want to let her take the floor, and she's going to talk about the Innovation Ninja. Amber, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. Hello, everyone. Glad to be here today. So I've been watching a few of the sessions, and I really want to get to know you. We're going to be spending quite a bit of time doing some innovation activities that you can use within your team today. But first, I want to get to know you a little bit better. So we're going to start off. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. I'm assuming most of us are at home. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds, and I want you to find 2 items within your household. So the first item is going to be an item that begins with the first letter of your first name. So I had planned on bringing an apple, and then I ate it for breakfast this morning. So that was my bad. So instead, I have an album because I like music, and my name is Amber. The second item is going to be a item that begins with the first letter of your last name. So I have a vase. My last name is Vanderburg. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds as fast as you can to find these 2 items. One that begins with the first letter of your first name, one that begins with the first letter of your last name, and bring them to the table. We're going to use these for our first activity. Ready, set, go. Fast as you can, fast as you can. You have about 20 seconds left. 20 seconds left. Find 2 items. All right. You won. All right. So let me see in here who can put in the chats. I really want to see. You can either put a picture or you can just type what items you grabbed that represent your names. So your first name or your last name. Love to see some interaction within here. So I have an album for Amber and a vase for Vanderburg. I had someone last week bring a baby because their name was Beth. All right.
From Shane, we have a shoe and a mug.
A shoe. All right. All right. A microphone for Miller. Okay. I'm loving this. Dog's name is Scooby. All right. All right. This is great. Yeah. These are some great things that you guys brought. I only gave you a very short amount of time to find something to go with your name. One thing that I am finding the more and more we do Zoom chats is it's very easy to be on the screen and not really know the people around you. And so this is one different way that you can get to know the people within your team and within your Zoom chats. It's a quick way to get those innovation juices flowing in a way that we can get to know one another. And see, in this activity, it's a very short one, but we are solving the problem of going on Zoom chats and not really knowing the other people within the room. And it really brings me to the genesis of innovation, especially within your team and especially within DevSecOps. And that is, whenever we are innovative, we must first identify why we are being innovative. Why are we seeking to be more creative and have those innovative solutions? See, what I've found is that whenever we are problem solving, whenever we are being innovative, we are solving one of 3 different problems. And identifying what type of problem we are solving will help us be more strategic and more catered in the way that we are innovative. So the first problem that many teams are addressing with their innovative solutions is improving an existing system that is broken or that needs fixing. So it's fixing this existing system. The second problem that teams are solving could be improving or building upon an existing system. So this could be making it a little bit better to be more competitive and to be more relevant. Third one is to create a whole new system altogether. So you're not relying off of the existing system, you're building something new altogether. And all three of these are very different problems that we encounter within our teams. And this will have a major impact on the methods that we use within finding our innovative solution. See, if you want an answer to a problem, then you'll find an answer, but that answer might not be the solution if we're not asking the right questions. So we must first identify the exact problem that we are looking to solve in order to identify the innovation methods that we are using within our team. For example, if you are wanting to fix an existing system, then at that point, you're looking to restore or preserve something that already exists. And so, especially in the beginning stages, it will be important for us more of a causal analysis and for us to truly get specific to identify the root cause of what we are solving. And it's in those moments that we're looking for being very specific in finding a resolution. For example, there's a very famous story of whenever YouTube was coming up with videos for the phone, for your phone, there was a challenge that some of the videos were coming in upside down. And so in that scenario, are you trying to come up with a whole different way to shoot videos? Are you being innovative in that regard? Or are you identifying a problem and trying to find an innovative solution? And so in that, they had to ask a series of questions and really identify the root cause of that challenge. And the challenge is that there are some people that are left-handed. And so they were able to identify the root cause and have that causal analysis, so then they could be more strategic in their innovative methods to find a solution to that specific problem. And so whenever you are identifying a problem that needs fixing of an existing solution, it's important that the first thing that we do is engage in a causal analysis so that we can be more specific in the way that we are innovative and not being innovative just for innovation's sake. Now, if I am evolving or progressing an existing system, if we are trying to stay competitive, stay relevant, and continuing to progress, then this is a little bit different than fixing a problem. Here, we're looking to increase the current value of the system. And so it's important in this scenario to use a little bit more systematic methods. There's a little bit of value engineering that will come in whenever we are trying to progress and improve an existing system. Again, this is a different purpose of innovation than fixing a problem. And so it's in these scenarios, it's important to deconstruct and understand the true value of your current product. So a huge example that I always think of in these scenarios is my iPhone. So there's a reason why we have iPhone 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We continue to progress in your iPhone, right? And so, or in your phone in general, right? And so this is a situation where we are continuing to improve so that we can stay competitive and relevant within the market. So whenever you are in a team and you are looking to improve a product, so identify the purpose behind your innovation, behind this innovation initiative, and then ask the questions to have that value engineering and really pinpoint the value of current product. That way you can improve and you can be very strategic in the way that you are moving forward. And so first, we're looking to fix an existing system. Second purpose is to improve upon an existing system. And then the third is to create a whole new system altogether. And this is generally what some people will think of whenever we are speaking about innovations. Oh, we have to create something totally new. Because this is a little bit, this is exciting. But let us first acknowledge the different purposes of innovation so we can be specific in what we are doing and how we are being innovative. That way we can truly solve the problem. So whenever creating something new, this is whenever I think of Edison, I think of Tesla, I think of Disney. And this is whenever you're taking a lot of different experiences, a lot of different skill sets, a lot of different knowledge, and truly collaborating and corroborating to bring all of this together to create something new. And so there are different methods of brainstorming, identifying what problem you're actually solving whenever you are creating those entirely new systems all together. Now, that was a lot of information, but it's so important, especially at the beginning, to identify the purpose of your innovation. That way you can be strategic in your innovation methods. It's very much sharpening the axe before you cut down the tree. I've been with teams that spend hours and days coming up with all of these new ideas, but they forgot the most important thing was to first ask the right questions. And it's very much the difference between asking, what is 5 + 5? The answer is 10. And asking the question, what two numbers equal 10? And while the questions may have some sort of resemblance, they more than likely will come up with two different answers: 9 and 1, 7 and 3, 6 and 4. There's a lot more variation within the way that we're asking the questions so that we can get specific in the answers that we seek to receive. Now, the first major area of balance that many teams seek in order to create a culture of true innovation is to have a challenge where you can really enter in through a flow state. Now, this isn't a new idea. There is a psychologist named Mihai Csikszentmihalyi. I think I said that right. And he writes about this idea of flow, which really just states that we seek to do something that is within our ability, but is also challenging to us. If we engage in a challenge that is way beyond our ability, then we're more likely to become frustrated and become disheartened and want to really give up and not really enter into our most innovative state. I'll give you an example. In this quarantine time, a major trend that has happened is people really want to bake bread. Which I say, great, but if you were like me, my current ability of making bread is like making toast, and that's about it. And so deciding at the get-go to try and make something like sourdough bread, which is seen as kind of the Mount Everest of baking bread, can be extremely challenging and very frustrating and beyond what my first ability is. And so I was able to first make a little bit easier bread, like white bread, and then build my way up. So we want to find something that is within our challenge, within our ability level. On the other hand, if we engage in challenges that are way too easy, way within our ability, then we'll become honestly bored and pretty disinterested. And that is not a state in which we enter into our most innovative self as well. So there's a balance in finding something that is challenging, that challenges your ability and your intellect, but then also finding something that is within your ability and not way beyond or way below what you can do. So that's the first that we find. the second balance that we have is really within identifying those goals and setting those parameters. And so there's a real balance between we've identified the purpose of our innovation, but now we really need to get a little bit more specific into what the framework is and what our parameters are. There is a tension between setting the parameters and setting that framework and then allowing a space for that innovation and for that creativity. So having a little bit of flexibility, having a bit of agility within the project. Having that balance between setting clear parameters and then allowing space within the how. And so whenever I work with leaders, and whenever I work with a lot of teams, we first get very specific into what we are doing, what success looks like, and of course, why we are doing it. And then we allow space within the how. And so these are very clear on what the framework is and what the parameters are. And then we allow space within the how to be more innovative and to be creative. And so there's a balance and there is a tension within that so that we can truly create an environment that, again, is not being innovative just for innovative sake, but it's being very focused, being very strategic to meet our goal, but then also allowing flexibility and that elasticity within our team so that we can really take those risks and try those new things. So having that balance within your challenge and ability, having that balance within your parameters and your flexibility within the project. And then the last is also having that real flexibility within your feedback, having that balance within your feedback loops as well. So feedback loops are super important. I do a lot of training on performance feedback and having effective feedback loops within your communication. But it's important to have the balance between not having feedback every second to where you don't get any momentum before something's shut down. So that can actually inhibit some creativity and innovation. So rather than maybe shutting down ideas as soon as they come, take a little bit of time, explore those ideas, and then have those feedback loops in a balanced way. So there are some feedback loops that go really, really fast within the ideation phase specifically is what I'm talking about. So within that ideation phase, shutting those ideas down so quickly can be inhibiting to some innovation. And then, of course, you have the other end where you have feedback loops that are way too, you don't get feedback for a very long time. And then has a whole set of issues as well, especially in this ideation phase and coming up with new ideas. So you want to be able to have a balance within your feedback loops. Maybe not having a retrospective every 5 minutes, but within that ideation phase, but also having a balance of, okay, we've collected a lot of ideas. Now let's take the time to, analyze the direction where you're going, what is going well, what can we do a little bit differently within this ideation phase. And so finding that balance while you are in these innovative methods is really important for your team to really thrive in a culture that can be at its most innovative self. So again, there's a lot of information. We have a lot of tools that we can use to identify the purpose of our innovation. And there's a tension and a balance within the environment in which we are working so that we can truly unlock our most innovative self. Now, I'm not one to just talk about all theory. This is a little bit more of an interactive presentation. So I actually want to go through an example of this right now. Now, I understand we have people on all spectrums of DevOps. And so this is going to be a little bit more in theory. So I'm going to give you just a second if you want to grab a pen and a paper. We're going to do a little bit of a design. I'll give you the challenge. See, I am working with a vet company with the veterinarian clinic, and they have a dog. I don't know if you can see the dog right here. Now, this dog, his name is Rover, and we have gotten some feedback that the clients, they like the idea of having a dog as their this is their logo. So this is their really their mascot for the company. They like having a dog. They specifically like the floppy ears. But we are getting ready to have another vet clinic open across the street, and we want to have we want to update our dog so it can be more friendly and more welcoming. We've gotten a lot of feedback that this dog is not very friendly and not very welcoming, specifically the fact that it's not smiling. And so we like the floppy ears. This is something that we can improve on. We like the fact that it's a dog. People really like dogs. But one thing, so these are two things that we really want to continue to use within our mascot for this vet clinic. But one thing we specifically want to improve is the fact that it's not very happy, and it doesn't look super friendly. He kind of looks a little miserable. So what I'm going to do is first I'm going to see if anybody wants to ask any questions about this dog, because I'm about to give you a full-on challenge of we are going to redesign this dog right here, right now. Does anybody have any questions that or any more information that you need?
Amber, we do have one question here from Mr. Moon.
Oh.
What organization, private or public sector, have you seen that best hits your innovation culture characterizations?
Oh boy. I have worked with sports teams, honestly, have been very good about this. So I've worked quite a bit within football or soccer. So they've been pretty good about that. Within tech organizations, there are a few smaller companies that I've worked in within Germany and within the Netherlands and San Francisco. So one thing that I think is the key is having innovation and having these methods at the core of the culture. And so recognizing that, okay, we don't want to be on the far end of micromanaged, super challenging, no all the time, but having that very clear what and why, and then having that how in between. So yeah, I have seen it done more successfully in the private sector than in the public sector, in my experience. But yeah, generally it does come from a real core value of identifying that what and why, and then being very intentional about providing ownership and providing responsible ownership within the how. Yeah, that's a good question.
Excellent. We only have a couple minutes, but I think folks won't mind going a little bit, getting close to our lunch break to see this redesign of this dog.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be it's going to be a 3-minute activity. What you're going to do is you're going to take out your piece of paper, and landscape wise, I want you to draw one line across, and then draw 3 lines, and then draw 3 lines vertically. Okay, and so you should have 8 boxes. And I am going to give you 30 seconds. Actually, I'm going to give you 20 seconds per box. So I'm going to let you know when to go to the next box. So you're going to spend 20 seconds per box redesigning a new dog that looks happier and that looks more welcoming, keeping the floppy ears. Okay? Are we ready? Get set. I'm so excited to see this. I'm so not ready. All right, ready? Get set. Go. Next box. Almost there. Next box. Joseph, are we allowed to play music?
I don't think anyone can stop you.
All right, well then I'm gonna do it. All right, next box. I don't know about you, but I need some creativity music. Next box. Next box. Almost there. Next box. I think you got one more. All right, I think that's 8. All right. How was that? Did everyone get 8 dogs drawn? 20 seconds is not a long time.
I have 8 objects that I don't think
You
one
8
resembles a dog.
objects. You know, 20 seconds is not a long time. This really comes from, I mean, truly instinct. Sometimes whenever I work with teams, I'll go between 20 and 45 seconds. Usually 30 is a good in between. Yeah, so first we're identifying that problem, and it really is instinct to come up with 8 true solutions. Yeah, one for every 2 to 3 sessions. Yeah, so it's a really great way to first identify that problem and then get a lot of really instinctual ideas out right away. Whenever I work with teams, especially remotely right now, I put those all in a Slack group. We can see everybody's ideas, and then we can have ideation off of that. And we can really have powerful brainstorming, very specific to having a redesign of this dog. So I'd love it if everyone could actually put it into the Slack, and then we can have a continuous conversation to kind of point out, okay, what are some things that we liked about some boxes? If you're so brave, I understand we're not all artists here. That was my drawn dog, so it's clearly not great. But we can have a continuous conversation and truly identify what we liked, what we can continue to improve upon. And then what we'll do is we'll take that feedback and then maybe have a longer period. So I don't really go more than a minute, but in the second round, I'll give a little bit more time because we have more feedback that we're filtering through. And so I'll do that a couple times to get a lot of ideas out that are specific to solving the problem. We're not just drawing dogs, but we are being specific in solving that problem so that we can come up with a better mascot for our vet clinic. So these are some things that you can use with team, depending on the prompt that you have. I've used this for, especially on front-end development, on designing new product, designing new software, being very specific in what we are using to, improve, fix, and come up with new systems, specifically within DevOps. So I think that, thank you so much. So I think that that's actually all the time that I have for today. I will be in a breakout room at 2 o'clock today. We're going to do a few more games a little bit specific to this, and I'd love to take any questions that you have. Also, feel free to follow me on social media. I'm on Twitter. All the social media, you can come and find me, and I'd love to be able to answer any questions that you have as well.
Great. Thanks so much, Amber. We are going to move into lunch. Everyone, please join her at 2 o'clock for a chat. During the lunch break, we're going to have a fireside chat with Hasan Yasar, so please hang around for that.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Hi, thanks for joining. My name is Aaron Volpin, joining you from sunny Denver, Colorado. It's my distinct honor to introduce Mark Hahn, who is coming at us from Cyber Global. There, he's the Director of Cloud Strategies and DevOps. He's been at it for over 25 years as a principal architect, delivering large-scale systems, including Wall Street trading systems, multinational retail payment systems, and supply chain systems. He's one of those rare guys who's at the high director level, but still finds time to hone his skills and maintain his hands-on chops. He's been at Cyber for 6 years, and he's responsible for the design and tooling of cloud and DevOps frameworks. Today, he's going to be talking to us about security as an awesome product feature, which I can't agree more. Mark, thanks for joining us, and I hand it off to you.
Great. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that introduction. So I want to talk about security as an awesome product feature. This is something that occurred to me. I was actually listening to the Breaking Down Security podcast in the December timeframe, and in there, the speaker, Noid, whose name is Brian Harden, and he's an information security professional, mentioned, development teams just want to work on awesome features, not security, and they don't realize that security is an awesome feature in itself. And I thought to myself that most of the teams that I work with, I've been trying to push the notion that security is an awesome feature, and that these are things that development teams really should want to work on for themselves. So to that end, let's talk a little bit about that word awesome. So it's an adjective, and that means that it describes something else, and particularly it's an adjective that talks about the value of something in relation to something else. So we use it as a comparison to make a determination is something more valuable than another. And this is how DevOps teams work. So they're working to drive towards business value, and they're making judgment calls and trying to make relative choices between different things that they're going to work on. So let's take a brief look at how DevOps or DevSecOps teams actually work. So Angel Rivera talked earlier today about the DevOps infinity loop, where you've got these multiple stages and multiple processes. So, and then recently Gartner has published a report that shows the DevOps tool chain and how it works. And it's a much more complicated diagram with feedback going back and forth across the diagram. And I'm a simple person, and I prefer more straightforward approaches to doing work. So I like to think of, on the right-hand side, this loop where you go, you plan some work, you build it, you test that it's doing what you expect it to do, you deploy that work, and then you monitor to make sure that it does actually what you want. So you're kind of following the scientific principle between a hypothesis and some testing, and then verify the results are what you expected. And that is how DevOps teams get from some kind of idea of something that needs to be done to actually building a product. DevOps teams succeed because they can move around that loop relatively fast. So if you're at a really high performing organization like maybe Google or Amazon, you can move around that loop multiple times per day and deliver software multiple times per day. Most enterprises that I deal with tend to be smaller, and they tend to have much more legacy workloads. So they're struggling to make it around this loop on a monthly basis, or if you're lucky, a 2-weekly basis. So lots of teams I talk to have 2-week sprints, but they're not deploying at the end of those sprints. They're potentially deploying. So they don't get to see the results of their software in production as often as it would make, as they should be. So, and if you're not deploying software, you're not getting a chance to monitor, and you're not using that feedback to plan the next increment of work. So what we try to do is empower teams to move as quickly through this as possible. And we want teams to be empowered. So when I think of DevOps, I think of development teams that have full responsibility end to end for their product. So those teams, typically they tend to be very flat teams. So you've got a bunch of developers all working in direction. One of those developers might be a dev lead as opposed to a developer. And you've got a product owner whose job it is to make the final call on what products, what features actually go into this product, what features are the next things to get built and deployed and monitored in production. So I like to talk about, I try to, at our consultancy, we try to build empowered teams who make a lot of decisions on their own. And they're making choices between whether they're going to do a particular feature or they're going to add a particular security control in, or that falls to them. And outside of that, outside of that, they don't have to do that. They don't have to listen to what other people are actually telling them. They have to take that input and put it in their planning cycle, but they get to make the ultimate choice about what gets worked on. So when they're doing that, they have a lot of different constituencies that they have got to be working with. So from the business owners that actually have the product manager, a business analyst, or some kind of product designer, they've got to negotiate with those with the business owners to decide which features make it into a particular release, which features are the things that they're going to work on. There's senior leadership, your executive team, your vice presidents, your directors, all who have, want some knowledge from this team. Where are they? What are they working on? The end users have a say in this process as well. So end users will use a particular feature or not as they see fit, and whether they trust that feature or not. And so in addition to having a well-crafted feature, it's important to have a feature that users trust. And that is what elevates security up the rank. And it's important that the development team take those into account. At the same time, they've got to work with an operations team or an infrastructure team. So a more mature organization is going to work with an SRE team, a site reliability engineering or a system reliability engineering team. So that team doesn't actually operate, an SRE team does not actually operate the system. They provide consultation to the development team on how the development team should be operating that system. Or they might work with a tier one or an operations team that fully takes over responsibility. And so then it's up to the development team to figure out ways of being able to monitor and to take into account the things that the operation team is asking of them. And finally, and probably more importantly, definitely more importantly for this talk, is the information security constituency. So your InfoSec analyst, your compliance person, your security analyst, they all have requirements and opinions about what should be done. And it's important that the development team respect that. In fact, the development team should have a lot of opinions about how security should be done and should be trying to incorporate the security features that they deem necessary into their product, and should actually be the ones reaching out to information security to get advice on what features make sense for a given release. So it's the empowered team that is using their skills of doing comparative analysis between the different features to decide which things get worked on and which things are deployed and which things represent the next product increment that's going out the door. And so at this point, the first half of this presentation has really been about convincing you that developers should care about security and that developers already have existing mechanisms to be able to include security features. They have stack ranking and they can slot features into the stack rank where it makes sense. And they can, so it's their responsibility to plan for security and get security into the product. If the features, if multi-factor authentication is important and should be in the product, it's important for the development team to make the case and to move that up. So then the question is, how do we go about doing that, right? So we're going to evaluate features and we're going to, I've mentioned stack ranking a lot. So you can only work on pretty much one thing at a time. So particularly when you're doing development work. So how do you stack rank these things? And we've got a couple of different ways. Relative valuations. So you're going to make some determination using a relative scale. So there are hard requirements, meaning these are requirements that must be met, like regulatory mandates or particular things. You know, the product is not a product without a particular portion of a particular feature. So there are important requirements such as using TLS and up-to-date Cipher suites. It's important that those things are important, and making sure you're up to grade and taking the time out of your feature development to work on those particular doing that upgrade is important. Using a proper authentication scheme and say maybe migrating from an older authentication scheme to a new one. Then there are some good ideas like multi-factor authentication, encryption at rest, session timeouts. Those are all things that don't have to be done right away. Possibly, if you're a bank or an investment house, then maybe multi-factor authentication is something that moves up to being very important. Whereas if you're a social network and you're doing sharing of videos or something of that nature, then maybe multi-factor authentication is less important. Although I still read anecdotes about people who have been locked out of their accounts by bad guys. So maybe multi-factor authentication is something on a social network that should be higher rated. Maybe it's time to add that as an important feature as you look to the next thing. Application firewalls. So that may be something that's down the road. They may be expensive to put in place. So you may need to plan longer for that, put that on a longer term roadmap. But we use these relative evaluations. They come from opinions of people in the room, and this is a perfectly good acceptable way of doing it. Then the other way to look at this is as monetary evaluations. What does not doing this cost you? What does the time and effort? What's the trade-off? So on a monetary scale, your product designer may decide that a particular feature is going to increase user engagement by some percentage point, and the lifetime value of a user is X amount. So they'll make a determination if we can get 2% more users, and a user is worth $900, then over their lifetime, then we have X amount of new revenue coming into the product. And that's a perfectly, you do that math and you get there. The flip side is if you don't do some of these security features and data is lost, then you're subject to fines and you're subject to costs. So, hard costs, if you look at the most recent IBM and Ponman data breach report, it can cost you $4 million if you have a substantial data breach. At 150 per record. And this is just the remediation cost. This is the cost of having to address this out of band to your regular work, having to hire consultants to come in and evaluate, do forensic analysis, having to hire lawyers and PR firms. Those costs all up, you're going to incur them and have to get through that. We're using Zoom as a part of this conference today, and they've not had data breaches, but they've certainly had some PR, and they've certainly spent some money to make up for the fact that they didn't put in the security features that they said they were going to. They should have prioritized those. They spent a lot of money doing that. The other way to look at this is if you have international clients, you're subject to GDPR, and the fines for GDPR, not just the cost of trying to fix it, but just a straight up fine, a check that you write to the regulatory authorities, 20 million euros. And that's the GDPR legislation is written so that's the larger of 20 million or 4% of your annual revenue. That's going to be a very big number. That's a very big number that, if you're, if you're a $1 billion a year company, that's 4 million, that's a lot of money. CCPA, the California Privacy Act, the Consumer Privacy Act, the fines there are $2,500 per consumer or per record lost. And so if you're assuming, if the average breach is 25,000 records, that nets out to $62.5 million. That's a significant amount of money, and that compares less, that's a lot less than hiring one more developer to help put in the security features, or signing up for whatever it is, an application firewall and paying $250,000 a year for firewall services, or whatever the cost might be. So you can use monetary values to figure out how you move and change the ranking of security features, so that security features ratchet up in terms of dollar cost comparison as you're doing your planning for your next cycle. So what are the sorts of things that you might want to do? So again, in the Gartner 12 Things to Get Right for Successful DevSecOps report that was released last year, they recommend these things, and it's kind of a laundry list, and there's a lot more detail in that report. This can be a lot for teams to undertake, and in fact, given a list like this, you may end up looking at it and thinking, gosh, there's so much here, I don't know where to start. I don't even know. I'd rather go work on a feature that I know what's involved. The product designer has laid it out for me. I know how to build that feature. So I'm going to go work on that rather than some of this stuff that I don't really understand. But I think these are, these 12 things, if you're an empowered team and I've convinced you that you need to work on security, then this is a fairly good roadmap for moving forward. Recognizing, I think point 2 is worth mentioning, recognizing that you can't eliminate all vulnerabilities, but you can eliminate a lot of them. So working, just starting with out of the gate with a security scanning tool, taking a look at your attack surface, doing some basic planning, is well worth that effort and will yield results. So you don't have to undertake this whole list at once. You can break it up. The other recommendation, or another really good source for things that teams should be doing to plan their security workload, is to use the Open SAM model from OWASP. So OWASP is known for the top 10 vulnerabilities, but they're lesser known for the Open SAM project that they've got. It stands for Security Assurance Maturity Model. And I think this covers the basis of things that you want to do. It's organized in different phases of work. The one problem that this has got is that it is pretty complicated. So it's got 5 critical functions that are the columns, and 3 rows of security practices in each one of those critical function areas. So that's and then each one of those boxes has 3 maturity levels. So that's 45 separate mandates that come with the Open SAM model. And then each one of those maturity models has got 2 streams. So that's 90 separate definitions of work that you've got to do. That's a lot to undertake at the beginning. So my recommendation for teams, and going back to my model of a loop with 5 simple steps to get work done: plan, build, test, deploy, and monitor, is to make sure to remember that you're working on iterations of this. And so you can include in an iteration a small slice of what makes sense. And again, you're going to stack rank those iterations, the particular piece of work that you want to do, and choose the right, the next feature, the next component of security that you want to add, and make that fit into the next test, so that the next iteration of work. So this allows you to take a stepwise refinement approach. And this is, just one suggestion, starting, when you're planning, you're going to need a security architecture. You're going to need to know what your identity system is. You need to know how you're protecting your data. Your build, you want to have, DevOps is all around, automated builds and repeatable builds. So that's a great place to start. Just having a good DevOps, just being able to do repeatable builds and repeatable deployments, is a great way to get started. And doing stress testing, so just your regular stress testing, gets at the availability requirement of security, making sure that the system is available, and then monitoring things like event rates. So event rates are one of the great first line indicators of whether your system is operating securely or not. When you see event rates spike for some reason, then that might be a clue that some nefarious actor is doing something weird with your system or using the system in a way that you didn't expect. And maybe you need to go do some investigation. Maybe model that risk, figure out what's going on, and figure out how you can correct that. Software supply chain analysis is something that you can do that's pretty easy. Making sure that you're up to date with the current versions of software, staying up to date on an incremental basis is a lot easier than trying to make that 5-year leap from code that you wrote 5 years ago to now. So each one of these things, you don't have to jump into them and do everything at once. Plan an iteration and loop in the next security features that make sense for your product. So finally, I think I want to leave you. I'll leave a little bit of time for questions and answer here, but I want to leave you with the thought: the reason that development teams need to evaluate security and include security in their planning process and build security in is that the business value of the system cannot be realized if it's not trustworthy. Users are going to make judgment calls on whether a system is trustworthy, and that's important. So bearing security requirements as non-functional requirements only devalues them, and you need to make sure that they're talked about front and center, and that everybody in the organizations understands the value of security, so that it's the development team that's leading the charge on security and not information security that's imposing requirements. If you are leading the charge on security, you get to make the choices the way that you want to and build the security requirements in the way that they make sense to you. So I think I hope I've left you with the idea that development teams are responsible for security. It's their job to reach out and balance the security requirements by talking to their constituencies and looking at how the system is used and planning for the next increment, and that you can actually dig into this stuff in incremental ways so that you can move forward. So that's and I've convinced you that cybersecurity is a business problem, and that we're here to deliver business value. So at this point, I think I'll open it up to questions. So Aaron, if you've got questions, I'd love to answer a few.
I don't see any coming in through the YouTube, but I had a question, Mark. Whenever I'm dealing with my business customers, and I think you hit on this, but do you recommend any tips or techniques on how to have that conversation of expressing security terms in security features in terms of business value? I know some people maybe hold up a straw man of, oh, this could happen to our organization's reputation. If this happens, we do not have encryption at risk. Do you have any other types of tips or hints on how to approach that subject and make the security features a more tangible thing that our business customers can grasp onto?
Right. So I think that the right way to do that is with risk modeling, and spending a little bit of time studying how risk modeling works is a great way to do that. So most features like encryption at rest they're not necessarily hard requirements. You've got to do this because XYZ. So if you're in a PCI environment, then they're mandated and you have no choice. But when you have a choice, then you need to figure out a way to assess relative value. And so you're going to have a negotiation on those features, and you're going to try and find a platform to have that negotiation, whether it's a monetary discussion where you're going to do some mathematics and say, well, we think that the likelihood of something occurring like this is X%, and the cost to remediating that is going to be this amount, and this is the potential fines that might incur, and then doing an analysis. If we think that's only likely to happen, we've 5% likelihood, then do the math that says 5% times some big number is the possible value for that. It's still and it allows you to make a decision where everybody can be comfortable with that. The other thing to do is to recognize that there is a trade-off, that it's a negotiation, and so you're going to make a compromise. And so rather than insisting that we have to do this for a particular reason, you can talk about, well, here are the trade-offs between them, and let's make an informed choice. And so sometimes it might be a trade-off of not whether you're going to do it, but when you're going to do it. So you're going to work on a particular feature this increment, and the security feature the next increment. The other thing to do is to just make sure that you talk about security as something that is awesome. One of the ways that I often tell product owners and business owners, if you really want to get a development team to work on a particular aspect of your project, turn it into a puzzle. Ask them a question about how can they solve things, how can they solve the same problem you're thinking about, rather than telling them how to do it. Help them, get them engaged in solving that puzzle, because there's nothing that we like more than being involved in that process.
Awesome. Hey, thanks so much, Mark. I think we're about out of time. We're going to take a quick break and be right back at you. Next, we're going to be hearing from Himanshu Patel, who's going to be talking to us about his exhilarating journey of transformation into the digital edge. Mark, thank you very much. Really enjoyed the talk, and take care.
Aaron, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, welcome back. Next up, we're going to be hearing from Himanshu Patel from Inventive Technologies. He's going to be taking us on his exhilarating journey of transformation into the digital edge. I'm here in Denver, Colorado, and Himanshu's in Dallas, Texas area. I don't know, we'll have to compare notes where it's sunnier today at Himanshu. We're kind of neighbors here for coming at you from the west for DevOps Days Pittsburgh. Anyway, Himanshu, he's a digital transformation leader, evangelist, speaker, passionate technologist with huge breadth and depth of expertise. He's a firm believer in simplistic and sustainable design and enabler of DevOps practices. And he's going to be giving us his transformation story. Himanshu, very pleased to have you with us today, and I kick it over to you.
Thank you, Aaron. I really appreciate that introduction, and thank you for having me here. So, like you guys heard, my name is Himanshu. I'm here out of Dallas. I work at Inventive Technologies. So this is this picture might be familiar to all of you. It's been used in many contexts, many situations, and I feel like very relevant to my session today. So definitely, many organizations, have experienced that no thanks, we're too busy to actually take a help, right? And that's what was actually the case for us as well. We were sitting on a monolithic monster just like a few years ago, and certainly that was a 90-some applications, big legacy application portfolio, had a lot of maintainability challenges, manual build, no testability. There was a lack of local or development environments. The entire product portfolio was basically built on a single static hardware machine, and chaos everywhere. Not really very pleasant experience of working on that type of application. So was certainly a painful and demoralizing for the team. Highly fragile. Stability was an issue, and ultimately what we kept on doing for quite a long time was avoid making changes. That was an easy way out. Well, that's the experience. That's the situation that I really would like to talk to you all about today. My session is Exhilarating Journey of Transformation into Digital Age. How did we really make into something that is so sustainable and efficient today from where we were, is what I really would like to share with you all. So, first of all, we basically started our journey with the transformation and adoption of Lean, Agile, and DevOps. So back in that time, definitely Lean, Agile, DevOps were talk of the town, and we certainly wanted to actually experiment and see if that could really give us some help in whatever we were trying to accomplish. You can see here the global data sphere size has been increasing over years, and it's been projected that it would be about 175 zettabyte by 2025. That's a lot of data. That much data, coming, into digital format is kind of, breathtaking. What all could you really do with that much of information, right? And that's what was the case for us also, that a lot of our data was basically getting digitized, and we basically saw a lot of opportunities to do something. So very quickly, we did really go through the process of digital transformation. So I would really like to touch here the basic concepts. The very first thing is the digitization, which is converting your data in any form into digital format. And then comes the digitalization, which is the process of utilizing the digital data or digitized information to build something that would make your life and operations easy. And at the end, when you use that digitalization, the systems or the operations that you have simplified and the information that you have gathered in the digital form, you use all of it, integrate them all to basically devise or build or carve out a new business application is basically the digital transformation. And that is what we basically went through in last 2 to 3 years. We weren't really any different than what you look at here. It's kind of segregated teams. They were kind of typecasted by their roles. They operated, worked in their own silos, and they had their own tiny little agendas. But what really missed out at the end of the day was a alignment to the common goal, right? They all actually had their own specific tasks, but they didn't really have that broad and end-to-end picture of what really needs to be done at the end. That caused a lot of problems, created the culture of handing off. Developers built the code and threw it off the wall for the testers. They threw it off to the ops, and that was pretty much the process, which didn't really work out that well, as it was basically forcing much lesser collaboration and kind of he said, she said, and that type of counterproductive culture. Ultimately, at the end, these were the results many times that dev threw it off to ops. Something that worked in dev environment, failed in QA and in production at times. That was kind of the situation. After embarking our journey into lean, agile, and DevOps spectrum, we were able to actually help out the culture shift at our organization. We were able to basically enable open information flow, collective code ownership, and empowering our people to basically come in a close collaboration, work as a single team, aligned to a single goal, and be the responsible for entire delivery pipeline. So Agile and DevOps basically brought our cross-functional teams together to work on a single table, and were able to basically counter those communication issues, those lack of accountability issues, and just make things forward much easily. Also, in that time, the cyclic delivery process that we had, which was kind of handing off the wall for other group to pick up, got changed into continuous delivery pipeline, where there is a delivery pipeline that goes on. And it basically activates at the code change, and pretty much everything is kind of automated. Instead of having to rely on manual builds, manual releases, manual deployments, manual testing, we try to automate as much as possible. We try to basically put that all under our continuous delivery pipelines to make it more efficient. And as a result, we were able to actually accomplish much quicker deployment, and our time to market was also improved quite a lot. As part of that, continuous integration, we adopted continuous integration, continuous delivery, and continuous deployment, right? Which essentially is activate your delivery pipeline at your code commit, and run through all necessary tests, publish your artifacts to your artifactories, and run all acceptance as well as functional and non-functional tests, and ultimately deploy the application into your higher environments. Also, we learned the importance of a shift left, which basically helps in early detection of the problem. It helps saving the time that is basically spent on investigation, understanding the problem in very constrained environment when they are found in production. And also it saved a lot of cost, as most of the problems were found in local environments or in dev environment. So with the shift left, we were able to actually push down most of the testing towards the left, which is local environment or dev environment. So much lesser defects were basically found in higher environments. So the graph that basically shows here is every single bar represents an environment, and what it tells us is cost to fix the defect found in higher environment is much higher than it is in the lower environment. And also when it is found in the higher environments like production, it also comes with the reputational loss of the business and revenue. So all of that can be countered by getting into the shift left mindset. That was all driving mass behavior and culture shift into DevOps, Lean, and Agile. However, there was another aspect that we were supposed to dealt with, and that was keeping up with the changing technology, best practices, designs, and how things are done efficiently in industry. And for that, we started exploring cloud native. So cloud native is a specification or a standard where you break down the monolith into microservices, which are event-driven or domain-driven, and run them as a container within containerized environment, and have all the environment and microservice lifecycle managed automatically as via CI/CD, and also have those DevOps collaboration and several other strategies adopted so that you can basically have a continuous flow of your deliverables. So the first step into cloud native adoption was to basically break down our monolith and building tiny little microservices. The benefits of the microservices, definitely operations ease. You would be able to make the changes which are only targeted for a specific data element or a domain, and you would not be impacting any other code. In case of monolith, it's all one single code base, and any change that you actually make is going to impose a huge regression testing to avoid the impact. In case of microservices, that problem is gone, as you're basically having tiny little microservices, potentially each for each data element that you have. So any change that you make is going to actually be impacting only that microservice. And that would be true in case of your crash or a security compromise as well. If the one microservice is compromised for security or ran out of resources, would not really crash the other applications or other microservices. So we're currently having about 30 microservices and still growing. Along with that, we also evolved in terms of our deployment. Traditional way of our deployment was to actually have applications co-hosted on a physical server. Those applications got cross impact when one application eats up much more resources than expected, or when there is an entire physical server having some turbulence. All the applications were basically at the stake. We moved from that into virtualized deployment, where with the help of hypervisor, bunch of VMs were running, but they were still co-hosting applications. So we got the problems solved by adding one more layer of abstraction, but applications are still co-hosted. So if one VM is actually impacted, it would impact all the applications running on it, right? So that didn't really work quite well either. We eventually moved down to containerized deployment, in which instead of the hypervisor, there is a container runtime that runs on a physical machine, and it provides the ability to run every application as a container. So containerized application is nothing but anything that an application needs in a runtime to function is all packaged as a single binary. So in a traditional deployment, as you can see here, you have OS layer, you have libraries, packages, and JDK runtime if your application really use Java, right? All of that basically stays on your physical or virtual hardware, and only your application layer, which is layer number 3 on the top, goes to your Artifactory. So you will have you might have actually witnessed that something that works in one environment does not work in other, because you're basically holding layer 1 and 2 as a variability, right? It may not be same from one environment to other environment, or one VM to other VM, right? And that problem is solved by containerized deployment, by encapsulating or by packaging the entire end-to-end dependency of the application in a single container image. So that is what we basically adopted by using Docker and Kubernetes. So with Kubernetes.
Hey, Himanshu, we have a question from the audience.
Sure.
I think we need time to talk to it. Whenever we're refactoring our monolith into microservices, how do we validate that our system still works, and make sure that our functionality is unaffected by the breaking apart, doing the strangler pattern? Do we change one service at a time and retest the whole system?
Yeah, I mean, going big bang all at once is definitely not a good idea. So it would be better to basically carve out the POC and try to basically understand exactly how you want to approach and go about it, and then take just one data element or one functionality at a time and extract it from the main monolith app and build it out as a single microservice, and then establish that entire end-to-end delivery pipeline and monitoring capability and see how it goes, right? Because that journey itself is going to have a lot of trials and errors. You'll basically need some time to settle down on exactly where you want to go and what you want to achieve. So certainly, you definitely want to start with one service at a time. And as long as testing is concerned, you're not really changing anything in terms of your user experience testing. So if you have Selenium automated tests, or if you have the layers of other type of testings, including manual testing via UI, those testings will still be as is. And remember, you're not really changing the functionality or the business logic. All you're doing is you're kind of like taking something out of the monolith and build it out as an independent module that can leave and function on its own and deliver that tiny little functionality. So on the top of the test pyramid, the other tests should just remain exactly same. You'll definitely have some extra testing to be done for microservice, which is basically API testing and some other non-functional testing, just to make sure that the operational values that you're marching for are all intact. I hope that answered the question.
Great. Yeah, just yet another example of how big of a mistake it is for organizations to underinvest in automated testing, because as we're making this transition, I can see where the automated test paid dividends. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we basically used Docker and Kubernetes for containerizing our microservices. We didn't think that those 30 microservices would leave, as is as a normal Java apps, and we could use the traditional way of deployment. We had to containerize them, and we did. When we containerized those using Docker, we soon realized that even containerization is not enough. Because managing Docker containers manually using CI/CD or by hand is also a big overhead. So definitely we needed orchestration platform, and that's where we basically settled down to Kubernetes, which provides a really solid way of managing containerized applications. So in Kubernetes, as most of you probably know, that in the world of Kubernetes, there is, everything that the application needs in terms of environment is actually a resource and managed via YAML files configurations, right? So using Kubernetes, you would be able to actually do most of the operations very easily with CLI as well as UI, a dashboard or a console. So we basically went down to Docker and Kubernetes, and that enabled us to have build once, run anywhere capability. So we were able to actually build out code just once. And remember that code is not just the simple application code and configuration, but it also has it basically has the entire runtime environment that the application would need to function. So which means it has OS, necessary packages and libraries, the version of your JDK, and on top your application along with all the file systems and whatever you need. So all of that actually packaged and deployed to Artifactory. From there, the same binary image is basically running in development environment as well as in production. So what that means is the variability of your environments is gone. If one particular image you found working fine in dev, more than likely it would function just the same way in production as well. We started looking into more and more Kubernetes capabilities. Earlier approach of releasing our configurations for applications as well as managing secrets were kind of very difficult. Process was fragile and very complex, and at times gave us a lot of out of sync issues across VMs and environments. All of that basically got resolved nicely with Kubernetes secrets and config maps, and those basically leave in your version control repository as just the normal configuration YAML files, right? And Kubernetes makes sure that it creates the config maps for it and make it available to all your pods running inside. We also added ingress controller into the mix to manage load balancing and routing to multiple services within the Kubernetes cluster. So that basically helped us having a single endpoint that represents the bunch of service instances running inside the cluster. With all that said, most of the operational challenges that we had before, right, became so simple. So what you see here on the screen is basically, ability to scale application or a microservice up or down just by going to command line or by using the UI console, right? So you literally increase the counts, or you basically make that change in your configuration YAML for that particular part, and you redeploy that, and immediately it basically scales up or down, right? So that's something like that used to take like days. In terms of the traditional deployment, where you need to first understand where the space is and where you really want to create new instance, and then you do everything from scratch, like installations, file system setup, and whatnot. So along with that, another thing that we actually were able to accomplish was measured rollout or canary deployment, or running multiple versions of the services at ease. Right, because with Kubernetes, setting up environment and tearing down is quite easy and effortless, and there is no big overhead involved, and that basically helped us running multiple versions of our microservices to cater multiple different consuming teams. After that, we thought, we were kind of in a very good, state and very good shape, and it was enough, but it's never enough. We all know how the industry grows and time changes and technology changes along with. So we soon realized that, there has been, huge adoption of containerization in industry. As you can see here, the containerization market is basically growing year over year, and most of the companies have started capitalizing on Kubernetes and containerization, and started getting or benefiting from those in terms of operations ease and cost effectiveness, right? So it's all positive side, but along with that, the other truth is the vulnerability has been steadily increasing as well in all the Unix, Linux based distributions. And most of the Docker images, in fact, Docker images or container images are all actually built on one or the other type of Linux distributions. And you can see here most of the official Docker images do have active vulnerabilities, right? If your application image is actually extended from any of this, you're basically taking those vulnerabilities into your context and into your environment, which would be a huge concern. So we got to know about this as well, and then that made us that basically made us consider security as an important aspect, and not overlook that from day one, right? And that basically brings the concept of DevSecOps, which is what this event is all about today, right? So we brought the security on the table, and we revealed that there has been a need of changing how we do things, right? The first thing is, for our containerized applications, we really need to enforce rootless containers, right? They need to be lightweight, they need to be stateless, they need to be immutable, and they need to be rootless for stability, reduced risk, cost effectiveness, high performance, and those advantages, right? And that was kind of the next move for us. However, we realized that the tech stack that we used to containerize the microservices wasn't really, enabling us to go rootless. As Docker daemon that is required to build Docker images and run Docker containers always runs on a root user. So even to build the Docker image, you require root privileges. That was a big breakage. There is no easier and simpler way to basically use Docker as a normal user and do those operations. So we started exploring other avenues and alternative for Docker. And fortunately, that problem wasn't really net new for the industry, right? It was already solved. Builda, as an example, was one very good open source tool that we found to replace Docker with. Builda was able to actually build and push our our container images without requiring root access. And also we replaced Docker daemon inside Kubernetes platform with Kubernetes own CRIO runtime. And that basically enabled us to run our containers, push, pull, and run our containers as non-root users. Along with that, we also realized that.
Hey, Himanshu, we're just about out of time, so we're going to have to wrap it up and continue the discussion in our Slack channel.
Sure. Definitely. So you want me to, end right now and.
Yeah, any closing remarks you can make, and then we can slide on over to the breakout sessions.
Perfect.
We're now out of time.
Sure. Definitely. First of all, I'm sorry. I mean, it was a pretty broad subject, and definitely this time wasn't enough for me, and I didn't really, cut down my presentation. So I apologize, but I think we covered pretty much all that I had. Except for one section that I wanted to cover. We can definitely take it offline. Thank you everyone for attending. I really appreciate that. And thank you for having me an opportunity to speak.
Hey, thanks so much. We're going to take a quick break, and next up is going to be Jeff Shupack telling us about intentional culture architecture. Himanshu, again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Aaron.
Hi, welcome back. Joining us next is Jeff Shupack from Project and Team. He's gonna be talking to us about applying intentional culture architecture, which is very exciting. Matches my shirt here. During our break, I was stunned to see, I thought Jeff had that awesome library in behind him, the handsome books. I thought it was a Zoom background. He got up and he's actually has a awesome home library. It's a fun fact. But anyway, Jeff's a leading expert in business agility and digital transformations. He's a safe program consultant trainer with over 15 years of practice. Helps big clients realize and improve business outcomes through the use of scalable, lean, agile, DevSecOps, and design thinking practices. Jeff, thanks so much for joining us today, and I hand it over to you.
Perfect. Hey, Aaron, thanks for the introduction. And yes, it is a real library. I credit a lot of learnings from other people. It's that kind of continuous learning culture. And so it's something that I think is very critical. Actually, in this presentation, I'm going to cite a number of sources because it's a learning from everyone, learning from everywhere approach. So as Aaron mentioned, my name is Jeff Shupack. I am with Project and Team. And yes, we do specialize in business agility and digital transformation. And both of those are such loaded words, right? But really what we're trying to do is help Fortune 500 mostly, but larger companies try to scale and apply the practices and the principles of lean and agile, DevSecOps, and design thinking. The overall goal is really to get increased productivity, accelerating growth, and reducing some costs. So the industry is pretty solid in the practices of lean and agile and DevSecOps, to be honest. We're pretty good at getting a high functional team. Where we have seen some challenges is how we scale that. How do we get a high functioning team of teams? How do we get up to 3,000 people working on one complex cyber physical system to be all along the same journey culturally to drive this transformation? And so the answer that we found in the field is that a culture-based approach to this transformation is a key success pattern to enable customer centricity, relentless improvement, and continuous learning. The goal, of course, is to deliver competitive solutions. So I'm going to be speaking about the culture piece. And you're going to find a lot of classic principles from both lean and agile kind of woven in here, and that's intentional. But I want to speak a little bit to the origin here. There is a huge group, comment to the group over at IT Revolution, and they have a DevOps Enterprise Forum, and part of that 3-day Enterprise Forum is a group that makes up the Industrial DevOps group, and it's a working group. And over the last couple of years, they've been producing work around industrial DevOps. And by industrial, it's generally referring to scale. It's a team of teams, multiple suppliers, multiple partners, building things like an automobile or an aircraft, complex cyber physical systems. In 2018, they wrote up a number of principles on how to apply DevOps outside of software, how to apply it to hardware. How do we take these software-centric practices and bring in computers or mechanical devices or fluid optics or electronics, motors, propulsion, all these complex systems and bring them in? How do we take the traditional software-centric DevOps and start applying it in cyber physical systems? And so the first paper was, what are the principles? The next paper that was drafted in 2019 was applying the principles. And that brings us to what we're going to hit on today. So in 2020, this year, our group is advancing the ideas to start including culture. So the latest paper, which will be released later this year, is structured along the lines of the hero's journey, right? Kind of like the goal or the Phoenix Project. And there's this individual, Noel, who's a senior systems engineer at Allset, an automotive company. And Noel sees the initial successes of applying these industrial DevOps technical practices, but still encounters failures and some big misses due to culture issues. And so I wanted to bring some of the ideas behind how to deal with those culture issues into today's conversation. Again, the paper will be published a little bit later. You can find the papers to download here. But there's a lot of thought leadership in this area, and it's exciting. So let's roll all the way back. Culture. I'm sure you guys have heard the terms. Culture, eat strategy for breakfast. Eat strategy for lunch. Culture beats strategy. It repels change. Shane famously said, it determines and limits strategy. Yeah, culture is hard. Transformations are hard, right? This isn't new. All the failed mergers and acquisitions and restructurings in the 1980s and even into the early 1990s taught change management gurus to share slogans like culture eats strategy for breakfast. And so we understand it's hard. It is a natural immune system to change, right? And so that's, I guess, the first thing is what is the problem? This work around culture and transformation is also not new. Famously, John Kotter has a great book, and I labeled this as further reading because I highly recommend it, called Leading Change. And the whole idea is how do we lead a change? Doesn't matter if it's industrial DevOps, doesn't matter if it's scaled agile framework, if it's less, it doesn't matter. How do we lead a change opposed to manage it? And so Kotter famously provides an 8-state process of change, and it has a number of useful examples on how to implement it, right? So we know that no two transformations or even an execution is identical, right? There is rarely, if ever, a perfectly sequential step-by-step implementation or execution in any enterprise, right? We do know, however, that businesses getting the best results are typically following a path. Even taking just these 8 steps will give you a path of these success patterns, right? So by taking a culture-based approach to change, we can take an adaptable set of critical moves to transform an organization in an orderly, reliably, and successful fashion. So this is where a lot of transformations go wrong when we try to scale things like DevOps, is there's lack of an organizational behavior change plan. And without that plan, it makes the transformation near impossible. So change agents within the organization must not ignore culture. Failure to root transformation in culture leads to limited long-term success. We'll often see a change plan being little more than a postcard of the future, which essentially says, hey, here's a vision of what we want the organization to look like in the future. And that's a great step, but we need to connect the dots between the postcard of the future and bring culture along with us for the transformation. We need a plan. But first, we need to understand some of the culture change impediments. So in change, in behavior change, you're going to encounter a natural resistance called cognitive dissonance. And this resistance is when a person's belief is inconsistent with the actions, and it creates this mental angst. So Leon Festinger, American social psychologist, coined the term in his paper, Theory of Cognitive Dissonance, in 1957. Shocking, right? Not new. Again, this is a long-term problem we've had. So recognizing these patterns of cognitive dissonance will allow them to address the issues head on, right? So people are going to strive for balance and harmony. When they don't have it, they express these contradiction behaviors or anti-patterns to resist change. And you can see them listed on the slide. They're going to trivialize, they're going to modify, they're going to add, or they're going to deny it. So let me give you an example. If Jane does not believe in the value of change, just doesn't, due to a lack of evidence, Jane may deny it in her action, right? It's a mindset issue. She doesn't understand it. She doesn't agree to it. Or John, who, while sold on the value of change, doesn't feel that he has the competency to be a Scrum Master. So he may modify that role based on his experience and expertise as a project manager, right? And that's a technical competency issue. So in order to reduce cognitive dissonance, we must create this synergy between alignment and belief. We need to infuse new information into the transformation that lubricates this distressing mental state. And we can start harmonizing the beliefs to the actions we're asking folks to take. So let's dive a little bit further into these areas that we can use to reduce cognitive dissonance. So if the value of change is understood and agreed with, people are more willing to adjust their mindset and give it a try. It has to be understood and agreed with, though, and that's a definite challenge. The next swim lane, if you will, is structures. New behaviors must be enabled by all the surrounding structures of an organization. This could be permissions to fail and take some risk and try to innovate, or reward and recognition systems. If we have a system that is providing individual-based performance rewards and we're trying to get team-based work, perhaps we need to slowly shift to team-based performance awards. And interestingly on those, that's outside of probably just the DevOps team, the lean agile team, the SWAT team's ability to do this on their own. We're talking about true business agility. We're talking about having the whole organization as a whole be able to shift. Thirdly, people must have the technical competency or the skills to complete the required action. It's not enough to say do something different if we don't actually show them how. And the how to do it needs to be role-based, right? The how is different depending on the work that's being conducted. Then finally is honestly what I think is one of the most important ones. Finally, people must see their leaders and the peers and those they respect actively modeling it. So each of these may be worked independently, but together they're truly enable organizational behavior change in the attitudes and people doing the work. So what we've done is we've plotted this on a business agility transformation culture architecture roadmap. And each of these swim lanes is taking on one of those areas to reduce cognitive dissonance. And so on these, there's a couple principles that I want to call out specifically. The first is we're making it a point to have dynamic learning feedback loops. We're also going to manage our work in process limits and say we're only going to commit to certain focus areas, one per swim lane in a given quarter. Then we're going to stop, inspect, adapt, learn a bit, get feedback back, measure, and see what we need to do differently. So what we've done in the Q1 space, if you look at the very bottom, you're going to see this is what we've committed to. Everything else is forecasted out. This is a set of samples, right? So these are some ideas that you can bring into your organization. It's a rolling roadmap, if you will. But relying on a lean agile center of excellence or a guiding coalition alone is not sufficient to create change, right? The intended audience of this roadmap is every lean agile leader, right? We know lean agile leadership anchors the foundation of a transformation, and culture change must start there. So as I said, I filled out a few examples that you can take a look at. Behavior change takes time. It should be iterative, and it requires a rolling roadmap that is adaptable, that addresses all four areas. So we'll do a Q&A session at the end, and I'll be happy to bring this up if you guys want to dive into a couple of examples we have on here. This should definitely be customized for the environment because, as I said, no two transformations are the same. Your environment will be different. And test this early, test this as you go. So where's another area that we could pull upon from a library of sources to help you fill this out? Well, I want to bring up Daniel Pink's book, Drive. This is a fantastic read. I listed it as further reading. I gave you a link to his website. So fundamentally, many believe the best way to motivate is rewards like money. And Daniel goes into the carrot and stick approach and how it's an old style of management. You can pull upon even some Edward Deming's work around knowledge workers. You know, a knowledge worker is defined as somebody that understands their job better than their boss, right? That's common, especially in our space of DevOps, right? So what Daniel further states is, so the carrot and stick approach for this knowledge worker is not going to work for us. Money on its own is not enough of a motivator. Sure, once you hit a certain level, this kicks in, right? At some point here, when you're making enough to hit your Maslow hierarchy of needs and you can afford the lifestyle you like, an extra small percentage is not going to probably make you switch companies. That's what this is hitting on. So what's the secret to motivate folks? Well, it's performance and satisfaction at work and school. And for home, what we're saying is we need to direct our own lives. And we call that autonomy. We need to learn and create things. And that is what we call motivation, or mastery. And then we need to do better than ourselves in our world, which is purpose. So it's autonomy, mastery, and purpose. And where I'm going with this is if we understand what motivates us, these are the sort of things that you're going to want to address on the previous chart that you want to bring up on that business agility transformation? Can we bring in on these 4 swim lanes, mindset, structures, competencies, and role modeling, items that enable autonomy, mastery, and purpose? And the answer is yes, absolutely. So what we're trying to do here is to bring in a whole bunch of old, if you will, existing areas of work. Some are newer, like things, and say, how can we bring this all together? And the answer is a change plan that has to be adaptable, testable, and configurable for your needs. All right, so this is all great. We have done this quite a bit. I want to share a few success patterns in addition to all of this. And this is going to pull from a number of areas of work. Here's what we've seen in the field. Vision is great, but it's more important to have communication, communication, and communication. This is listed in Cotter's book. He says most organizations that are looking to communicate change miss it by an order of magnitude. Right? So vision on its own is not enough. You must have communication. We must support our change agents, anybody that's trying to make that change within the org, with a powerful guiding coalition. This guiding coalition has to be willing to take on the challenges around all the support structures that are hindering transformation success. The third is a very critical principle. Take an economic view. Don't boil the ocean. The CEO, the old CEO, Watson of Chevron famously stated, at least in my opinion, we are a very large company. We're a big company. We can do anything we want. We can't do everything we want. You must prioritize what you want to take on. You must focus. Don't pick more than one thing per swim lane. Don't boil the ocean. Test early and see if it's working. Data matters. Data drives change. Measure everything. There's all sorts of assessments you can take. Measure everything and get the feedback. Then lastly, how do you start? Start with the language. Just start with the language. If we can start communicating the language, that will drive the behavior and the habits, and the mindsets will follow. So with that, I love talking about this stuff. Here is my contact info. You can find me on LinkedIn. And I really wanted to open it up to any sort of questions and discussions around it.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. We had a question from the audience. You give us any practical advice on how to scale the organizational culture change? I can see where it's really easy to do in a pizza-sized team, but any advice on scaling?
Yeah, quite a bit. The first thing is know you're going to get it wrong. Admit we're going to get it wrong. It is a really challenging process. So the number one advice is test early. That's what, the number one thing I was really trying to drive on this plan was those little recycling loops, which were the dynamic learning feedback loops. So when you scale, start small, admit you're going to get it wrong, don't boil the ocean, and stagger your expansion. You can't do it all at once. You're better off doing it slowly, generating short, quick wins, and then consolidating your gains.
I really like the part on your one slide that said, start by changing the language that people use through that repetition of language that leaders use over and over and over again is a great way to start communicating out those culture changes that the org wants to see.
Yeah, playing on that a little bit too. All these things like psychological safety are critical within the organization when you're doing something different. And the best way to get psychological safety is air cover from a significantly powerful guiding coalition. So we must have that alignment with leadership at the top levels that can help drive the change in the areas that will be the impediments to be that immune system to resist change, if you will.
Let's see, I'm checking to see if we have any other questions from the audience. Jeff, I think you'll be available on the YouTube chat channel to take any questions after this. Do you have any closing remarks for us today?
No, it's something that we're all learning. So, read and learn from everywhere for it and bring it in, but definitely have a plan. And I guess the final answer is, test early. You're going to make a mistake. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, good DevOps philosophy to build upon. Fail fast goes a long way with everything, either technical or cultural. This point, we're going to be going on a quick 15-minute break. Next, at half past the hour at 2:30 Eastern Time, we're going to be hearing from Rob Richardson on service mesh to service mesh. Looking forward to that presentation. You just heard from Jeff Shupack. Thank you very much, Jeff. It was great having you. And I think that's going to be the end of our talks before our short break. Thanks so much for joining.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'm David Shepard, and I will be moderating this afternoon's session. Our first speaker this afternoon is Rob Richardson. Rob Richardson is a software craftsman building web properties in ASP.NET and Node, React, and Vue. He's a Microsoft MVP, a published author, a frequent speaker at conferences, user groups, and community events, and a diligent teacher and student of high-quality software development. You can find this and other talks on his blog, which we can share in the chat. Rob?
Perfect. Thanks for the introduction. Yeah, the slides are available right now at rawrich.org. So if you head out to rawrich.org and click on presentations, here is that talk right here. You can get the slides right now. While you're here on rawrich.org, click on About Me, and you'll see some of the things that I've done recently. Thanks for the introduction, where I think we've covered that sufficiently. The only thing I'll call out is AZ Give Camp. AZ Give Camp brings volunteer developers together with charities who otherwise couldn't afford software services. We start building software for them Friday after work. Sunday afternoon, we deliver that completed software back to the charities. Sleep is optional, caffeine provided. If you're in Phoenix, come join us for the next AZ Give Camp. Or if you'd like a Give Camp in your area, hit me up on Twitter or by email, and let's get philanthropy installed in your environment as well. So we're here to talk about service mesh. We talked about this guy. So let's create an analogy. Let's imagine we're in a country, a small town in the country. We've got traffic moving between our various places. Everything's working out okay. As the country starts to grow up and it becomes more city, we've got more roads, more cars, and we'll end up with more traffic. In this case, we don't have a regulated intersection, so everyone's just kind of going wherever they want. I particularly like this guy who's just, I don't know, driving over there. So how do we solve this? Well, in time, we'll probably get the speed cameras out. And now we're starting to regulate things. We're creating mechanisms to, well, force conformity. We're going to get rid of the traffic, but we won't get to our destination as fast as we need to. Rather, we're just working on conformity, on uniformity. What we really want from this mechanism is a way that we can communicate together, so that we can prioritize traffic, so that we can focus on things that want to go really fast and things that want to go slow and coordinate between the things. This is a similar mechanism when we start talking about service mesh. When we look at service mesh, we'll look at how things worked the old way, how we moved into a mechanism where service mesh is really helpful, and when we might want to choose or not choose service mesh to try and keep traffic between our containers managed. So a service mesh. A service mesh manages the traffic in between services. That's really its core mechanism. So it's really the solution to how do I observe, control, or secure communication between my microservices? Here's that service mesh. Observe. We start out by watching all of the traffic moving between our microservices. This allows us to do interesting things like control it. If we create access policies, we can say only traffic from these containers is allowed to reach these containers. And then ultimately secure the traffic with mutual TLS so that we don't have prying eyes coming into it. Well, why do we need to do this? Kubernetes namespaces are not security boundaries. They're organizational boundaries. Every pod is able to connect to every other pod within our cluster by default. With service mesh, we can limit that. We can route traffic correctly. How did we get here? Well, originally we started with a monolith. Here on the left, the monolith is all of the content that is associated with this application built into one executable. We launch that application, and as I'm calling into my private methods, I just call elsewhere in that application memory space. We move to microservices here on the right, where in a world of microservices, we have small services that accomplish specific tasks. Well, some of these services definitely are internal methods, but now our internal methods have a web address. So now we have this mechanism where we have these microservices, and we need to keep track of the traffic going into our private methods. As we start talking about this, one thing I'll point out is north-south and east-west. These are terms that we use as we talk about traffic related to microservices. North-south represents traffic going into and out of the network, and east-west represents traffic going between containers. So for example, here in our microservices, we have north-south traffic coming in from the users, and then we might have east-west traffic going between the microservices. So originally we ended up with API gateways, and API gateways are wonderful at blocking traffic coming into our gateway. We can use that to meter traffic or to bill customers or to block malicious traffic coming into our cluster. That's great, but that only guards the boundary. Now, in this case, we have microservices calling each other. That's perfect. But then we have microservices reaching into other microservices data stores. That's not appropriate. And in this case, the API gateway is just that boundary layer in front of it blocking north-south traffic. It can do nothing with east-west traffic because it's only that gate around the cluster. And thus, service mesh. So how does a service mesh work? If I have a service mesh installed, let's imagine that service A wants to reach out to service B. Now, service A doesn't reach out to service B directly. Rather, there's a sidecar proxy installed in the same pod. Everything between service A and the sidecar proxy is in that same network boundary. And so other pods, other containers can interact with it. But these two containers work nicely together. So service A reaches out to its proxy, and service A proxy then reaches out to the service mesh control plane. Is service A allowed to communicate with service B? If so, then the control plane gives back the details of how it will connect to service B. And so it creates a TLS connection to service B. Well, not service B directly, but rather service B's sidecar proxy. Again, service B's proxy is going to check in with the control plane. Am I allowed to talk to service A? Yes, I am, and we'll create this mutual TLS connection. Forward the traffic onto service B, and service B is able to reply, and that reply goes through this tunnel and back out to service A. Now, what's really cool is we were able to add TLS without modifying either service A or service B. That's a great initial benefit of service mesh, is being able to do that mutual TLS, together with being able to check in with the control plane to see if we're allowed to communicate between each other. As we extend this from east-west traffic in this graph to north-south traffic, we'll have a similar proxy on the ingress, and we may have a proxy on egress that allows us to meter that traffic going into and out of the cluster. So the service mesh, observe, control, secure. That's kind of the first level, and that's the basic mechanism of what service mesh gives us, which is really, really helpful. Taking that further, it's more than just a proxy. Because we're now standing between the traffic in all the places, we can map the network topology. Which services call to which other services? Now, this isn't what the developer had in mind when they built it. This is what is actually happening. We can also look at service health. Is a service throwing 500 errors or 404 errors a lot, or is it responding really slowly? And we can also log all those details. Let's log failures, let's log successes, let's log response time. Anything that we need to grab, we can grab because we're standing in between all of the services. Taking that a step further, we can now do really interesting things. Because we're between each service, we can route traffic between services really intelligently. So for example, we could do an A/B test. When service A calls out to service B, half the time we'll send them to the new service B, half the time we'll send them to the old service B. We could do similar things with a beta channel or a canary channel, where we can point a small portion of the users to that new service, validate that it works successfully, and ultimately, once we validated it, point the rest of the traffic to that new service. We can also create circuit breakers. It's really easy in a microservice environment when a microservice goes down to start to retry in all of those client services to see when it'll be available. Well, there's nothing quite so successful as DDoSing your own internal service as it's trying to struggle to catch up. So we can create the circuit breaker that will stop traffic to that service to allow it to recover. Once that service is healthy, we can start to stream traffic in gently and take that service back online. This circuit breaker, because we're in between all of the services, we can insert the circuit breaker that will fail those connections immediately, or perhaps retry them in intervals to ensure that the clients get predictable results. Once we have a service mesh in place, we have great metrics embedded in that logging, and we can start to look at them with interesting dashboards. What a service mesh does really well is prevent that unexpected traffic. So in this case, the user interface is calling into each microservice. The microservices are calling each other. That's okay. But the microservices are starting to call into the data sources of other microservices, and this is not okay. A microservice should only own its own data. So we can create a policy that will block this unexpected east-west traffic to ensure that services behave as expected. So we're going to look at two service meshes here. We're going to look at both Linkerd and Istio, and they are both very popular open source service meshes. There are others, but these are the ones that usually come to the top because they are open source and because they're quite popular. So when would I choose Linkerd versus Istio? Ultimately, the feature set is probably not what I'm going for. Both of them have features in very similar features, but they have different methodologies of how they approach solving this service mesh concern. So in Linkerd's case, Linkerd focuses on having the very smallest set of features necessary and installing and getting running quickly. We still have a control plane that does all of the things, logging, auditing, and then we have that Linkerd proxy that is the sidecar proxy in each container. If I need anything extra in Linkerd, I probably need to pull in extra packages from third-party vendors. Linkerd really doesn't have those in the box per se. So Linkerd can be a great mechanism to get started, but probably you're going to need to pull in other things to be able to leverage Linkerd. Linkerd is really good in the Rust community, and so they work on writing their own stuff and making really good solutions. By comparison, Istio tries to include the best of open source packages that do interesting things. So Istio will include Envoy, Prometheus, Grafana, Jaeger, and others. It'll create all of these best of breed things in the box. And that's kind of Istio's methodology, is include everything in the box. And at that point, we can then choose to turn on or turn off various features based on the features that we need. Istio includes everything in the box, including lots of third-party things. Linkerd includes only those bare minimum pieces, and if you want more, you need to go reach out. That's kind of the major difference between Istio and Linkerd. There's also some licensing and CNCF differences that may become interesting as you get closer. But for the most part, they both have that methodology of a sidecar proxy. They both have a control plane that allows you to control, observe, and secure the traffic. And they both allow you to do really interesting things, controlling both north-south and east-west traffic. So let's dig into a demo. We'll look at, pardon me, we'll look at both Linkerd and Istio. I have a Linkerd. Linkerd is particularly proud of its startup experience. So if you go to Linkerd getting started, you just grab the content, pipe it to a shell, grab that Linkerd bin, and you're ready to go. We've done that already, but next up, let's do this validation process. So we're going to go check to see if our cluster is ready to go. And this will go validate all of the pieces associated with our cluster. Yep, it looks like we're ready to go. So next step, Linkerd install, we'll pipe that to kubectl apply, and that will go push all of the Linkerd content into place. Let's go check and see how that worked out. Now, this is not only going to check that all the things are installed, but also check to see if they're running. So in this case, it isn't running yet. It's going to wait a sec for that to spin up. That's perfect. This does take a minute to spin up, but once this is done, now we've got Linkerd ready to go. Linkerd allows us to tag various resources as things that we want to inject that Linkerd sidecar proxy into just by tagging the namespace. So let's go grab kubectl get all, and we can see that we've got all kinds of interesting Linkerd content in place. Kubectl get namespace, and here's the Linkerd one. Let's describe this one. Kubectl describe namespace Linkerd, and we see that we have this annotation. Linkerd IO inject is disabled, and were we to turn that enabled, then we would be able to monitor all the content in this namespace. So dashboards. Linkerd comes with some really interesting dashboards baked in. I just did Linkerd dashboard, and up pops this piece. I'm going to go into namespaces. I'll go into Linkerd and pick one. Nope, not pick that one. I'll then pop open the Grafana dashboard. So all the traffic flowed from Linkerd into Prometheus, and Grafana is able to visualize that traffic. We also had a really cool graph of how this Linkerd mesh, how all the microservices included in Linkerd are communicating with each other. This is working out really well. We can get this from the dashboards, or we can get it also from the command line. So let's go take a look at the details. It looks like all of our services are up and successful. We can look at latency involved in each of them, the connection counts, and we could start to pull this either from a Prometheus sync or from the command line, or we could dig in with the dashboards that we have available. Now there is a really cool demo app associated with Linkerd. For the sake of time, I'm going to jump over that, and let's switch instead to Istio. So I have a second Minikube running, and so let's switch over to Istio, and now we'll do the install process. Similar to Linkerd, Istio has this mechanism where I go grab the bin, I'll export the path, and now I have Istio-ctl in my path to do really interesting things. So let's go install that demo. I think I might have this already installed, in which case this might do really interesting things. And then like Linkerd, we can choose to turn on or turn off things by labeling the namespace with Istio injection enabled. So now that we've got injection enabled, we can take a look at the namespaces. And we see that we've got default marked to inject that sidecar. Any sidecar or any pod that gets started on the default namespace will automatically get that sidecar proxy installed in it. Now I've got the samples here from the Istio mechanism. So here's that sample application. And this sample application, the profiles. We installed the demo profile, which starts up all the things. We might choose a default profile, which starts to turn off some things, or a minimal profile, which only includes a few things, or we might choose to turn on and off things. That was that profile that we started up with. The Istio sample application is this application where we have a Python microservice that reaches out to one of 3 review microservices. These 2 review services will go look at our ratings app to get how many stars we should show. And then the product page will also reach out to a details page that will be able to do interesting things. So we can experiment with Istio by deciding which of these services we want to point to. Let's start by pulling in this application and pulling in the gateway, which I believe is already in place. Yep. And let's get the details with this gateway. What we're looking for here is the port 80 internally. So here's that node port externally, and let's go hit that. So there's that product page. And we can see right now we're in version 1. We don't have any stars. We can refresh this as many times as we want, and we'll stay on version 1. Here's that. Here's a service that allows us to test that. Now, this is a virtual service, so this is an Istio-specific component, but this allows us to say, okay, I want the majority of traffic to go to version 1, but if the username is Jason, let me send it to user 2. This is a great way to test things. So let's go grab that one.
Hey, Rob.
Yes.
Can we take a pause and take a question from YouTube?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, so we have a question. Someone wants to know if you could characterize what the performance characteristics, perhaps performance penalty there is to implementing a service mesh, and how would you go about mitigating that?
Good call. We'll hit that towards the end, but there is definitely a performance concern here. We're going to run all of our control plane associated with Kubernetes, and we're going to run all of the pods, all of the containers associated with our workloads. As we spin up the service mesh, we'll have the service meshes control plane, and we'll have the service meshes sidecar proxies. So it may not be double the workload in our Kubernetes cluster, but it is definitely a significant increase in capabilities, in capacity that we need to be able to support our service mesh. So we don't just want to grab our service mesh and go, okay, I was one of the checkbox. I got the checkbox in place. It's less than a matter of performance impact. You know, we are routing around to different things, but it's more compute capacity that we need to worry about. We are routing between a few extra things, but that network traffic ends up not being super noticeable in comparison to, you know, the time it takes to wait for our SQL query to run, for instance. That was a great question. Do we have other questions we need to stop for?
No, just want to let you know we have about 2 minutes left.
Okay, perfect. So now I'm going to log in, and I'm going to log in as Jason. Now, because I'm signed in as Jason, I see these stars. I can switch over to this process that'll send 80% of the traffic to V1 and 20% to V2. Or I can switch over to this service that will do about half and half between 2 and 3. Or eventually send all the traffic to V3. Let's do that. Let's send all of our traffic to V3. And now, without any downtime, without any impact to the user experience, we're now able to upgrade to our next version of the software. So Istio has a bunch of dashboards as well, a Prometheus dashboard, a Grafana dashboard. They are interesting. Let me grab one right here. We can see all of the connections between it, which is really cool. I'll skip the Grafana and Jaeger dashboards, though those are definitely interesting. Here's a Kiali dashboard, which starts talking about the actual filter by namespace. I want the graph tab, and I want the default namespace. This one will show the actual calls between the things. So this isn't what we thought would happen. This is what actually happens in our cluster right now. We watch the traffic do this. So this is really cool. Both Linkerd and Istio were really interesting to explore, and I would invite you to explore all of them. As we look through this, in a nutshell, a service mesh at its most basic level gives us monitoring, logging, and service health. As we start looking up, we get intelligent routing so that we can do that A/B testing or implement new versions as they come in. And then ultimately that run stage where we have a network topology showing us what actually happens. I love this quote from Zach Butcher. If it doesn't have a control plane, it ain't a service mesh. But we talked about this in particular. Service mesh does have an implementation cost. We have our control plane from Kubernetes together with our workloads. We have our control plane associated with our service mesh together with those sidecar proxies. You probably need to plan for 1.5 or 2 times the compute capacity to focus on service mesh. But it does allow us to observe, control, and secure that traffic to ensure that traffic moves as expected. Here's kind of my best practices. When should you choose a service mesh and when should you not choose a service mesh? Choose a service mesh if you're using highly sensitive workloads, PKI or PCI, or if you're running untrusted workloads and you need to guard your content away from those pods. Or perhaps if you're running multi-tenant workloads and you want to create that boundary where namespaces actually do mean security boundaries. Those are the times when service meshes make sense. If you need security in depth, or you need A/B routing or a beta channel, then that's the time to pull in a service mesh. If you're just looking to check the box saying, I did all the things, you probably don't need a service mesh. If all of your content in your cluster is first-party workloads designed by you, you definitely don't need a service mesh.
Oh, hey,
I'm
thanks.
Rob Richardson. I'm going to jump into the Slack channel or into into the Zoom breakout room in a minute. If you have questions, jump in there. Or if you find a question later, hit me up on Twitter at Rob_Rich, and you can grab these slides at robrich.org. Are there any questions before we sign off?
Nope. So thank you very much for an excellent talk, Rob.
Most definitely. This was a lot of fun. I'm really glad to be in Pittsburgh for the day today.
Hello again. This afternoon, we are joined by Lakmal Warusawithana from WSO2 Incorporated. Lakmal is going to give us a talk on Code to Kubernetes. Deployment shouldn't be an afterthought. Lakmal is the Senior Director, Developer Relations at WSO2. He has a long history of working in open source, cloud, and DevOps technologies, and has been Vice President of Apache Stratos Platform as a Service project. Lakmal is an architect for the containerization and deployment orchestration of Ballerina, an open source programming language for network distributed applications. Lakmal has also presented at numerous events, including ApacheCon, Cloud Open, QCon, JAX London, Cloud Expo, Cloud Stack Collaboration Conference, WSO2Con, KubeCon, Container Camp, Developer Week, API Summit, and many tech meetups. Lakmal, if you want to begin.
Thanks, David. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, so 90% of my session going to be a live demonstrations. I hope you will enjoy. Okay, let's start. So in the old days, as a developer, we wrote our application, build it, and just ran the binary program. But now developers need to think various ways of running it. It can be binaries on bare metal, or most likely in a virtual machine. Or you can package your binary as a Docker image and can run as a containers. Or these containers can be a bigger system, like can be a part of a bigger system like Kubernetes. Or you can run your application as a serverless in a serverless platform like AWS Lambda, Knative. And also you can deploy your application into a platform like STO, Linkerd kind of service mesh. However, these things are not the part of developers' programming experience. On the other hand, the developer has to write their code in a certain way to work well in a given execution environment. So removing this from the developer's problem is not a good thing. One of the main challenges that developers are facing is lack of tools and programming language abstraction support to design and implement their code to work well in a platform like Kubernetes. So as a solution to this problem, Ballerina, an open source programming language, a new programming language, has introduced a set of cloud native abstraction and tools to write application code just work in a platform like Kubernetes, Knative, STO, Lambda, Azure Function, and so on. The best way to learn a language is start coding. So I will start with a simple hello world, and after that I will move into the complex application. Okay, let's start with the hello world. So I hope you can see my code. So here, so I'm going to create a hello world service. So service type is service is the type in first class construct in Ballerina. So you can use this service type to create a microservices. So in this case, I have given the service name hello, and this service going to be listened in port 8080. Service can have multiple resource function. So I just put one resource function called hi, and I just send a message saying hello world to the who is calling this service. So other thing is when you use this service type, it will work concurrently. Developer no need to worry about handling threading and other concurrent techniques. So when you compile and run it, it will run as a concurrent service. Okay, this is how you write the program. Now, when you want to run this program in a containerized platform like Kubernetes, so we have to do a couple of things. First, we need to get a binary, and then we need to create a Docker file to use that binary with its dependencies and create a Docker email. And then to run in Kubernetes, at least you have to create 2 Kubernetes objects, like Kubernetes deployment and Kubernetes service. So there are a lot of manual steps you have to carry on. So rather doing this, so Ballerina has introduced a set of building annotations. So I'm going to import Ballerina Kubernetes module here. So now I can use built-in annotation to annotate my service. So here I can set many properties. I will set a few things here. I will set name to my deployment, and also since I want to access this service using a external endpoint, I can set the Kubernetes service annotation, and I can say service type as a notebook. Now I'm good now. So let's compile this program and see how Ballerina compiler can generate all the required artifact to run this in Kubernetes. So so this is my source code. So I'm going to use Ballerina compiler. So I'm going to compile my program. So you can see it's generating the executed jar, and also it generating the Kubernetes service, deployment, and Docker images by using the generated execute files. So if you see, there should be a Docker folder here, and if you look at the Docker file, you can see it choose a correct base image and bundle all the dependencies, and you correct work directory, and copy the execution data, and correctly expose the port that we have used, and set the command. And also, if you look at the generated YAML file for the Kubernetes deployment, so it has generated the Kubernetes service YAML with the noteport type, and also it has generated the deployment with the correct information collect from our program. Now, so as a developer, you can just copy paste this command. So it should be deploy your application into the Kubernetes. Now, if you can see my application is running in Kubernetes cluster. I'm running in a local this application. So it is exposed as the Kubernetes using Kubernetes noteport. I can access using this noteport. I can use the command here. And use the noteport. So I use the service name and the resource name. So you can see it's printed at the hello world. So so this abstraction help to developers to run the application in Kubernetes. Let's move on. So my next application is a bit of complex. So here this is like an e-commerce backend microservices. It has 6 microservices. Admin microservice will be exposed to the external network, and all other 5 microservices will running as an internal network. So cart and inventory microservice will be used database connection, and all other 3 microservices interacting each other to do the task. Now, if you look at the potential deployment architecture to run in this microservice in Kubernetes, so you can see each and every microservice should have deployment, service, and if you want to auto scale, you can use HPS. And also for the cart and the inventory, so we need to get the database configuration. So either we can use config or secret to get this information. Okay, let's see how you can use Ballerina to run this kind of microservice. So here, so I have a project. Okay, so this is my projects. You can see this is a Ballerina project. So I have admin microservice, billing, and the cart, inventory, order management, all these other microservice modules. So if I look at the order microservice, so you can see I have, this is my business logic that is in the under the service type. And I have annotated my service using Kubernetes deployment, service, and the HPS. So in the deployment, I have used my Docker registry username and the password to read from the environment variable. So I have properly tagged my Docker image. And also I have enabled liveness probe and readiness probe. And also I have enabled Prometheus. So whenever, so good thing is when you create a service in Barina, if you enable the observability, it coming with the Prometheus provided in build. So you can easily pull all the metrics information from this Prometheus pod. And also it also coming with the open tracing implementation to capture all the tracing information with the inbuilt Giga provider. So if you're running Giga in your platform, it is pull all the information and display in the Giga system. And here I have set the replicas requirement to my Kubernetes horizontal autoscaler. And if you look at for the cart microservice, so addition to all these deployment and service, here I have used Kubernetes config map annotation to read database credentials or other things required to run in Kubernetes platform. So let me start building this code. So this is, I only have source file here. I will use Barina build command. So it will start building my project. So I will explain other few things here. So when you go to the admin microservice, so here admin microservice will contact all other microservices to do the required business functionality. So here I'm calling all other microservices using the service name I have set in the Kubernetes service annotation. And this Kubernetes service annotation, I have exposed admin microservice using node port with a given node port because this is the only microservice we are going to expose to the external world. All other microservices will running as an internal network as the class type is service type. So now you can see when I start building, it will building all the necessary artifacts to run our application in a Kubernetes cluster. So I'm going to use, I'm going to deploy this application in a GKE cluster. So whenever, when this Docker image is generated, it will automatically push to my Docker registry. So I will switch to the GKE cluster here. And you can see in the target folder under the Kubernetes folder, you can see all the YAML files that is generating. So you can see all the service and the deployment YAML. And if you look at the inventory or cart YAML, you can see the volume mount also properly set with the config maps. Okay. So I think the artifacts already generated, so we can use these generated commands to run my application. I will just copy paste and going to deploy in Kubernetes. So that means my service is deployed, and I can use the same thing, the shipping. And
Lakmal, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sure.
Can you integrate this Ballerina application and code base with other code bases, for example, something written in .NET?
Yeah, at the moment you can't. It's only work with the Ballerina application itself, but we are in the process of using other Docker file to integrate with other application.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this is the last microservice I want to deploy. So I have deployed all 6 microservices now. If I use get all command, you can see all the pods are running and the services also correctly generated. And also the deployment and the HPS also correctly deployed. Now, let me show you my simulator that I'm going to use to the load testing. Let me give the simulator code. Okay. So here, so I'm going to use my GK cluster node port and the node IP and node port to invoke this admin service. So I'm going to run this simulator. So I'm going to use minus yeah. So I will do some load. By the way, all this code is available in the GitHub. It is in the last slide on my slide deck. So it is generating some load here. Now, I have already set up Grafana dashboard. So it's coming default with Ballerina. So you can see there's a traffic, the metrics collected and displaying in the Grafana dashboard. And now same thing, if you want to do the tracing, you can use a Giga application and you can use the tracing of your microservices. Okay, now let me show one more thing. So it's running. So because of this load, this will automatically scale into the next level depending on what we set in the HPS. Let's see. You can see some of the microservices have scaled into their max replica counts because of the HPA target we have set in the annotation. So like I said, so when you want to deploy the microservices in a platform like Kubernetes, the one of the main challenge is to write these correct YAML files to deploy the microservice, and also to indicate with a system like Prometheus and Giga. So you need to do a lot of coding, but by default, if you are writing a service, all these are inbuilt out of the box to the service, and you can use this annotation to create all the necessary artifact, and it is easier to deploy in platform like Kubernetes. So I have listed a few resources to read. So if you want to learn more about Ballerina, you can go to visit ballerina.io. It has a lot of learning materials. And also I have written an article based on the demo I have demonstrated today. So it has a step-by-step guide you can how you can follow to run this sample. And also all the source code is available in the my GitHub repo in following this URL. Okay, this is what I want to share. I can take any question. If any question.
Okay, thanks, Lakmal. Let's see if we have any questions coming in on the chat. We'll just give it a moment here.
Sure.
Yeah, I thought it was a really interesting idea to build the application deployment model directly into your application, which is pretty much the point. If I didn't miss that, right?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. So so otherwise we have to follow a lot of manual steps to when you want to move your development application to the system like Kubernetes. So this will fill that gap.
Yeah, that's a big challenge for a lot of people. So I can definitely see the rationale behind building applications this way. We have a question, which programming languages does Ballerina support?
Yeah, so the current compiler is implement using Java. So you can interrupt Java application using Ballerina. So Ballerina is a total new programming language. It has different syntax, but the current compiler is implemented using Java. But it will be using another parallel compiler. It will going to generate binary code using LLVM compiler.
Right, very good. All right, so if we do not have any other questions, I want to thank you for your time today, Lakmal, and for a great talk. Up next, we have a short break, and our next talk will be Design Thinking, Security, and Your Life. Our speaker will be Alex Cowan. So please join back with us in a few minutes. Again, thank you, Lakmal, for a great presentation.
Thanks, Eric. Okay, bye.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. Our next talk is Design Thinking, Security, and Your Life. Our speaker is Alex Cowan. Alex Cowan is a faculty member at the University of Virginia, Darden, where he teaches courses on product design and digital development. Online at Coursera, he's delivered over 250,000 courses. Before teaching, Alex started and sold 2 companies, and he continues to advise and invest in digital ventures. His venture design framework is widely used by practitioners and instructors for new product and venture creation. Alex, I will turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Thanks for having me. I'm primarily an instructor at this point. After dropping out of college twice, starting a couple companies, that's mainly what I do. And my focus is on creating digital generalists. And so the vantage point that I can give you here is not as an expert in security, but as someone who was running a couple companies and had to deal with security as best they could in the circumstances. And also a product-focused agilist who is incredibly enthusiastic and interested in DevOps and the ongoing development of that area of practice. And so how I'll start here is by asking a bunch of what we call in the design world dumb questions, sort of seemingly obvious questions. And we ask these because sometimes the answers to them aren't as well understood or as consistently understood as you might think. And so I'm going to pose a few questions here, talk about the human-centric approach to DevSecOps, and then we'll leave plenty of time for questions. And I would love to have questions from you all about these things. Oh, the first dumb question I have is, what is DevSecOps? And I think that if we go back to DevOps, which is everybody's probably maybe a little bit more familiar with, then I would say that's a domain-specific extension of Agile for sort of a related but different set of jobs. And then you ask, everybody asks, well, what is Agile? And I would say probably the only thing that everyone would agree is Agile is the Agile Manifesto, which was very short, only 68 words, and it's kind of summarized here. And it's really more about a destination and a set of outcomes and circumstances where you would say with your team, yes, we are generally more focused on individual interactions over processes and tools and so forth, rather than, for instance, a single universal prescription about how to get there. And I think probably the same thing applies to DevSecOps. There's this balance between the evolving body of work, which is, it's great that it exists and everybody can draw on it. And then the hard part is applying that to your particular circumstances. And so just to state very plainly the obvious perhaps, if Agile was about the relationship between product managers and this kind of extended development capability, then DevOps is about the relationship between DevOps and test and how they work together and how they can work together to create better outcomes, meaning better progress towards a situation, a working circumstance where they would say that these things on the left are prioritized over the things on the right. And what does that mean in security? You know, like what does the sec part of DevSecOps means? And I think that's just an incredibly exciting question to me, because there's any of you who are involved in security, which is probably most of you, tell me if you disagree, but I would say security is just really hard. And I mean, the geometry of all the bad things that can happen and the frequency at which they arise and the difficulty of covering all those bases is just very daunting. And it's hard for me to imagine a circumstance where the progress on security, material progress, doesn't somehow have to do a lot with adopting a lot of the same practices that have worked in DevOps about creating more continuity, more standardization, and more automation. And so if we dial in a little more specifically, how do we do DevOps? This is a kind of archetypal product pipeline that I use a lot as a kind of starting point to think about what is a overall product team doing. And I would say that generally, if they're doing Agile, for example, they're going, the starting point is they're making certain observations about what might be valuable to their user or their customer. And then the output is some kind of release product that's in front of the user. And I like to unpack the practice of Agile into the 3 areas that you see here with the success metrics that you see down here. And I think those are important because with Agile, with DevOps, we're looking at, are we getting better and better over time, or are we getting worse and worse over time? And being able to just set a benchmark and make that assessment so that you can make better decisions, more intentional decisions about what you're focused on is incredibly important. And so in this pipeline, I guess the DevOps part would be sort of, here we have our sort of continuous integration activity. And if we're extending what we're doing out to release, then that would be continuous deployment, just in case that wasn't obvious. The first dumb question I have that I would particularly like to use as a focal point at the end is, if these metrics are a reasonable way to assess these 3 different areas, then what would be a good sort of North Star metric to assess your progress on security? For example, would it be the number of latent or non-latent exploited vulnerabilities that the team releases into production? Would it have to do with downtime or incidents? What if we want a single focal metric to say, okay, here's a top line view of how we're doing on security, and are we waxing or waning, good or big, better or worse? What might that metric be? And what metric would be useful for the job of helping its team think about their progress? Now, to the extent that all the great tools out there don't do our work for us, and that's gotten better and better, of course, thanks Circle CI and HashiCorp and SNCC and keep on trucking Jenkins, and thank you. The extent that those tools don't do everything for us, we ultimately have this human equation of what really gates our progress on getting better and better at this. And so here you see a few tension points that are typical when I go and work on a team that's work with a team that is trying to make progress towards a more continuous pipeline, a stronger, more outcome productive focused practice of Agile. These are the typical things that you might hear if you talk to these various people in these various roles. So the developers are getting too much content to put into each release, and they're struggling to keep up. They're having to do a lot of work to connect the dots. What does the product manager really want me to build, or the product owner really want me to build exactly? Test is getting too much stuff to test too late in the game without good texture and prioritization on what's most important, because they're never going to be able to test everything. And of course, our protagonist in ops is getting a whole bunch of stuff that they have to deploy, and they're the ones that are going to get the call in the middle of the night about if things are broken. I've been there. It's a tough job, and it's been made so much better by DevOps. And so I think there's a huge amount of progress there, and I think it's just so intriguing. The question of how do we involve security? Who's of course always saying, hey, how do I get everybody to care more about security and secure their stuff? How can we use the things that we've learned from DevOps to make that better? I would love to hear from you all about that. I think when I see a team that's executing on DevOps well, they're satisfied with their practice, they're making it better. They feel like if they're not perfect, they're in the game, and they have an infrastructure for continuously improving. These are the kind of questions and focal points that I'll tend to hear the people in the individual roles telling me. So if I talk to a product manager who's on such a team, they'll tell me, I make headroom for the team to invest in their pipeline and pay down technical debt. And that's important to me because I care about velocity and I care about the health of the team. I also am using the things that are my job, the going out and doing validated learning on customers and figuring out what they want and bringing more focused, intentional design into the pipeline so that it's easier to do things like behavior-driven development, write fewer but more purposeful system tests, and generally help everybody think about doing fewer things better. Development is making tests part of their job. Ops is building an infrastructure in collaboration with the rest of these folks that everything operates on top of, so they have an infrastructure that's standardized, automated, but also amenable to change. And then test is able to make test investments, and they're kind of building their own infrastructure and product that also drives standardization, automation for great testability, but also something that's not too brittle and that's amenable to change. And so the security folks, I think the right question for them is, how do we take those things, if they've been working, and use some of those same patterns to get to better outcomes on security? And yeah, I would love to hear your opinions about that. But for the balance of this, to close this out, in the design world, we kind of start with the individual and we sort of work upward. So I'm going to have a look at trying to humanize the people in these roles and kind of ask, well, what's on their A list? What's hard? What's the tension between how things are now versus how they would like them to be in the areas that are really important to them? I'll start with the product manager. What's important to the product manager is really just one thing, because the second thing on this list is really a dependent function of the first. Finding product market fit, meaning that the user or the customer is getting something that is better enough than their alternatives that are available to them that they want it. Whether that's a whole product or an individual feature, that's something that is principally the product manager's job. And then the second thing on the list here is really just a matter of taking that and using it to help facilitate better collaboration among the teams that the product manager works with. So the development, test, ops capability, but also marketers and salespeople, even lawyers and support people. So how do the product manager help in their area create focus and intention around what's really important, so that everybody knows what's a distraction and what's really critical, which is hard to do. Uncertainty is hard. A product manager is going to be asked by their stakeholders, their management, their big customers, tell me what's going to happen over the next year, because I like predictability. I have to plan. I have to manage through things. And that's a real reasonable request. And a lot of the challenge of doing Agile and being a good product manager is managing through that while making allowance for the intrinsic uncertainty of innovating. The other thing that's hard is making time to test new ideas. And this is probably the most pivotal thing when it comes to making investments in the development pipeline. So, you may ask, where are the wins then? If I'm going to go walk into the office tomorrow and talk to my product manager, what might I talk to him about? And what does any of that have to do with DevSecOps? Well, this emerging body of work around hypothesis-driven development, I found is a really great way for the people at the sort of beginning of that product pipeline, the product managers, the program managers, to really, really help create better outcomes as a whole, but definitely help the DevOps pipeline become healthier. So the idea here is that, kind of using this framing from a seminal design book called The Design of Everyday Things, we need to find the right problems for our users, our customers. We need to figure out what's really important. And we're going to consider a lot of possibilities and then narrow those down. And those are in the form of hypotheses about the user persona. So who is this thing for? And also the problems or the jobs, habits, desires. Words are faulty instruments, but what are we doing for that person? What are we not doing for them? What's fine? What should we not mess around with? And this is where the work of design thinking, or really product design and design research, is very productive. And we do non-leading qualitative interviews with subjects, and you can find these things out in the order of like 5, 10, 15 interviews. And then over here we ask, well, what are we going to do that's better enough than the alternatives that this is investable, and how might we test that before we actually go build stuff to minimize waste and not exhaust our extended development capability? And that's really where this work from Lean Startup has matured our tool sets and our ability to do those things in the kind of, whatever you want to call it, business world, product world. Finally, there's usability testing, which is the thing that most people are most familiar with. The interesting part about that is it's absolutely important and amenable to strong hypotheses. But the reason why I think this is such a win is that you can eliminate a lot of waste by just doing good work earlier in this pipeline. For example, I live in Silicon Valley most of the year, and I see a lot of beautifully designed, highly usable products that nobody wants. And so if we don't do good work at the earlier part of this pipeline, and we kind of left shift everything, then we're putting way too many things. So the kind of punchline for what does it have to do with DevSecOps? Reasonable question. The punchline is this: good work in this area of continuous design, for instance, doing design sprints in kind of this area, it creates a huge win. The idea and the outcome you're looking for is that rather than trying to cram 20 features into the dev pipeline, your product manager has learned that there are 5 things that are really important at least for right now. And that's what they're going to put into the pipeline, one. And two, they're going to put it in there with better narrative, more intention, more testability to make it more amenable to a stronger execution across the pipeline. Moving on to the developer, what's important? Well, connecting the dots, figuring out what the business is really after, managing change, so dealing with the fact that we have to write code that works, but is also amenable to change because we're innovating. There's a certain amount, even if the product manager does a great job of doing things I just described, there's a certain amount of intrinsic uncertainty if you're innovating. It's the definition of innovation. And then increasingly, developers are learning. The developers I talk to are excited about aligning with the overall infrastructure of test and deployment because it makes their job easier. They can more confidently refactor code that they were previously scared of, for example. They it makes their job better, more rewarding, and they seem to like it. The ones I talk to, particularly the ones that are doing test-driven development. I rarely go and talk to a development team that's doing test-driven development and says, we hate this, we want to go back to not doing this. And when I see a team that's not doing it, they're usually interested in looking for opportunities to automate and standardize their testing more. The thing that's hard, I think, when I talk to developers in the modern day is that requirements change a lot. That's been a hard thing for software development for forever. Making time to write these tests is hard. And then of course, security is hard. Security is hard for everybody. And I think that the wins are, as I mentioned, initiating a sort of test-driven development-ish approach. There's some orthodoxy about what's TDD and what isn't, but generally writing unit tests, for example, and making that a habit and getting the time and the space to do that as a developer is something in my observations that seems to work really well. Managing with metrics when they're connecting the dots, which I'll show you an example of next, it works well. And then helping to build that infrastructure of test and deployment seems to be a hallmark of the DevOps teams that I interview or see or work with that are doing well. So there are specialists oftentimes building that infrastructure, but they have a strong interface to the development teams and vice versa. What do I mean by this item here, B of managing with metrics? Well, you're probably familiar with Agile user stories. These are a great way to bring intention into the solution building process and collaboration that's purposeful. This is an example of a user story that's about an HVAC technician finding a part on a system to say order a replacement part. One thing that I find works really well for the story writing or story development process is just simply for the developers, particularly ones who come to me, I don't know their product owner or manager, and they say, Alex, I took your, for instance, Coursera class, but my product person doesn't do this. How do I get them to do these things? And there is no silver bullet there, of course, but one of the things that I find is relatively easy, fits naturally into the things that this team's probably doing if they're doing Agile, is just pairing these kind of dumb questions, these obvious questions with each user story. So asking, for example, all right, well, we got this user story. How do we know if this is working for the user versus we should can this feature, in the next iteration? And so, just asking the simple questions of like, well, do they use this kind of search that we're going to implement or not? How do we instrument observation of that? That drives a lot of this intentionality and focus, will often trigger the action of the product person to go back and learn more or get more specific about what they're trying to do, which creates room in the pipeline and intentionality in the input into that pipeline. Few jobs have changed as much as tasks. Probably the other one is ops. This is a job that's a lot more about writing automation than for example, in the past, writing test plans and manually running them. Hopefully, at least I know I've done both, and neither of them are easy, but I certainly found the automation a lot more rewarding. And so, like anybody who's working on an infrastructure to test and deploy and just generally get to multiple releases a day, for example, really repeatability, automation, and adaptability are core to the success criteria of this job, in my experience, at least, and observations. And getting things that aren't well prioritized too late, getting time to automate if the testers are in a trap of, just like the developers, of trying to just make deadline after deadline because teams not winnowing away what's unimportant or just generally not making headroom for the team to pay down technical debt and improve their pipeline. That's hard. And the wins are around the same place that I think they are for ops. So, making time to invest in this test pyramid, kind of the way that most people think about their tests is what's probably most difficult for most people in this job of test, as it is for ops people who want to invest in automation instead of doing things by hand. And so I think they really have the same kind of A-list and list of wins, and they've learned a lot. The ops engineers have done an amazing job in the larger community practice of helping to bring about this change and this body of tools and practice that is DevOps today. And so I think that the interesting thing is what can security learn from that and apply. And so I think that I won't talk about what's hard about security, because that's probably on the A list of anybody that's at an event like this or watching this and dealing with security. But I think the interesting thing is what can these security leads go and learn from what's worked for DevOps and go apply. So for example, today is a Wednesday for the live event. On Thursday, if I'm a security engineer, what I think I would do, or a security lead, what I think I would do, I'm not, but I think what I would do is go talk to my DevOps team, not about security so much specifically, but just what they've learned about framing their pipeline and prioritizing investments to improve it, and what's worked, what hasn't, what's hard about that. And if you don't have such a team that you can correspond with as a security lead, go find one. So things like this event and bodies of practice like DevOps, DevSecOps are a great way to go find those things and find those collaborators. But I would love to hear your point of view about that. Well, my stuff is all available at alexandercowan.com. My course syllabi, cases, resources, notes, tutorials, and all this stuff, they're all free. The online courses are Coursera, so there's free and a paid version. So I think we have some time for questions. I would love to take some questions if there are any.
All right, Alex, thanks for that excellent talk. Let's see. It looks like we have.
My pleasure.
Let's see if we have any questions coming in. We'll just wait a moment here.
Okay. You've done a nice job of making your bed, David. It looks tidy and inviting.
Yeah, I made sure it looked really good today, given that it was going to be on camera. So.
Well, if there are no questions, we can give everybody a break, and that's perfectly okay for me.
Yep. Okay. So, Alex, thank you for an excellent talk, and we will have a breakout room that you can join and take questions there if anyone has any for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for coming. So our next talk, which is coming up at 4 o'clock here, is a keynote, how to use hacker personas to successfully build DevSecOps pipelines. And the speaker for that talk will be Robin Yeman. So we'll take a few minutes break and we'll get back to you. Thanks. Hey, welcome back, everyone. Our next talk is a keynote. Our speaker today is Robin Yeman from Lockheed, who is a Lockheed Martin Fellow with Lockheed for more than 26 years, where she leads the Agile and DevOps community of practices in her role as the Lockheed Martin Senior Fellow and Agile Enterprise Coach at Lockheed Martin. During her tenure with Lockheed Martin, she has built everything from biometrics to aircraft and submarines to satellites. In today's cyber climate, it's important to build security throughout your development and operational environments. This talk will discuss how you can build a more secure DevSecOps pipeline by using hacker personas to find all the areas in your attack surface that need greater focus. And in case I misspoke, her name is actually Robin Yeman, which I think I did. So
it's all good.
With that, Robin, floor is yours.
Hi, great to be here with you guys all today in my kitchen. Very cool. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about using hacker personas to successfully build your DevSecOps pipeline. If you're like me and many of my teams, we have to build security in, and it's getting harder and harder all the time. All right. So let's make sure I'm doing this. So I have an agenda, and we're going to talk a little bit about the DevSecOps pipeline. We will secure the pipeline, and then I'll be applying those practices for the pipeline. We're starting with the DevOps and delivery pipeline. Here's a classic pipeline, and you see, team check-in into version control systems such as GitLab, leveraging continuous integration either in GitLab or Jenkins. They may have some automated quality gates and maybe some things like dynamic and static analysis tools, SonarQube, automated approval and production. All right. And if you subscribe to Jez Humble's definition of DevOps, it's a cross-disciplinary community of practice dedicated to evolving and operating rapidly changing and resilient systems. Well, that's exactly what we have at Lockheed Martin, and that is exactly why I'm presenting this. But you'll notice that it's key here that the sec is not in this title. Now, I believe that that isn't because they believe that it's embedded in, but in many cases, we've had people start using the term DevSecOps as opposed to just DevOps. So that's what I'm going to refer to this further on. So why do we want to do this? Is it because it's got this great, cool name, awesome buzzword? Not so much. What you're looking at here is from the 2020 DORA report, or the DevOps Research Association. And Nicole Forsgren, who wrote the book Exhilarate, is one of the key leaders in that. And based upon the 2020 output, what they saw is that elite performers that do DevSecOps really well, deploy 208 times more than their counterparts. They have 106 times faster lead time. They have 2,604 times faster mean time to recover, right? They get back to a known state. And they're 7 times less likely to have a failure when making a change in the system. Those are some pretty big numbers. And in some cases, my customers have asked, well, what happens if I don't get 2,604 times faster? I'm thinking if I got 1,000 times faster, I'm still pretty happy. Just my thought. But these are some big numbers, and that's why we're moving in this direction. It's your classic pipeline, and it's a little more complexity, but here you can see I begin with a dashboard. I have my requirements tool, version control, build tools, continuous integration. And I've got that application layer. So how do I build and commit and deploy? I have the product backlog. So whether that's a Jira or a version 1 or a Rally. And then here I've got configuration management, but I really mean configuration management for your infrastructure. So I'm thinking about things like Ansible or Chef or Puppet, and continuous monitoring, artifact repository such as a Nexus or Artifactory. So an integrated tool pipeline enables our developers to build capabilities and deliver them at the speed of relevance. That's amazing. But we have to look a little further, because now that we can go faster, we still have to make sure that we are looking at the threat surface. So here at Lockheed, we do things like cyber tabletops and looking at evaluating the kill chain. And here we've got our IDDIL ATC methods, right? So identify assets, define the attack surface, decompose that. Look at attack vectors. There's more than I ever would have thought. Identify that list of actors, analyze and assess, triage, and control, right? This is a lot, but it's critical in order to make sure that our systems are secure, because the impact of them being less than secure could be, harm to human life. So one of the things that we started to do is taking a look at our DevOps pipeline through threat modeling. And what does that look like? And, as you look at it, you can see that, I have somebody over near my dashboard and they could steal credentials. They could also have SQL injection. I could have somebody inside my environment, maybe hiding malcode, or, down in my deployment of capabilities, I could potentially have service disruption, right? So all of these things are a huge problem. So while my development environment got a lot easier to build and deploy capabilities, my attack surface grew with it. And I need to make sure that I understand that and I protect it accordingly. So here's some example attack surfaces in the pipeline and some potential threat actors associated with that. So over here, I've got advanced persistent threat. Advanced persistent threat tends to be those folks that, their full-time job is to hack into systems. They get paid for it. It's almost a rite of passage. Another vector is our careless developer. They're not trying to do harm, but they make a mistake, right? And that could impact us during version control or commit. And then, as I look far to the right, I've got my insider threat. They're mad. Maybe they're mad because we've, they're unhappy in their job, or they feel like there's some perceived slight. And so they're in there to do the company harm. Right. And while those folks, I believe, are few and far between, even a few are enough to create an unsecured delivery. So we have to treat infrastructure as a mission and protect it the same way. So we at Lockheed Martin decided to build personas, right? We're doing a lot of user-centered design, and the idea came up as we're doing user-centered design and looking at things like, what different types of pilots would want to see. We saw that there's both users and misusers. So here you're looking at a couple of areas where we pulled these from. You've got Alan Cooper's The Inmates Are Running the Asylum, and they have a variety of archetypes, right? Because this is kind of a fictional person. You've got Lean Nielsen's 4 perspectives, right? So things like goal-directed, role-based, engaging, and fictional. How do I make these fun so that people are actually looking at them and listening to them? So hacker personas increase cultural awareness, right? They allow my developers to have a better understanding of adversary tactics. It's not something that's at the forefront of everybody's mind. It enables them to prioritize security risks. It's not an unknown, it's not nebulous. Now I have a person. There's a person with a set of goals and needs, and I need to understand how to interact with them. We can communicate those generalized hacker profiles and identify exploitable weaknesses in our system, ones that we're not even aware are there. And because of that, we can look at how we would attack the system, and that's going to change the game. This allows us to justify our security controls. It's not nebulous. It's, I have this control in place because it's going to make this improvement. It's going to create this safety. You know, so it's definitely looking at it from a risk approach, not just a, you know, I have to lock down everything. So how can we discover these hacker personas? Are we all hackers? Actually, we took a page out of our cyber folks catalog there, and they actually review a number of different places with different types of cyber threats so that we can make sure that we're secure here within Lockheed Martin, right? So they look at things like advanced attackers. It could be in military, industrial, so things like the Lazarus Group. There's hacktivists. Yes, I was amazed too. That was definitely a new name for me. But they're while they don't necessarily mean really negative intent, they're doing something to further their cause, right? Which could be negative intent. So Chaos Computer Club. We've got those insider threats. Now those we just have compromised employees or disgruntled employees, and we can look at what the historical of those have been. And then the lone wolf, you know, they're really just, they're all by themselves. They're out there. And, you know, so for example, Edward Snowden, right? So we can look at all of these and help us define those hacker personas. We can look at a variety of intelligence sources, you know, internal intelligence that we've collected as well as partner intelligence. Things like mid-range, so open source and industry. We use all of this information to build our profiles. And then what are those long range threats, right? And so we can use homeland, we can use ally intelligence. So we're not completely blind, but bringing this information not just to the cyber SME and the subject matter experts, but also to the developer as a real person versus a nebulous somebody just trying to tell me what to do with my code changes the game, right? And it changes how they interact with the system. For example, here is FBI's Cyber Most Wanted, right? Honestly, some of these guys look like they're 12, if you ask me, but they're brilliant and they're out there to take down your system. So places like the Lazarus Group allow us the opportunity to kind of study who these individuals are and kind of what their backgrounds are to create a real person. So what are some examples? Well, here's Chuck, the careless developer, and actually he really doesn't mean any harm, but he wants to move quickly. You know, he doesn't want to do administrative work. That's boring. Nobody wants to do that. I want to own my own work. I want to be able to deploy when I want to. I want to try the latest technology, all of that stuff, right? So if I take a look at his background, well, he's got a degree in computer science. Probably less than 5 years experience. He's relatively new and he explores the latest technology. His alias is Charles123. Just lacks that creativity, I guess. He wants to maximize software delivery and he wants to use the latest and greatest tech, the coolest toy. And he wants to reduce workload. Now his frustrations are governance and compliance. They slow him down, get in his way. The ever-growing technical debt that he never has time to fix up, and legacy technology. So because of this frustration, sometimes he's taking shortcuts. He just doesn't realize what could happen. We've got the malicious developer. Here's Marty. right? And Marty's a malicious developer. He wants increasing privilege so that he can get to data. And as a malicious developer, he wants to crash the servers so he can deny service to his coworkers. He's mad. He has extensive coding experience, both at the operating system and the kernel level, and can develop cyber attack tools. He wants to get paid by his employer as well as his dark web associates, right? He's playing both sides of the fence. His real name is Martin Smith, but his handle is Colonel Khan. Right? He's a lot more creative. He appears above board and follows the rules, and nobody really notices that he's injecting malicious logic. And he takes full advantage of the process to remain undetected. So any weak process. Now, what frustrates him? Security controls. He's frustrated by those. They limit or block his ability to do things. Inline automated security tools that detect malicious code, they make his job a lot harder. And automated and manual testing both discover malicious code. So they're just getting in his way. The last persona we're going to talk about today is advanced persistent threat, right? Annie APT, she wants to eavesdrop on a company and obtain sensitive information that can be sold for quite a bit of money. As Annie APT, I want to upload malware to your computer so I can obtain personal information. I can sign, and look up things and sell them to all kinds of buyers. And as Annie APT, I want to upload ransomware so I can extort victims for my political agenda. She's got things to do. She's highly trained and skilled in cyber attacks. She's effective social engineer, and she's able to avoid detection. Her real name, Annie Alvarez, and she's got handles like Triple Pez, 3 Pez, and Pez. She uses highly effective attacks, including social engineering, gains trust through social media, and after a compromise, tries to remain undetected so she can continue to meet new objectives. She doesn't want to be found in the system. She doesn't want to be in and out. She wants more time. But when she exploits her target, she also wants to make sure that she can get enough privilege. So what is she frustrated with? Well, zero trust environment, or a defense in depth strategy, security controls that block outbound communication because she can't get her information where it needs to go. All right, so those are quite frustrating. If they're frustrating, they're the kinds of things we want to do, right? That's where we want to be. So how do I use these personas, right? How do I make these work for us? Well, first by understanding Annie, I've allowed my development team and my operations team to understand there's a real person out there. It's not just, cybersecurity is being hard and they're just adding more frustration to me. And allows me to see, is Annie capable? What does she want? And by understanding what she wants, then I can understand what frustrates her. And why do I want to understand what frustrates her? Because she's going to move on to easier targets, right? If I'm frustrating her. How does she benefit? And then how do I stop? So these are critical things that I want to be able to take a look at so that I can make sure she doesn't really want to come and spend a lot of time within Lockheed. All right. So I'm going to evaluate that visibility. I'm going to make sure we have user awareness, right? So looking for any kind of falsified aliases. Detection is critical, right? So I need to detect those problems. And then, understanding that she's going to try to exploit privileges. So I want to have zero trust, meaning you have to remove your credentials anytime you go from one to another, because a lot of these attackers like to take a side vector into another area. All right. Well, here's Chuck, and again, he doesn't really mean harm, but he's just, he wants to go and he wants to get stuff fast. So we can just build him some guardrails. He's not actually trying to break things. He's trying to get things done quickly. So by providing him some guardrails, like being able to do code bashing, which allows him to be educated in how to build secure code, right, is going to help him identify his security flaws. Things like automated SAST and DAST, so tools that look at both your static and dynamic analysis, is going to allow him to see where his flawed code is easily. He's not going to have to dig so far. Dynamic is going to look at when a flaw passes integration and make it easy for him to go back and fix that. And then things like being able to look at continuous test allows him to be able to see what his exposure is. So it makes it easy for Chuck to be secure because he's not intentionally trying to do something negative. So hacker personas provide a positive shift. Right? They give us a positive shift. We're beginning with the end in mind. So just as DevOps started with test-driven development, acceptance test-driven development, now we're really looking at it from security perspective, but not just from how I can have tools to secure or I can follow compliance procedures, but actually how I have this secure mindset that it allows my developers to build security into the software, right? Which is going to make it a lot more resilient. It's going to shift my mindset. It changes culture because now I'm not just blaming security for raining on my parade and making my life longer. I'm looking at it from a perspective of, oh, there is a real person. It's not a nebulous person. There's somebody that exists. And I'm shifting left, right? So I'm beginning with that end in mind, just as I discussed earlier. So what are some lessons we can look at from a persona perspective? Well, put on the black hoodie. A friend of mine that actually helped build a lot of these charts, his name is Dr. Aaron Estes, and he's a cyber expert. He said, one of the games is to put on the black hoodie. And I was like, well, that seems a bit extreme. But, by playing that game in the room where we're building our code and things like that, it allows you to start forcing your mind to think of things from a perspective of how is somebody going to exploit or take advantage of what I'm building? Not how is it effective? How could somebody take it and make it not effective or effective in a way that I didn't want? Really looking at building and socializing those personas so that it's not just I'm doing security for security's sake. I'm doing security because they like to put these rules in place of me. No, I'm doing security because there is a real threat, a real person that I can understand and empathize with, which allows me to look at how I can protect the things that I'm building. I've got the Agile Security game. I actually haven't played that, but I do want to get it, which is ShowStack, and it allows you opportunities to, I believe, build cards for security and look at different scenarios. So not just a persona, but a persona now with a negative scenario. What does that look like? Things like having a phantom hacker, that you're kind of looking more from the perspective of, I'm going to have somebody, attack or do something to our software on purpose, or, things like chaos engineering, right? So the chaos monkey or the chaos gorilla, all of those things that wreak havoc on our code. And you might say, well, why would I do that? Why would I wreak havoc on my system on purpose? Well, the reason is because it's going to enable your engineers to build resilient capability. The first time there's a problem isn't going to be when there's a real problem. The first time there's a problem is going to be when, I have this tool that's taking down my services. And that allows me to practice almost like, a fire drill, and get ready and get good. So we've dubbed this the intelligence highway. For DevSecOps, we want to seamlessly integrate security throughout the entire pipeline. And in order to do that, we have to make sure that we look at each and every feedback loop that we have available. All right. So we've got things like peer reviews. That's maybe a first line of defense. Then unit test, right? A lot of that's automated, all different kinds of automated tests. So I say unit test, but you could have integration tests, regression, security, and those kind of things. Your CI/CD build, or your continuous integration, continuous deployment build, that's going to provide feedback, right? You're going to see things from SonarQube and let's say other tools that you've put in place. Independent validation and verification, they're going to provide you information. That provides feedback, right? We should be understanding what are the breaks, what are the things they found. Consistent telemetry that our system should be putting out, right? So we want our system to put out automated telemetry on things like cycle time and lead time and resilience and security and things like mean time to detect and mean time to repair and all of those different metrics that can tell us, what's our level of resilience that we have. Game days, they're the fire drill. They let us practice. How can we practice what goes wrong, right? We have a tendency to look at the happy path, what could go wrong, and if I look at what could go wrong, well, how could I fix it? That's really a big thing. Red-blue teams, all the lessons learned from red-blue teams provide us feedback all the way out to even, and we don't have them on here, but all the way out to the hacker themselves, right? So lessons learned from each and every one of those levels allows us feedback through the intelligence highway back to the security team, back to the development team, continuously to allow us to build capabilities that aren't just fast, but they're secure and they're safe and they can be used in multiple areas. And that is the end of my presentation on hacker personas.
Thank you, Robin.
Done a little early. You're welcome.
We have a few questions for you if you are ready for those. So the first question, can you provide an example of how to begin to facilitate a cultural shift? What are some easy wins to start down that path?
So some of the easy wins are even just being creative and creating some pretend personas, like copying mine. The first thing I did is started putting some posters in the room. It was more just a thought, so something in the back of the team's head. So they're like, oh, so they weren't well thought out or analyzed, but even just an awareness of what could be occurring allowed people to stop and think that next step. And then leveraging things like you can have some book clubs, maybe some presentations like this. Again, it gets those smart people on your teams thinking, and once they start thinking, they're going to uncover things that I haven't even been able to think of yet.
All right, excellent. Would you ever consider implementing hacker personas into your chaos engineering process?
Absolutely. I think that is a brilliant idea. Now, we don't have hack or chaos engineering in any of our operational systems. I've tried to make the case a million times, but we're a little nervous about that. But definitely for our internal systems, and yes, hacker personas will allow us to add even more to that chaos engineering.
Great. Could you explain a bit about how to avoid blame during game days and instead foster constructive criticism?
Yes, that's a tough one, both with cyber as well as anything. So we want to look at information as things that we're learning. And the critical important thing to remember is that if I don't try anything new, I can't ever learn. which means that I'm always adding some risk, right? So I want my engineers to try new things. I want them to try new ideas, but it has to be a cultural safe place. So creating that psychological safety, I tend to look at things as a system, right? Take the person out of it. Not that the person's not part of the system, they are, but we're just trying to tune the system. So things like game day, I'm trying to tune the system. It's not that you did something wrong, it's that I can just tweak this little lever over here and perhaps improve my system. Because really, the only way to learn is to actually get some things wrong. And I know that not everybody likes to hear that, but I'm a strong believer of that.
All right, thanks. We'll give it a moment here to see if there are any other questions coming in. That was an excellent talk. Thank you for that. All right, so we're going to take a short break here. On the schedule, we have a 15-minute break scheduled. I think we're going to take about a 5-minute break, and then we're going to begin with our out brief and closing remarks. Thank you so much for your talk today, Robin.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Hello, everyone. What a day. We achieved, we survived. Almost 8 hours. I'm really pleased to see the end, but we learned a lot of talk today. So we have the great sessions. We took various topics, culture, technology, hands-on experience, some real code experience as well as a demo. We covered a lot of topics. And during the session, actually, we recorded as what the speakers are saying it. We call it the visual recordings. That visual recordings basically given a good example for us and kind of represent it. So Susie, she's gonna go over the visual recordings in a minute, and then we're gonna close out the session. Susie, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I want to say thank you to Kurt Hess, our illustrator, who does a wonderful job of this. For those of you that have never seen visual recordings before, they're near real-time illustrations of the metaphors and images that come up during the session. And an illustrator who's very skilled does this while he's listening to the presentations. People like them because they help summarize, they help you to remember and communicate about the content. What you're going to see, I'm going to go through just quickly the ones that we gathered today. These are the black and white versions. There will be some post-processing with some colorization to make them a little bit, enhance them a little bit more. The wonders of digital content. So I'm just going to go right into showing you what we have. So we do have a picture that goes here, which is the globe that some of you saw if you were here for the introduction, and that'll come back in once we get the finals done. We had a keynote from Jason Turse, and he was talking about core values, customer-focused delivery. Send in the technologist was one that we noted there, and the many hats of the senior product manager. People in technology supporting the warfighter. So these are very popular, sort of metaphoric images that we get. Arun Chaudhary, it's really hard to do this kind of illustration for a code-centric demo, but we gave a little bit there. So sorry, Arun, that one's a really hard one to illustrate. We also had some pipeline stuff from Angel Rivera on locking down an unsecured CI/CD pipeline. We have Robbie the robot in here, scanning the pipeline, a lot of different images related to making us security a first-class citizen. I like the keys inside the vault, the keys to the castle. Jason Lamb followed up by talking about hard yards, a naval metaphor for the yard arm that is very high and not close to the central floor of the ship. And so it's a danger area. And many of the things that he experienced in his naval career that translate into working and leadership in DevSecOps, balancing your workload, defensive mindset, several different things that came from that. This one is actually, sorry, oops, we have a slightly, not Jason Lamb, this is Amber. So AKA Album Vase, if you were there, you were there for her, we'll get this fixed, sorry Amber. Her first little exercise, sharpening the saw, why do we innovate? And a little exercise at the end. I will welcome you to, I invite you to look at it more closely when you get the digital, because it's very, Kurt did a lovely job of taking us through going from one dog to another. And so that's probably one we'll want to make bigger. We've also got Mark Hahn, so coming in later in the day. Security is an awesome product feature. So I think this one was right before lunch. And this idea of balancing hard, important, nice to have, and good ideas, and how do we deal with that? Average cost of a security breach. When there's a lot of words, it tends to be words that are ones that you want to remember, like average cost of a security breach, $4 million. So this is all about the cost of not doing security. Then we get into the exhilarating journey of transforming to the edge. And that was Mr. Patel. I don't remember your first name, sorry. going from cloud up to cloud native, and build once, run everywhere. So a lot of little images related to things like building rootless containers and trying to get sort of this handle on the fact that the containerization market really is growing. Jeff Shupack started talk to us about intentional cultural architecture, and I love the bringing culture and architecture into the same image is one that I think is very powerful. Referenced one of my favorite books, Dan Pink's Drive, Autonomy, Mastery, and Purpose, as well as looking at the fact that we don't really manage change, even though we talk about change management, it's really about leading. Also, he pointed out some of the big obstacles to transformation that many of us are familiar with. So wanting us to sort of take a look at how we deal with that as we go along. Rob Richardson went from service mesh to service mesh using control planes and looking at how we have traffic. It's essentially the traffic cop to allow us to make safety and security something that becomes the mesh stand between the services, so it can route things intelligently, securely, and safely. And then we had Lakmal Warusawithana talking about e-commerce microservices, backends, some deployment things in Ballerina. And we're not talking about the one that is using ballet slippers. So there's a couple more. There was one on design thinking, and there was one, and then we just had Robbins on the hacker personas and how to use them. Those will get added to the image library that will be made available after the sessions and after Kurt has done colorizing. So that's just a quick tour through what we were able to capture. And I'm just always amazed at what Kurt's able to capture when he does this kind of work. So we did have a little bit, we tried to do some breakout sessions. So that was the other experiment we did today. And we had 3 of them scheduled, but I'm not sure. I think one of the things we'll be looking for feedback on is how do we make that a more attractive thing, because we really didn't get very much participation in those, but we did get a few people. And there are a couple things that came out of one session in particular that was on the cultural architecture. So this was from follow-up to Jeff Shupack's information, or his briefing. So the hot topics that we talked about in that breakout session: impediments to culture change, how to get started with DevOps at scale, so looking beyond the team level, and then the idea of rolling out a roadmap for transformation. Some of these related themes here were patterns of successful transformation, culture's hard, immune to change, value streams, streamlets and transformations. I like that streamlets term. And then the culture-based approach to transformation. These were all things that were discussed. And if you weren't there, you kind of missed it. But maybe next time we'll get more people involved. Some insights that came from that breakout session. Start the culture change with a mindset change. So looking at changing how people think about things. Communicate. I love this. The cultural architecture runway is just like any other architectural runway. If it's not on the backlog, it won't get done. So you want to pick something that you want everybody to focus on and swarm on it. I mean, just use our agile, use what we know and apply it to culture, just like we apply it to all the other things that we do. So those are the things that came out of that session. And I hope seeing that will help to inspire you next time we offer this, to get some more folks in to discuss things and give the speakers some additional insights. I want to thank you to everyone that did participate in the breakouts, as well as to all of our speakers who volunteered, and even the ones that didn't really have a chance to do a breakout. It was very kind of you to offer your extra time for that. And that's all I have. So I am going to turn it back over to Hasan. And as soon as I find him, let's see. Okay, I did have these And we have technical difficulty.
So I'll share my screen.
You share, because yeah, I'm going to stop sharing now. Sorry about that, guys. We made it all the way to the end without that kind of a tech difficulty. I apologize.
All right, so it was a great day so far. I really enjoyed it and learned a lot, even though it's that's kind of one of the good thinking about this type of events. We are learning. We are adding our experience. We are learning from the contents from others. I love that. With that said, I would like to talk about a little bit of the future events, as I said at the beginning. So we have 2020 DevSecOps Days event is coming up, and different cities, different countries. Most of them will be a virtual because of the situation. I know that DC will be a virtual, Philadelphia will be a virtual.
Hasan, you're sharing yourself on video, not the slides.
All right. Assuming it should be okay right now.
All good.
All right, apologizing that. It's kind of the end of the day. I guess we're all tired. So as I said, we will have more days coming up and on the DevSecOps days. And so we'll have the virtual events, most likely, most of them. If there's in-person, please attend. If you're interested to have host or your own DevSecOps days, please let us know. We will help you to set up. And then next one is basically the all-day DevOps will be on November 12th. This is the one of my favorite events from 24 hours with speakers all around the world. And there will be 6 topics and throughout the 24 hours, different zones. I'm looking forward to have you guys as attended as well. And lastly, you can get more information about the DevOps and DevOps space from the SCI, from the webinars and podcasts. So one of our mission to help really communities, as we said, we are part of the communities. We would like to learn. We would like to share. As much as we share, we are creating a trust in between. So we're learning together. It's a journey. There's no end. And is really perfectionist. Perfection is changing from the people to people, but there is a time to learn. So I really encourage all of you, please look at the SCI website and continue to engage with us. That said, I would like to thank you, the sponsors, the community sponsors. They are helping us to build DevSecOps days all around the world. Thank you, all of them. And big thank you for all the attendees and the participants and main SCIers that really help us to build up this event. Thank you, Shane, Suzanne, Michelle, everybody else. Then they did a great contribution for the work. Thank you for all.
Yeah, so we want to just thank everybody again for today. A reminder that we will send out an email tomorrow that will have the URL for the event. It's the same URL. Once we close the stream today, it'll be available to everybody. We will put timestamps in there so you can go right to the presentation you want to watch. We ask upon exiting today, you hit that like button. Also share this event with others. And also we will invite you to our next webcast, which will be July 15th. It's Agile and Government. Go for Insight, not just Oversight, by Suze Miller. And there is a link to that registration in the chat now. And we'll also send it out via email to you as well. Again, time today, thanks Hasan and his team for the great presentations. Everybody have a wonderful evening and take care.
See you next event. Bye.